Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday Fun Day. You already know what it means. That means that you guys are going to send me all the most annoying fucking YouTube videos. Some of them are actually going to be bangers, but every single person is going to treat their YouTube videos like it's absolute heat, even though it's obviously not the case. But having said that, I will yell at a bunch of you. I will yell at a bunch of you for sending me shitty ones. I will not yell at a bunch of you. I will say, thank God you sent this to me. Out of all of the, I don't know, like out of the 50 shitty videos, there'll be like one that's a banger and we'll watch it. But yeah, we're not doing that yet though. Stop sending me all this shit. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'm currently wearing a lingerie, okay? This is a pajama. Now, why am I wearing pajamas on the top? Why am I wearing jammies on top? There's two reasons for it. One, because Will got them for me. You'll find out on the next episode of Fear and Podcast. It's gonna be a banger, okay? And the other reason why I'm wearing it is because it is Sunday, and on Sundays we are cozy, okay? On Sundays, we get cozy.
Hey guys, before we get
oh my God, I know. Curtis has a banger. I know you want me to watch it. Perfect Fun Day content. This website exists. The accent Oracle. Do you have an accent when speaking English? Bet I can guess your native language in less than 30 seconds. What the fuck? This seems sick. Anyway, can you flex and flex for us? Here it is. Dude, honestly, I did arms yesterday and shit is crazy, dude. Like my biceps still look kind of yak. Like you look at that vein, dude. You see that? What is that? Like I just played basketball earlier and I have vascularity without even trying at this point. Anyway, I'm vascular as shit. Sometimes you talk like Domingo from SNL. It makes sense. Punch me right now. I will not. So, folks, let's talk about where we're at. Personal news wise, last night my mom and dad wanted me to watch this new show about the Pope. About like picking the new Pope, which is really interesting because there is a process of picking a new Pope. And that process is, oh no, I lost to Candace Owens. Oh no, I lost. Stop anti-Semitism to Candace. They went with the old tricks. They still went with a woman of color. I mean, I called it. I did call it. I just want everybody to understand I did call this. Yeah, no. The thing is, the Stop Anti-Semitism group, they love giving it to women of color. And this is the second time that they've actually given it to an actual anti-Semite. Agents base take on the CEO shooting in Universal Healthcare.
Who got shot.
I don't have no thoughts on that nigga, man. He didn't make no difference in my life. He died. I don't think murder is okay, but the nigga got murdered for a reason. So maybe he should stop murdering people's, I don't know, man. Nigga led to a lot of debts for his own pockets. That's just capitalist society, man. That's the way it works in America. Yeah, you know what would solve that, guys? Universal healthcare.
God damn, dude. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Oh, I'll tell you who this guy is. Just a Canadian, okay? That's it. Like, people will hear what he's saying right here and go, oh my God, you're you're a socialist, radical, Marxist, like you're an agent. And it's like, no, he's just the average Canadian, okay? The average Canadian whose mind has not been melted. Wait, he is a Canadian? Yeah, he is. Yeah, bro, he's from Toronto. He understands like the concept of social welfare. He understands the concept of social welfare. He understands why it's a good thing.
My low taxes. Like, it's mind blowing to me how people who don't make that much money are fighting against universal health care in this.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, he's not. He's just a regular old crody. You know what I mean? Why you cheesing, fam? Why you cheesing, fam? T-Dot, rise up. W export. Bro, he's a W export, but honestly, we have also like destroyed his brain, okay? Your friends abroad love Luigi.
Chinese netizens?
Oh, Chinese netizens love Luigi. Let's go. Yeah, we'll talk about Trump attending the Army-Navy game and bringing Daniel Penny with him. You can't say that in LA, Hasan. Yes, I can. Keep Toronto out your mouth, Crody. I'm cheese to hear that. Keep Toronto out your mouth, Crody. Bro. I need you to watch Kaya's reaction to what? Damn, dude, what is this? 1p? Why do I stream? Why do I stream at like 4K clarity? And then all of the God damn, all the rips, all the stream rips are like 1p. What are we doing, fam? Outfits look good. Do you style yourself? Yes, I do. There's a North Star video on liberal Islamophobia featuring E and D. Sure. My clips are always high res if it makes you feel better. Yeah, Kaya couldn't imagine it when I was talking about the drones over New Jersey. But yeah, I woke up this morning, got yourself a gun. That's what I didn't do that. I woke up this morning and would you let a PA style you? No, but there is a dude who has been following me for many years who like specializes in the world of fashion, like bringing unique, eclectic talent into the world of fashion and making them like fashion icons, like a PR specialist that reached out to me recently. I won't reveal who it is, but it's like a very famous guy who I've been a mutual on Instagram with for years and years and years. They work with like, what's the dude? The pink haired dude from Euphoria. Like, I think he worked with him as well. So anyway, he was like, yo, you trying to link up, do something? So maybe I'll be a fashion boy. Maybe I'll be a fashion boy in the future. You never know. But where's the Fear and episode? It's Sunday. Zola is Sunday. It comes out on Monday mornings. Have you watched the Kyrgyzog's war video? I haven't. I heard a lot of people were very upset with it. We can take a look at it. This is a perfect day to look at that sort of stuff. You also style your glasses well if you picked them? I did. I picked these glasses. I got pretty lucky with these glasses. They're Gentle Monster, for those of you who don't know. I bought them because I like the brand, but Gentle Monster is kind of hit or miss because I bought them online. So you never know if when you buy something online, you never know if it's going to be good or not. Was there SNL last night? For the record? No? Okay, is SNL done? Yes? Yes? No, they canceled it? I can't tell if you guys are lying to me. What's happening here? But yeah. Sunday, fun day. Liberal Islamophobia. You didn't do Paul Mescal's SNL for the Irish representation? I love Paul Mescal. He's hot and cool.
But Israel is really crazy.
SNL. Oh, we got the SNL playlist. SNL Sunday, baby. Sunday fun day. SNL reacts. Liberal Islamophobia. Kurzgesagt. I don't know. Kurzgesagt. Under fire over Israel vid. More deep dives. New Jersey drones investigation. How do you feel about Trisha being on last week? Guys, I know this is going to come across as like very strange to you, but I don't know anything about Trisha Paytas. This is going to come across as very strange to many of you because you've all been like super locked in, super tuned in, super aware of like all things Ethan Klein related. Like I know that there was a podcast called Frenemies before I did Leftovers with Ethan. I know that. And I know that Trisha Paytas was the co-host. And I know that it was like insanely popular. And the only thing I know is that basically that podcast did not continue any longer. And there was a lot of drama or something. And that's it. Like, that's all I know pretty much. Like, I don't know anything about Trisha Paytas other than the fact that she has a podcast. She's married to Gila's brother. And she has like a lot of like everything I've known about Trisha Paytas has been like she's crazy. She's crazy. Like she's problematic. She's crazy. But like, I don't know if that's the case or if that's just like what she used to be like and she's just more normal now. I just genuinely don't know anything. I don't know anything about Trisha Paytas, which I know for a lot of people, that's probably shocking. Okay. For a lot of people, that's probably shocking because you guys know a lot and you would expect me to know a lot as well, but I genuinely don't know. The only thing I know is that I was on a plane with her. I was on a PJ with her when she was with the old guy from the Dobrik Vlog Squad. Is it called Vlog Squad? I don't fucking know. But yeah, the Dobriks. The Dobrik PJ. When they chartered a private jet from Coachella in like 2016 or something to go to an award show. And then the award show literally hit me up and was like, yo, do you want to get on this PJ? We're flying with the Dobriks because you're hosting one of the awards. And I was like, oh, sure. Why the fuck would I say no to that? So I got on there and she was there and I couldn't understand it because there was a dude there that was just like 40, Jason Nash. And I just like didn't understand the vibe at all. There was like a bunch of people that were like my age at the time, younger than me. And then just like one random guy, Jason Nash, and then Trisha Paytas. And I was like, what the hell is this group? Like how did this grouping get together? You know what I mean? And now that I think about it, I'm sure if you guys were like watching back then, you were like, oh, you don't understand. That's the perfect fucking vibes or whatever. But now when you look at it with today's eyes, you probably agree with me that that's a very strange grouping of people that were on a plane together. And I'm over there fucking shroomed out of my mind thinking like, am I hallucinating this 40-year-old man? You know what I mean? Like I get on this fucking PJ. I am off. I'm on a different planet. Okay. I've had a lot of legal shiitake mushrooms. Okay. I'm at Coachella. I literally only have my wallet. That's it. I didn't bring nothing with me. I was like, oh shit. Like, I don't have anything. I leave one of these events that are happening and go straight to the fucking PJ place. Like the PJ, the private airport where the PJ is. And I'm zooted off this fucking shiitake mushroom. Okay. And I get on this plane and I'm like, why is there just like casually an old man here next to all these fucking teeny boppers and Trisha Paytas? And I didn't know who she was at the time either. I just like thought, you know, how random of a grouping. So saying you're zooted off the shiitake is like saying you're baked off of the Delta 8. Bro, stop calling private jets PJs. Makes it sound like you're more out of touch than you are. I don't care, dude. Oh no. People are going to say Los Angeles influencer is out of touch. Like, yeah, man, I am. Okay. Yeah, I am. Like everything I just described to you is a fucking insane story. It is a very insane out of touch story. I'm very aware of that. Oh man, he's 8 years older than you, Lo? Wait, no way. Shut the fuck. Are you serious? No way. I thought he was like 50, bro. Are you serious? Anyway, a lot of you 8 years younger than 33 and called us old. Lamau, shut the fuck up. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. A lot of you guys, I mean, 8 years younger than me, you think I'm dead. You know, you literally talk like I'm dead. You call me old all the time. Meanwhile, you're halfway into your 20s. You're cooked. You're old too. Anyway, we got the SNL playlist. Sunday Funday SNL reacts. Liberal Islamophobia crucified video. Kyrgyzstan's under fire over Israel vid. More deep dives. New drones investigation. Okay, buddy. Get in now for secret special Sunday Funday experience. Yeah, by the way, the lobby that I was gonna put together, you guys can get mad at Valkyrie if you want. Actually, don't get mad at her. It's not entirely her fault, but I was trying to put it together with her, and then she has to study for Fortnite, which is, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand these words, but she's playing Fortnite, I think, on the Lacey Fortnite thing that everyone is going to be a part of. So she was like, I gotta study Fortnite. She didn't use those words, but that's how I took it. Blast off meme. But yeah. I looked up your age on Google, and the picture that they used for you shocked me. What does that mean? I take on the drones. I would like to share. No, keep it to yourself. And nobody wants to hear your take on the drones. I'm just kidding. But am I? Little Bear has a threat. If you lie about okay, buddy, again, the HasnAbi rewind is canceled. No. Okay, if the HasnAbi rewind is canceled, Socialismus is canceled. How about that? Just kidding. I would never do that. And I have a special guest coming for Socialismus as well. I'm importing. But yeah, Socialismus is gonna happen this year. Don't worry, it's gonna be a lot of fun, as always. Anyway, let's blast off. Sunday Funday. SNL reacts. Liberal Islamophobia. Kyrgyzstan's under fire over Israel vid. More deep dives. New Jersey drones investigation. Okay, buddy, get it now for secret special Sunday Funday experience. Did you see the Pentagon claiming the drones aren't American military, nor are they foreign military? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe when they say they're not American military. Or rather, I think it's like a secret way of saying they're not directly officially sanctioned, but like they're not doing flights because of the American military, but they are defense contractors. Because there is no way that, like, I don't think all the drones are planes, okay? I think a lot of what people think are drones are planes, for sure. But I think that the drone swarms that people have seen, that they've reported on, like originally these like big drones or whatever, I've yet to see like a clear-cut example of this. I've yet to see a clear-cut example of like what these drones are that they're freaking out over. But I will say, I will never discount many of these like UAP things, like many of these like UAP sightings and stuff, I think are almost always like new tech that they're experimenting with. But the problem is, usually when you have new tech that you're experimenting with, you do it in like the desert, right? Like there's a reason why a lot of the new technology that the American military's like defense contractors are experimenting with, they do it in the desert. They don't do it in like in one of the most densely populated states, New Jersey. So it is really interesting. But do you believe in aliens though? No, I don't. No, I don't think so. What are the limit for socialism is again? 10K or 20K? That's what Area 51 and Edwards Air Force Base are for? Yeah, no, literally. You're not wrong. And many others as well. Unless they're just like, they have to test it on a urban environment or something. I don't know. Clear footage last night. We finally know what it is. That's it. Yeah, he's working. Everybody knows Santa only works one day of the week, man. He's lazy as hell. Okay, don't make no mistake. He's Turkish. Saint Nicholas. He's Turkish. Which means he's lazy as fuck. Which means he's only gonna work one day out of the year. Okay. Speaking of Santa, I'm gonna do a back-to-back giveaway. Okay, everybody get involved. If you do !enter in the chat, there's a giveaway for merchandise. Remember all the merchandise entries. Someone in the chat decided to be nice enough to give away HasnAbi merch from ideology.com. If you press !enter and hit it in the chat, you will get a chance to get this merch for free. Also, all the proceeds from the merch still at ideology.shop. All the proceeds are going to Raíces, Texas, working with immigrants in Texas, undocumented migrants in Texas. It's a wonderful, fantastic organization that we are fundraising for. I demand free shit now. I think it's because tech requires to be tested in highly populated dense areas. The stealth bomber being seen by plane pilots as a UFO all over again. Yeah, that's probably it. But I do think the larger story isn't necessarily American defense contractors like testing out their surveillance technology or whatever. I think the real story is mass hysteria and how quickly people can be whipped up into a frenzy and how much the average American resembles the mind of a medieval peasant. If that makes sense. Like, I think that the inception of the story, there's probably some truth to it. There's probably some validity to. There's probably some validity to people seeing like random drones and they're like, what the fuck is this? This is freaky. But yeah, I think many of it is just like regular commercial drones that people use because they're investigating all these other drones. I think many of it is also many of that is also hold on. Congratulations to Mushroll. What the heck? Mushroll, you won. Why are you just like an old-timey sailor? Don't worry, there's a second one that you can enter again, I believe, right? We're doing back-to-back. Back-to-back. We're doing back-to-back, baby. Second giveaway. Type enter in the chat for a chance to win a prize. Max 1 entries per user. A winner will be selected in 1 minute. Enter now. This is the type of stuff that I think probably pisses off like random onlookers where they just like can't comprehend what is going on in the community. They're just like, imagine being a normie and then tuning in to be like, ooh, I saw this hot guy on TikTok. I saw this hot guy on TikTok. Let me watch what he has to say about the news. And then they come in and I'm talking about like doing a chat giveaway. You drinking a mana potion? Yeah. No, they don't see this as weird. They come in here while in a while you're unlocked and think that's weird. Unlock? You mean stun lock? Winner 2 is Has Ringworms. Congratulations to Has Ringworms. Hopefully your ringworms are going to appreciate the new merchandise that you got for free. That's right. All right, no more. Don't type enter anymore. Has Ringworms won. W Ringworms. But yeah. Let's talk about this drama. Apparently the Black Myth Wukong. Oh, first I got to do this. This is incredible. Incredible. Y'all are out of control. Okay. My pronouns are USA. That's crazy. That's crazy. You should wear bows more. I don't think I've ever worn a bow in my life. Also, this one, Hasanic, make the rich pay. America deserve ... Okay. Hyper violent Americans intrinsically understand we are due for blowback because that's the only way they want to deal with foreign conflict themselves, through hyper violence. Okay, facts. You cooked. But yeah, from what I understand, wait, I saw Alana Pierce was talking about this. Apparently the guy cried. Like one of the developers for Black Myth Wukong cried. Selamun aleyküm Mehmet. Baba. Mehmet Pikar. Bugün yapacağım mı? Bugün yapacağım mı? Ha. Eyvallah. I called my dad on accident by his first name, and it felt really weird. I was going to say his full name, but then I was like, maybe I shouldn't say his full name, so I just stopped at his first name, and I was like, that's a weird thing to say. All right, anyway. Don't disrespect your... It was very disrespectful. It was very disrespectful. Yeah, it felt weird coming out of my mouth. All right. I know you were talking about Korea yesterday, and since it's Sunday Funday, here's a short 20-minute documentary on food in South Korea if you're interested. No. Yeah, I call my dad Dad. All right, where were we? All right, we blasted off already. Let's get started. So I want to first talk about this Black Myth Wukong thing. Apparently, Black Myth Wukong developer Game Science CEO says he wrote the acceptance speech for Game of the Year 2 years ago, questioned selection criteria for the Game Awards in a rant. Now, I will say this much. It's never good to be a sore loser, and it's never good to openly admit that you're a sore loser. So this is not exactly the best possible way to go about this. Having said that, I do think that Black Myth Wukong deserved Game of the Year. What is this? Emmy gave you a quick shout out.
And Happy New Year. My highlight of 2024 was all the cosplay streams I did and having lots of cool guests on my stream like Pokey, Hasan, and Norafon, and a bunch of other cool people. And in 2025, so most of my friends have already been canceled, which means that there's not many more left. So I'm happy for them for that.
That's crazy. Respect your opinions, but Astrobot is an incredible game. I've been thinking about potentially playing it, honestly. But yeah, I heard Alana Pierce was talking about how like one of the developers was crying. And I kind of get that. I kind of understand where that comes from. Like I understand why if you're a developer, if you are a dev, if you are a developer and you put your life's work, you know, you put all this effort into this game and you really thought you were going to get it. And then, you know, Astrobot wins. Like, I understand why you'd be kind of shocked, kind of sad. I don't know. Where is the video? Where's the Alana Pierce video? I can't find it. But having said that, I do think it's appropriate for me to play. It's appropriate for me to play Astrobot first before I make this assertion. Because I did play Black Myth Wukong, and I heard a lot about how great Balatro and Metaphor was as well. I did hear a little bit about Astrobot as well, but
this year. It's my first time being in the front row. I was like, wow, thanks, Jeff. Great seats. But being in the front row means that you can see all of the actually important
Wukong
people.
was third or fourth most deserving. Look at critic reviews of Wukong. It's just an objectively boring game outside of boss fights. It's a boss rush, and it's a boss run, and it's a great one. So you're wrong. It had like 98 bosses, chatter. What are you talking about? That is literally what the game is about. And it's a fantastic version of that.
Next to me was the whole Sony team. Frankly, that's probably why they put me there, was because when they gave me the seat, I was with Sony. So I was with the Sony publishing team. Behind me was Joseph Faris. Just behind him was Sam Lake, both of whom I know and am very fond of. They're both really great dudes. But I could see all of the nominees and awards winners, and the Black Myth Wukong team, I don't know which person on the team, was crying when Astrobot got Game of the Year. Because you could see him just looking down the line, which is...
Okay, to be fair, like, yeah, I mean, Alana is a developer as well. She's worked for Sony. I think she recently left. Like, she knows. She knows what it's like when you lose, you know? I mean, it's not... It makes sense. I think a lot of people were like negatively polarized against Black Myth Wukong, especially in people's reception in the Western gaming developer sphere and in the Western gaming journalism sphere as well. Partially because of like, I guess it's not because of China. There is some of that for sure, but like, come on, dude, Genshin Impact and all the HoloLive stuff. Like, there's so much gacha games that China dominates the Western market with. I think part of it was because the developers were like misogynistic or something. I remember reading something about that, and I didn't personally care about that all that much because, you know, it's just, I feel like maybe or not Hoyoverse, not HoloLive. Sorry. Did I say HoloLive? My bad. I meant Hoyoverse. I think it's not even boys will be boys. It's not because I myself am misogynistic. It's because I think, like, yeah, in a massive company where there is a bunch of developers, there are going to be a shit ton of people with like weird ass opinions. And as long as the product itself is not like regurgitating this kind of, the product itself is not like very hyper invested in making an argument that like women ain't shit, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's the head dev. Dude, I play games that Todd Howard makes. Do you understand? Todd Howard is Satan incarnate. For me, it's like, I don't care. If the game is good, I'll play it. And sometimes the game is bad and I still play it. Okay? Do you understand? Todd Howard is literally Satan and I play his fucking games. So yeah, like I said, as long as it's not like seeping into the game and it's like it's a massive and dare I say, very consequential aspect of the work itself, then I personally don't care. And people say Hogwarts Legacy, not realizing that like I literally had a very similar approach to Hogwarts Legacy as well, and people yelled at me and called me fucking transphobic for it. On the one hand, people called me transphobic for Hogwarts Legacy. On the other hand, people were saying that I was caving to my trans audience. I was audience captured by big trans on the Ben Shapiro side. And I was just like, I don't give a shit. I think that I have a much more reasonable approach. What? What the fuck? You torture me for 7 years? I'll just make a new account. Murderer 1710. Johnny didn't die, or did he? Okay, well, I'm going to ban you. You need to get help. You need to get back on the meds, chatter. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Medication time. Remember, when the holiday season is around, we will have more sightings like this. But yeah, for all the viewers in here, for all the chatters in here, this is a reminder that you should also take your medication if you've forgotten to take it today. I think it's due to a few things. I think Astrobot was the last game that the studio released. It's also much more accessible. Wukong was good, but it was difficult. Probably, I don't think Wukong was that difficult. I think, if anything, Wukong was not difficult, which I think factored into its accessibility. I don't think Wukong was difficult at all, especially in comparison to fucking Elden Ring. I think the craziest part about Astrobot was that it was a PS5 exclusive. I made millions on your Wukong L's. There were very little of them, so it's shocking that you made any money off of that. I hope you're having an amazing Sunday. Both were a PlayStation exclusive. Wukong was not a PlayStation exclusive. Wukong was just not on Xbox, but it was not a PlayStation exclusive. Wukong was on PC. I played it on PC, chatters. What are you talking about? Anyway.
It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that, because generally everyone is like, Game Awards doesn't matter that much. But yeah, the Wukong team.
Well, I mean, that makes me even more sad for them. It means like, I feel like it means it mattered even more to them. You know what I mean? And I get it. I get it, dude. This is a company that only made mobile games. This is their first foray into doing like a full-blown game. And not only is it a full-blown game, but it's one that like sold 20 million copies. It's like massive. It's almost Elden Ring size. Think about it. Elden Ring sold 28 million copies. Before Elden Ring, the entirety of the From Software library had sold like around 25 million or 27 million copies. So Elden Ring in and of itself basically doubled the From Software fan base, right? And and Black Myth Wukong out of nowhere, from a developer, from a team of developers that only had made mobile games before this, coming in and making this massive video game that was so big. Like they take it very seriously. I think they're very, I suspect that they're very excited at the prospect of like recognition. They're very excited at, they're very excited about representing China on the main stage in amongst Western developers. Like that's, I get it. I understand why they'd be like very emotional in that moment. They do take it seriously. They take the video game awards seriously.
Were crying when they did not win, which was definitely unusual. Clearly meant a lot to them. They did an amazing thing. But I did find that surprising. Like, whoa. Did it look like celebratory crying? No. They were upset. Definitely upset.
But isn't it the height of hubris to say that you wrote your acceptance speech years ahead? For sure. For sure. Gene Park wrote a great article at the Washington Post on metaphor and elections in general. I haven't played metaphor, so I'm not going to like read this Gene article. That's why you lost election. What? All of these sites are using Google Translation of the Chinese game dev statement. Is crying when losing a bad thing. It's an emotional experience. I don't know. I understand. Black Myth Wukong Studio CEO wrote the Game of the Year acceptance speech 2 years ago. Question selection criteria for the Game Awards. Feng Ji emphasized the significance of their 4 nominations. It seems Game Science CEO isn't happy with their game. Black Myth Wukong didn't win the highly coveted Game of the Year award this year at the Game Awards. Black Myth Wukong was beaten by Team Asobi's Astrobot, which snagged the most prestigious award. Apparently that wasn't enough. A game CEO and the producer, Feng Ji, went on a tirade on Chinese social media platform Weibo, where he questioned the award-winning body's decision process. Yeah, nobody likes a sore loser, honestly. I think you just got to get back into the lab and make a banger DLC, bro. Work on that. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. When you do sore loser shit like this, you're cutting away at your soft power. Okay? And as someone who has, dear leader Xi Jinping's best interest in mind, okay, I'm going to be honest, not a good look, sir. Please go back into the kitchen, start whipping it up. Start making a fucking DLC that's so expansive, so amazing that it puts, Elden Ring to shame. It's not going to happen, but like, Game Awards this year coincided with a major update for Black Myth Wukong. For me personally, this project spans 7 years and officially come to an end. 4 nominations: Best Action Game, Best Art Direction, Best Game Direction, Game of the Year were first for a Chinese game. Ultimately, we took home the Best Action Game and Player's Voice. Especially winning Player's Voice was gratifying, yet I must admit there's a sense of loss and regret. More than anything, though, there's letting go of illusions. The games nominated this year were all exceptional, but honestly, I still can't figure out what the criteria for the Game of the Year. I feel like I came all the way here for nothing. Yeah, that's like you're being a little bit of a sore loser, you know? I completely understand these feelings and share the frustration. Because behind these emotions lies not pain or malice, but dignity and confidence. HasnAbi from Metacritic, Astrobot 94, Metaphor 94, Balatro 90, Wukong 81. Yeah, I don't care, man. What do you mean? Yeah, it's not good. It's not good to complain like this. Big homie's first game gets this much critical acclaim. I say it's good. I say you killed it. That's all I'm saying. Wukong won Player's Choice. Yeah. Yeah, I did know Balatro was made by one person. It is pretty crazy. Dap said it best as a kids game versus Wukong. It's got kind of a it's kind of a jam though. The I Am Astrobot, that's a bit of a jammer. Like I will admit, it kind of goes hard. I mean, yeah, it's a baby song, but who cares? Sometimes you wanna fucking let loose a little bit. You know what I mean? Put your jammies on, play a little bit of Astrobot.
I wanted Balatro to win. But Astro Bot is probably so much bigger in the general non-gaming line.
I'm pretty sure the Balatro Dev was in Little Bear's chat one day and gave her a free copy or something. Wait, really? Does that mean that Balatro Dev is so fucking nice he made sure I got a free game key because he saw me playing the demo? Wait, does that mean the Balatro Dev might know who I am, Little Bear? That's kind of chill. That's crazy that he's a little bear fan, little bear head. He's in Northern Lion's chat all the time. That makes sense though. Northern Lion has put Balatro on his back, dude. Does he have a, what's his account? Is this the account? He's never chatted in here. No. He don't know me. He don't know me, little bro. You said probably? Nah, he don't know me. He hates me, actually. I bet. Okay, so you know Lil Bear. Lil Bear knows Balatro guy. Balatro guy knows Kojima. You basically in. He was a Northern Lion viewer before he made Balatro, I think. Guys, I don't need a free copy to play. Like, the $15 price point is not what is stopping me from playing Balatro, okay? Y'all are so funny. They're like, dude, Haas wanted to give you a free copy. You didn't take it. It's like, yeah, like, that's not... You think that was what was stopping me from playing the game? Like, no. Okay. Do not download it. It's too addicting. Carl hates immigrants so much he won't even brown his steak. Sargon of Akkad is back, getting bullied by everybody online for the obvious reasons. This is not because he's right-wing, I think. Like, a lot of people will mistake this and go, oh, it's because he's like a right-wing guy. No, it's just because he's British, dude. I think this is just, to me, this is what all British food looks like. Yeah. I don't know why these guys are so invested in getting the immigrants out. Honestly, because this is what the food looks like. This is the guy telling you that, like, the guy telling you that immigrants are a problem. Immigrants are the worst. You know, immigrants are this and that. That's the guy who's whipping up the worst sloppy boiled steak you've ever seen. Just the wettest. Just the wettest steak of all time. No wonder the British are insufferable. They've never had good food. Yeah. I mean, it's not just that they don't have good food. That's one aspect of it. But also on top of that, think about the weather, dude. I get it. Like, if I lived in England and the weather was shit and the social safety nets were crumbling, and this is the food I was presented with, and this is what I knew as the norm, I'd probably fucking be a reactionary asshole too. You know what I mean? This makes me appreciate leftists in England way more, because you overcame great odds. Okay? Like, you had every opportunity to be like a transphobic, anti-immigrant asshole. And you overcame great odds by not succumbing to the whims of the average, you know, the average English experience, the succumbing to the whims of seeing just wet, sloppy steaks all day. It's a boiled steak, lad. It's nice. What do you fucking mean? The point of Angloid food is the texture. Ugh. This is what a Victorian beggar ate after being given 3 gold in one day instead of 1. This was his delicacy. The Anglo brain still has the remnants of it in their DNA. Also, the rich people in England back then just ate French food and lower classes didn't have time to cook. So that's why their food is like that. Okay, but we're in 2024. You know what I mean?
Huh. So we're unifying across party lines. Nice. Oh, look, drones. I mean, honestly, look how much change this has created immediately. Drones, there are drones everywhere. Look. So Trump's talking about abolishing the FDIC, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, National Labor Relations Board. Like, look at the fucking drone. Really? Aliens? Again? We don't know where they're coming from, but drones. Sure seems like we could be doing a lot more if we were a unified working class, huh? The drones! Pay attention to the drones!
America.
Oh, God. On accident. Look at that. The last thing on Wukong is poor form, but I sympathize when you have the responsibility of the name of your whole nation on your back. Yeah. Two people arrested for drone operation near Logan Airport. Yeah. This is why I was trying to tell the chatters not to fuck around with drones, even as a haha or even as a meme, because I do think that you're going to get clapped. Because right now they're just trying to find, like, even if you're using your commercial drone for funsies, I'll be honest with you, you're going to get cooked. They're looking for, it's high alert time right now. And law enforcement authorities are probably going to be looking to make an example out of it. Looking to make an example out of people. If you thought like, oh, improper registration with the FAA is not a problem. There's a million drones out there. Who cares? That was yesterday. That was last year. It's going to be different from here on out, okay? Also, this is a wonderful opportunity for the police departments to get more anti-drone, weapons and stuff. So,
hey, where's Luigi?
He's making pizza.
Where?
Right back there.
Luigi. Oh, thank God you're here, Luigi. Oh, thank God Luigi's here. Not guilty.
That's hilarious. Yeah, dude. My man, free my man. It's clear that it's clear to me that he was not doing the thing, the heinous crime that you say that he was responsible with, even though I'm not so sure it was heinous to begin with. But yeah, I think there's reasonable doubt. Anyway, before we get to the drones, let's see what the Chinese netizens are saying about our boy Luigi.
What do Chinese netizens think of Luigi Mangione? His mugshot is going viral on Xiaohongshu because everyone agrees he's really hot. Another netizens said it looks like he's wearing a mess. Someone said what's ironic is that he was snitched by a McDonald's worker who can't even afford health insurance. Another suggested let's leave bad reviews for the McDonald's who has become public enemy #1. Netizens gave him nicknames like Robin Hood, Batman, and Zorro. Someone said if I see him on the street, I will rush over to ask for his autograph and phone number. Another said he should go see a Chinese medicine doctor for his back pain. Using acupuncture and massage, many foreigners got their spine fixed in China for a cheap price. A student studying at UPenn felt tons of school pride, posting UPenn engineering and cowards. Someone said that UPenn admission officers are visionaries. They admitted people who changed the world like Trump, Musk, and Mangione. Another joke, he's Italian, let's go easy on him and make him eat pineapple pizza and drink Americano for 1 year. Someone said if Hollywood make a true crime series about Mangione, I don't even know who can portray him. He's hotter than many actors on TV. Another said his arrest photo is straight out of a magazine shoot. The light.
Bro, this is not just like American class solidarity. This is a universal class solidarity. Chinese netizens sound exactly like American netizens. When have we ever had a situation like this? I'm just saying. Luigi is the uniting factor here, it seems. Luigi said, workers of the world unite.
The lighting and camera angles are brilliant. Another said, regardless of the outcome of his trial, I'm willing to marry him. One replied, get in line. Another asked, can he open an OnlyFans account to atone for his sins? Another son with an American IP said they got the wrong person. He was eating hot pot with me on that day. Many commented below, I can testify to that. Someone joked, his face is everywhere. Every time I saw his name, I can't help but think of this Luigi. Someone captioned this photo, Mario, go save your brother.
I love diving into Chinese netizen world, seeing what the hell's going on in the minds of Chinese netizens. Yeah, we'll do the New Jersey drone story in a second. A little bit of news coverage. Okay. First and foremost, Black Myth Wukong isn't the only developer, content creator, art enjoyer that lost this past week. I also lost my own personal battle. I must admit. First, it was the Streamer Awards put together by my podcast co-host and personal best friend, Cutie Cinderella. I lost Just Chatting, Streamer of the Year, to Kai Cenat. And that's all right. I was sad. I was devastated. I was positively perturbed. But I knew that there was another award show out there. There was another award that perhaps I thought I could win. That award was by StopAntisemitism.org. And you know it's a valid institution and not run by like one schizophrenic Long Island lady. Because it has .org in the end of it. It's an organization. I worked long and hard over the course of this past year to win Anti-Semite of the Year. I was up against some incredible contenders, like people who deny the Holocaust and stuff, you know, like actual anti-Semites. What have I done in that time frame? Of course, fought against anti-Semitism while simultaneously speaking truthfully about the ways in which Israel was conducting a genocide. And of course, that is the biggest no-no of all. And this past week, StopAntisemitism.org revealed that there were three finalist contenders. I was one of them. Candace Owens was another. And the last was Greta Thunberg. And I thought to myself, I can win this. Too big to rig, I thought. But it turns out, in spite of my best attempts, I lost. That's right. 2024 Anti-Semite of the Year is Candace Owens. I thought 2024 would be a big year for Stop Anti-Semitism, where they would finally break the trend of choosing a person of color. Year over year, StopAntisemitism.org has chosen people who aren't exactly anti-Semitic at all, but simply anti-Israel. Women of color from all different backgrounds, most of them not white, most of them women. The first time that StopAntisemitism.org actually chose a real anti-Semite was last year. Still a black man nonetheless, but an actual anti-Semite. So I thought maybe things will change. Maybe they will actually also go for a white man. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out we could not buck the trend. And Candace Owens won. So I say, stop the steal. We will win it next year. Yes, I'm not wrong. They have literally never chosen a person that is not a person of color. In 2019, they chose Anti-Semite of the Year Ilhan Omar, who, as you guys know, is not an anti-Semite, but anti-Israel. In 2020, they chose Nurdin Kaswani, who, once again, not an anti-Semite, simply pro-Palestinian. In 2021, we got very close, very, very close to choosing an anti-Semite of the year that was a white man, Ben or Jerry. But instead, StopAntisemitism.org put the crosshairs not on these two white Jewish men who were responsible for their boycott on the West Bank, the occupation, and instead chose a brown woman that is on the board of Ben and Jerry's. That's right. They literally were like, we can't choose Ben and Jerry because they're both Jewish and it would probably look bad. So let's just go with the brown woman on the chair of the board of directors of Ben and Jerry. Also not an anti-Semite, simply anti-Israel. And in 2022, that was the first year where they chose an anti-Semitic man, Kanye West. Still a black man, still a person of color. So they stayed true to that vision. But 2022 was a big year for them because it was the first year where they actually chose someone who was saying a whole bunch of anti-Semitic shit. Make no mistake, Kanye West, mentally ill, but also definitely anti-Semitic. But things did not change, and they went back to their old vision. In 2023, they chose friend of the show, Rashida Tlaib, as anti-Semite of the year. Rashida Tlaib is not an anti-Semite. She actively fights back against anti-Semitism, but she also happens to be a Palestinian woman who also happens to be, understandably, anti-Israel. So when I got up to the top three, destroying the likes of Bassem Youssef, Dan Bilzerian, Jake Shields, and many others, when I saw my name up there with Greta Thunberg and Candace Owens, I thought to myself, I have a real shot at winning this goddamn thing. Okay? But unfortunately, Candace Owens did win. So this is the second year where they have accidentally arrived at someone who is actually anti-Semitic. But make no mistake. Make no mistake. We will win this one of these days.
If Hitler just...
Wait, they said the political commentator unmasked their dormant anti-Semitic beliefs in 2024, leading to an easy victory. Unmasked her dormant anti-Semitic beliefs. She got hired by the Daily Wire after she said Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. It was never dormant. Everybody knew what was up. Everybody knew that she was an out and about anti-Semite. She actually played a role in the radicalization of this man right here in 2022. It was never dormant. The only thing she did on top of her anti-Semitism that was rampant, okay, was that she actively was anti-Israel. That was the no-no. Okay? It wasn't just that she was anti-Semitic. Nobody had an issue with how anti-Semitic she was. The Daily Wire certainly did not have an issue with how anti-Semitic she was.
If Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine.
Yeah, Owen started raising eyebrows in 2019 when she seemingly defended Hitler's actions in Germany, citing nationalism. Raising eyebrows, that's the maximum amount of anti-Semitism you can do. Like, there is no... I can't comprehend how insane you have to be like, ooh, she started raising eyebrows when she defended Hitler. It's like, no, that's it. That is the maximum amount of anti-Semitism. You've maxed out. You have maxed out on anti-Semitism. There is no cap beyond that. Okay? Hitler is the historically the number one anti-Semite. Okay? That's it. And when you defend him, you are defending the number one anti-Semite. You have maxed out on your anti-Semitism. It's not an eyebrow-raising moment unless you are waiting for the more nefarious, secret suspicion that she might be, trigger warning, chat, I'm sorry I'm about to say this, she might be anti-Israel, which is truly terrifying. How does she not raise the eyebrows of Ben Shabibo? You want to know why? Because Ben Shapiro doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. As long as someone is pro-Israel, Ben Shapiro does not care. And that is not a suspicion of mine. I'm not speculating. He has literally tweeted it out before when defending Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter had said some, heinous shit about Jews, okay? Famously. And Ben Shapiro tweeted out the words, I don't care about Ann Coulter's anti-Semitism because she's pro-Israel. This is a tweet that's still out there, by the way. This is not like hidden. Ann Coulter's tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. At Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been. So I won't lose sleep. Make no mistake. Ben Shapiro has never given a single fuck about like anti-Semitism unless he can use it as a weapon to wield against those who criticize the state of Israel. Okay? There it is. Tweet's still up.
Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I mean, like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
A fierce defender of Kanye West, Owens dismissed the notion that West's 2022 tweets threatening the Jewish community were anti-Semitic. Dude, she is literally responsible. Like Kanye West is a whole ass adult. And he's, cultivated a group of sycophants around him and whatnot. And he definitely was mentally at his weakest point when someone like Candace Owens came in. But like, she is the most responsible figure for his radicalization. That's like not even I've been in this game for a very long time. Okay. I know how all of this happened because I was there. I was covering it actively.
If you are an honest person, you did not think this tweet was anti-Semitic. You did not think that he wrote this tweet because he hates or wants to genocide Jewish people. It's like you cannot even say.
Come on, man. He says he's going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. That's a crazy thing to say. Like what? Again, it's almost as maximum anti-Semitism as defending Adolf Hitler, which is something both Candace Owens and Kanye West has done. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Are you shadow banned on Instagram? I just created a new account to move from TikTok before a ban and I can't find it any other way via a direct link. Yes, I am. When you type my name, if you don't type my full name, You will literally find HasnAbi fan accounts on Instagram before you arrive at my account. Yeah, it's true. I've been shadow banned on Instagram for years. And it's not because I show too much meat, chatters. It's because I'm you know why I'm shadow banned on fucking Instagram. Come on.
The word Jewish.
The reason why I'm shadow banned on Instagram is the same reason why I'm on Stop Anti-Semitism's like award finalist for Anti-Semite of the Year. It's because I'm anti-Israel, okay? That's it.
Without people getting upset. Every person who speaks about Israel has to basically say a statement that's like, you know, I don't want to get killed. We don't have that about any other country in the world except for the one that, you know, took over ours. And that's the truth, okay? We are an occupied nation. Just like within all communities, there are gangs, right?
It's so crazy because like there are so many more overtly anti-Semitic things that Candace Owens has said throughout her entire career that you could point to. And then you still have to tie it back to like shit that she's saying, even if she's saying it in an anti-Semitic fashion, to criticisms of Israel. This is what is known as an own goal. Okay? You're dunking on yourself because the reality of the matter is, I know she's anti-Semitic. Okay? I know she's anti-Semitic. I'm pretty fucking tuned into what anti-Semitic dog whistles look like. And also, Candace Owens has gone way past the point of dog whistles in general. But when you say she's anti-Semitic because she's anti-Israel, you literally end up offering validity to anti-Semitism. Okay? Most people look at the situation and go, this is crazy. What the fuck is going on? Why can't we say shit about Israel? There are plenty of opportunities where you could turn around and point to Candace Owens being overtly anti-Semitic on its own, you know? Like saying that Mengele's experiments were fake or something. Like, that's it. That's super anti-Semitic. Saying that Adolf Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. That's anti-Semitic as fuck. Okay? But you still chose to point to like shit that she was saying about Israel. It hurts your cause, is what I'm saying.
Things conform, we understand this. What if that is what is happening right now in Hollywood? If there is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism?
Mazel tov, Candace. Yeah. Nice. What would your montage video have looked like if you won? Come on, dude. It's the one that like Diddy G was sending all over to every fucking news outlet that would listen. The one that Fox News digital team bid on and actually posted. It would be that 100%. Anyway, seems to me like Stop Anti-Semitism was so horny to give this award to another person of color that I was robbed, and someone who's actually anti-Semitic and anti-Israel won on accident. It's not fun looking at you play a video. What? I think a lot of people would disagree with you. Don't admit it, even if you're joking, bro. Don't admit what? You losing proves that Diddy G has no motion. I know. Yeah, this is. What is this? Do you see the Dan Bilzerian on Raw Talk with Bradley Martin? He was spitting some hard facts. The USA is occupied. What? Did you see the USS Liberty Vet thing? Yeah, Don Goku TV. I'm going to stop you real quick. Okay? Name one white anti-Semitic on YouTube that is trending or well known. I haven't seen any except Candace Owens. What? Are you insane? Dan Bilzerian is another fucking prominent leader in the anti-Semitic movement. But also, it's not even, it's not, like, there are so many anti-Semitic people who are fucking pro-Israel. What are you talking about? Hella white people. One of the most famous televangelists in the country that literally speaks at pro-Israel rallies. His name is Pastor John Hagee. Okay, you were called out on TikTok. What? No, I'm not going to look at that. Thought I got married on Friday 9 months early so we can get my wife health insurance. Genuinely scared about the Republicans repealing the ACA. Doesn't this tweet make it look like you're upset about Candace winning the award? It feels like you are defending her. No, I am upset about Candace winning the award. I should have won it. It was mine to win. You know? With the exception of Kanye West, I would have been up there with some goats. You know what I mean? They had a pretty solid run. They had a pretty solid run of just like simply posting people that are not anti-Semitic, but simply anti-Israel. You know, I'd be up there with the goats. I wrote my acceptance speech 2 years ago. But there's always next season, you know? This segment is a Clip Chimp gold mine. Yeah, I don't give a shit. So, the Dan Bilzerian thing, dude, you put that joke out there and the ADL will have a field day calling you anti-Semitic 1,000 times worse than currently. Chatter, I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. I'm going to be very honest with you. No one cares. Okay? It doesn't. No one cares. This is not. I think you're mistaken when you think that this has any sort of real motion, especially considering that the past year has been a lot of these institutions on high alert trying to fucking get me clapped off this platform. Brad's exact response to Dan denying the Holocaust was, yeah, I don't believe in anything the government says after COVID. We got to talk some sense into him. I saw one clip. The other chatter who was talking about like Dan Bilzerian is spitting truths. He's not. Okay. Anyone and everyone. Speaking of like combating actual anti-Semitism, I'll briefly broach this subject matter. Anyone and everyone that thinks that like Israel's existence is related to some like ancient Judaism, that Jews are monolithic in their approach to Israel, is wrong. In the simplest terms, they're just wrong. Okay? That's it. And I think it's gross that while there's an active genocide going on, especially of the Palestinian population, anti-Semitic people who are pro-Zionist and anti-Semitic people who are anti-Zionist do this handshake where they both say the exact same thing on different sides of the spectrum, where on the one hand, you have pro-Israel anti-Semites who are like, no, you don't understand, all Jews love Israel. It's like the most Jewish thing you can do. On the other hand, you have anti-Semites who are like, that's right, all Jews love Israel. It's the most Jewish thing you can do. Everything that Israel's doing is for Judaism. It's gross. But on the simplest terms, it's just incorrect. Okay? That's it. It's not a very complicated thing. The problem is with the likes of Dan Bilzerian getting more play, especially like, you know, going on Bradley Martin and whatnot. Okay? And preaching. Why is it incorrect? Why is what incorrect? The fact that it's all Jews love Israel and care about Israel, or what Israel is doing is representative of Judaism as a whole? No group of individuals operate with one mind. We're human beings, chatter. Are you Christian? If you are, do you agree with all other Christians? Do you think that like America invaded Iraq because of oil, or because they wanted to, you know, because they wanted to do Christianity related shit? Do you believe that your fellow American Christians also agree with the Iraq war and thought it was awesome? And also personally, every single American Christian also personally was like, yeah, we're doing this for Christianity. The reason why I'm asking you this is because a lot of people can understand their own background as unique. Sometimes they can't understand those that come from a different background. They can't comprehend that there is no monolithic understanding. Okay? Israel's existence is based on religion? No, it's not. Religion is simply a tool. And religion was simply a tool used by secular Zionists that wanted to bring other people to the cause. If anything, the religious existence was more so for the Christians than the Jews themselves. This is precisely the reason why there are plenty of Jews, Orthodox Jews, like the Neterai Karta, that actually look to the Torah and say there is no theological justification for Israel's existence yet. Okay? Israel's existence is not on the virtue of any sort of religious predisposition. Theodore Herzl, the godfather of Israel, is an atheist himself. It's for colonial conquest. That's it. It's land grabs. It's domination. It's control. Virtually every single country in the region, virtually every single country in that region, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, in the aftermath of the fall of the Ottoman Empire, all of that land that was controlled by the Ottoman Empire was partitioned deliberately by Western superpowers, whether it be the French colonialists or the English colonialists, that wanted to partition and create these nation states with one goal in mind: domination. They ensured that they cut across different borders and boundaries so that there were plenty of ethnic strife that existed, and they put their guys in positions of power. And in Palestine, they use that as a dumping ground for their settler colonial operation. That's it. And those issues still remain to this day. Okay? For Syria, it was the Alawites. For Jordan, it was directly a British monarch, a British-backed monarch that controls Jordan. It is not an accident that many of these countries were controlled by oftentimes Western-backed ethnic minorities. Some of them still do. Okay? That's it. The goal was to have permanent destabilization, which makes it easier to control. Okay? Permanent destabilization, which makes these countries easier to control. And also, that way, you can pick apart their natural resources with ease. As long as there is consistent ethnic and religious strife, then imperialism can continue. Then colonialism can continue. Okay? That's it. But yeah, where's that the one Dan Bilzerian snippet that went viral on Twitter? I just want to look at that one specifically because he brings up the Holocaust and starts questioning the Holocaust numbers or whatever. And that's like, that's it. That's the maximalist position. You're like, I think he starts off talking about like, you know, the reason why Dan Bilzerian is nefarious is because like, one, he already has a lot of like right-wing fans in general from being damn fucking Bilzerian, you know, kind of an asshole, but like this rich guy, right? Poker hero, whatever. And he's already a dickhead. But then recently he popped off because every now and again he would make these statements about Israel and Palestine, right? And the statements, if they were, if his statements were kept to like a 30-second snippet, sometimes it made sense. Because you can be an anti-Semite and still be capable of making a valid critique about Israel's actions. But the next 30 seconds usually was the most important part because he would immediately talk about why he believed Israel was doing this, and he would turn it back to Judaism and not only the Torah but the Talmud. This is a ancient Talmudic understanding of what how the Jews are. Okay. It is akin to saying every Christian is like the Westboro Baptist Church. It is akin to saying every Muslim is ISIS. When you point to, and sometimes Nazis love doing this, when you point to like random fucking, Kahanis or whatever, and be like, this is what every Jew thinks. This is how every Jew operates. It's just pure anti-Semitism. Okay?
Why are they so protected? And it's like, okay, you know, the Holocaust, that's what everybody points to. That's why they're so protected. And then you start looking at the numbers of the Holocaust, and it's bullshit. Like it's bullshit. And they revise the figures. It's not like some crazy conspiracy.
This is one of the craziest things that people do because it's like the most studied atrocity. Like straight up. Like it's not a secret, man. I mean, you're relying on people's lack of knowledge and inherent distrust of institutions to make this fucking argument, to say that like this insanely well documented atrocity at this point in 2024 is actually real suspicious, real sneaky. I don't really understand what's going on. It's like there's plenty you don't fucking understand. Okay?
Conspiracy. They said 4 million people died in Auschwitz, and then they literally revised it and said it was more like 1.1 to 1.5 million. Well, it's like, how can you be that far off? It's like less than half of what you said. It's a quarter of what you said, or, you know, or like a third.
I think he's just talking about Auschwitz, but no, I think the final number is 6 million Jews specifically. It's much larger than that overall. But if you're talking about how many Jews were slaughtered in the Holocaust, it's 6 million, not 4. And what's really sorry. What's really interesting about this is that Dan Bilzerian is saying this, and he's a pretty prominent Armenian man. So, as a prominent Armenian American, I think he probably knows very well when people deny genocides. You know? That's what makes it crazy to me, is that what he's doing right now for the Holocaust is exactly what you learn in school in Turkey about the Armenian genocide, that it's like not real.
What you said, and then you start looking at like just the math on this stuff. Like the math doesn't math. Like you cannot cremate that many bodies. You'd be cremating those bodies for hundreds of years. Not to mention, like, gas chambers are not like an effective, efficient way to kill people. And these are the Germans. These are the guys.
He didn't deny it. What do you mean? Yes, dude. It's called Holocaust revisionism. It's a subtle denial. It's a way to brush the subject matter with plausible deniability. Are we really doing this? This is like literally combating anti-Semitism 101. Like, hello? Yeah. It's not even subtle, for the record. I don't think it's subtle, but maybe for people who are just like completely. He said it's over exaggerated. Yes, it's called Holocaust revisionism. There's an entire fucking field of study dedicated to this as well. Yeah.
Guys that have the best tanks, the best fighter jets, the best technology of anybody in the world. And they're going to put a wooden door on a gas chamber. They're going to, just think about the logistics of it. If you just want to kill, whatever, say 5-6 million people, you're not going to march 100 of them into a shower at a time, gas them, wait for the gas to release, then put all those people in wheelbarrows, wheel them out, dig them out. Like, think about the time it would take. Like,
so do you think that none of it happened?
I think that they were not death camps. And when and the Red Cross went in there and they
he's literally pointing to like very famous instances of propaganda. Like, this is something that the Red Cross, it was originally the Nazi Red Cross that went in and were like, oh, these are just like regular camps. Like, these are internment camps. We need to keep them. We need to keep some of these people locked away. These are criminals. Then the International Red Cross went in to a Theresienstadt ghetto, and the Red Cross, this is something we talked about yesterday, ironically enough. It was considered a model ghetto for deceiving the International Committee of Red Cross representatives about the ongoing Holocaust and the Nazi plan to murder all Jews. The Nazified German Red Cross visited a ghetto in 1943 and filed the only accurate report on the ghetto, describing overcrowding and undernourishment. Okay? In 1944, the ghetto was beautified in preparation for a delegation from the International Committee of Red Cross and the Danish government. The delegation visited on the 23rd of June. ICRC delegate Maurice Rosell wrote a favorable report on the ghetto and claimed that no one was deported from Theresienstadt. On April 1945, another ICRC delegation was allowed to visit the ghetto despite the contemporaneous liberation of other concentration camps and continued to repeat Rossell's erroneous findings. The SS turned over the ghetto to the ICRC on the 2nd of May, several days before the end of the war. Not only did these guys actually actively fucking document the overwhelming majority of the people that they slaughtered. Why the fuck should they have even documented it? They don't give a shit. They're just mass killing. Do you understand? It's the same as looking at. It's no different than looking at the accurate assessment from the Palestinian Health Ministry of all of the people that have been meticulously logged as killed by Israeli rockets or Israeli gunfire specifically. That's where that like 40 to 50,000 number comes from. There are hundreds of thousands totaling in deaths that have been caused by the ongoing siege. And yet this is all meticulously calculated. Okay? You have to understand, Israel denies that shit, where they go, nah, they're all terrorists, or those numbers are wrong. They do the same exact atrocity denial and propaganda that many do, like Dan Bilzerian is doing right here against the Holocaust. Şu kapıyı kapatır mısın? 3'te. Saul. And you have to remember, they're mass slaughtering all Jews. It is wild that they took this many meticulous data points to begin with. Like, it's already unique that they were already calculating, like, and had direct names and identification papers for like millions of Jews that they had killed. Okay?
They did their assessment. They said 280,000 Jews or 271,000 Jews died in Auschwitz. And it was mostly from typhus and mostly from malnutrition. And you look at, like, you know, the only gas they had in the walls, which that gas stays in the walls forever, was Zygon B. And Zygon B is to kill typhus. That's not like what you use to kill people. And so you start looking at this stuff and you're just like, yeah, obviously Jews died in World War II, but like you're talking about a war where like 80 million people died. And you're also talking about like, you know, the communist.
Yeah, Count Bernadette of the Swedish Red Cross felt so much shame at not pushing back against the Nazi propaganda that he went to Palestine during the Nakba at the request of the Jews. However, he refused to spread pro-Israel propaganda and reported honestly on the what he saw. The Stern Gang assassinated him for it. I didn't know that happened. Is this Holocaust denial? Is this what I came into today? Yes, this is straightforward, very aggressive Holocaust denial. And the problem with this kind of shit is that a guy like Bradley Martin, or even many of you, are probably going to not be equipped enough to like debate these points. That's the problem with fucking Nazis. That's the problem with anti-Semites in general. You have to be a historian of the Holocaust, because it's so easy to just lie, and it's so difficult to reconstruct the truth when someone is just straight up lying. This is part of the problem with platforming people who enter the conversation, enter the fray with a bunch of different cultural touch points. Like, oh, Dave Bilzerian, he's like this crazy guy, he's a poker guy, whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's like straightforward, unfettered, unrestricted Holocaust denial.
Communists, which we sided with, you know, prior to that was the Bolshevik communist, you know, revolution, and they killed like 30 million Christians right, just during that alone.
That also is another sussy ass fucking take. They killed 30 million Christians. Whenever I hear about like the Armenian genocide being presented from the perspective of like, oh, it's the Ottoman Turks that killed the Armenians because they're Christian, okay? And then they turn around and say like, oh, they killed the Russians because they're Christian. Yeah, you're like a fucking Christian nationalist type of Nazi, okay? It's a very specific type of Nazi. Like, no, these atrocities were not conducted against Christianity, okay? Ridiculous.
And those are the people we sided with, like, and that was 84% Jewish. So, you know, the Bolshevik Revolution was 84%.
Can I be honest? I'm happy you're speaking on this, but lately it feels very much like you continue to defend your anti-Semitism instead of focusing on defend my anti-Semitism instead of focusing on the Palestinian genocide, as well as promoting organizing for your followers. I think it's very clear you're not anti-Semitic, and I don't feel like you have to keep defending yourself. Are you fucking stupid? This is like a clip that's going viral about like pure Holocaust denial. It's something that I do care about. You know what I mean? That's insane.
Jewish, and they mass murdered Christians, and nobody talks about that. Why don't they talk about that genocide? They only talk about 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews. And that 6 million figure was used like 256 times in newspapers, you know, New York Times, all these reputable newspapers before World War II even started. It was 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews.
Wait, what?
Like,
that's not the fuck. If anything, if you want to talk about the fucking incompetence of mainstream press, especially in the West, they said the exact opposite. They were like, come on, Hitler's just joshing about the anti-Semitism stuff. They literally glazed Hitler, dude. What are you talking about? You fucking idiot. They straight up were like, Hitler's just memeing about the anti-Semitism. He's not serious about that shit. He's just trying to win over the German folk. What the fuck? 2025 is the year of prove your lie, where when someone is accused of lying and tries to defend by demanding proof, the counter argument is that they have to prove their lie to support it. Yeah, most people, ironic that he's complaining about talking about Jewish casualties and completely discards the Roma Sinti people. Yeah, or many number of, or any number of different like victims of the Holocaust that spanned, like it was what the total number is like 12 million or 14 million. 6 million is the number of Jewish people that were killed. Were the Holocaust deniers when it was happening like what was happening today in Gaza? Or was it widely accepted that it was happening? Dude, there was no internet. What are you talking about? You think the average person in the Western world knew that there was like straight up concentration camps like filled, slammed with like Jewish people? No, they just didn't. Most people didn't fucking know what the hell was going on. Most people didn't know what the hell was going on in general. Not just the Holocaust, but just in general. Like the media was infinitely more centralized and more controlled than it is now. It was only after the liberation of the camps where the Western world knew and not even the full scope of the atrocities, but like started developing a better understanding of some of the atrocities. It took years and years of calculation, years and years of meticulously searching through the data to get a full assessment, a full autopsy of the atrocity that took place. The only difference is you could say that like the average German person knew and just like looked the other way, didn't care about it. I understand that argument. But as far as like random Americans in like Missouri, I don't think they fucking There's tons of reports from the Red Army about how they were all baffled at the inhumanity, even after them just being invaded by the Germans. Yeah. Like, there are reports of generals and other people that, like, reported on the conditions of these camps and, like, what was going on. And people were like, that's insane. You're exaggerating. We have a war to win. You know, that type of shit. Yeah, a lot of people that even heard about it were like, come on. And I think that is partially because, you know, it's one, the atrocities were so insane. And two, you don't have like the level of information dissemination that you do now with like the internet. And make no mistake, there are people who know exactly what the fuck is going on in Gaza. You have direct access nowadays to a person that is existing under a genocidal occupation, a person that can escape this genocide. I've had a genocide survivor on the stream, Motaz Azaiza. Not only is a genocide survivor, but he filmed it. Like, he filmed it. He was responsible for showing it to the rest of the world. And yet people still don't give a shit. Or those who give a shit can only fight for so long. And it seems like regardless of the fact that people do give a shit, regardless of the fact that people do care and people do protest against it, our governments don't care. The appetite that our governments historically have had for death and destruction is much higher than the average person.
Like, and then you look at the Census Bureau, and there's more Jews 2 years after World War II than there was before.
Once again, this right here is also exactly what people who defend Israel say. Yeah. Oh, wow. I can't believe there was more Jewish people in America. Wow. That's crazy that the Nazis were not able to come to the United States of America and steal our Jews. How shocking. How shocking to me that Jewish people kept, having children throughout the process. That's crazy, man. For the record, this is exactly what people fucking say about both the Nakba and when they're engaging in like genocide denial of the Palestinians. They're like, there's more Palestinians now than there ever were before. I guess it's not a genocide. So that's why I always say it's like it's a handshake between anti-Semites on both sides. You got pro-Israel anti-Semites and you got anti-Israel anti-Semites. They're both fascist. They're just fascists for different groups. One is an anti-Jewish fascist. Jews are the outgroup in their ideology, Dan Bilzerian. And for others, they are anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim fascists, usually Islamophobic fascists. So Jews are the in-group in that situation, and the out-group are, Muslims and maybe anyone and everyone that is against the nation-state of Israel.
Right. So like the numbers don't make any sense. And also, look, I'm Armenian. They killed half my people, and Israel, denies that genocide. But yet, if you even question their genocide,
wait. Interesting enough. All manner of the genocide denial that he engaged in, the Turkish government engages in as well. What's really interesting about this also is that, I wonder why Israel would deny the Armenian genocide. Perhaps the reason why they would deny the Armenian genocide is because, one, Turkey is a trade partner, a very valuable, very important trade partner. He's lying. No, Israel for the longest time did not recognize the Armenian genocide, okay? This is 100%. This is 100% a fact. And I don't think that they're still partial about it. Okay? And neither did the United States of America until recently. The reason why they don't, the reason why they didn't, is because the Armenian genocide is quite similar in many ways to what Israel is conducting. Yeah, this is just a committee, not an official state pronouncement. Yeah, it makes sense. Azerbaijan and Turkey are big partners to Israel. I think there are 2 cities in Israel that recognize it. Anyway. Why has Israel not yet recognized the Armenian genocide? Religious affairs. Have Israel's diplomatic, military, and economic concerns trumped its moral imperative? From the Jerusalem Post. So yeah, interestingly enough, this man has no issue denying the Holocaust. Okay, questioning the numbers, claiming that it was 60,000 people only. It's fucking ridiculous. While simultaneously he's like, well, you know, Israel denies the Armenian genocide. It's like, okay, investigate that a little bit further. You know, you are descendant of genocide survivors of the Armenian genocide. Investigate that a little bit further, maybe. Examine that. Wonder why.
Quote unquote. In Germany, you'll go to jail. There was a woman that just died in jail recently because she was around during World War II.
Yeah. Yeah. She was a Holocaust denier and she was alive during the Holocaust. Yeah, she was a fucking Nazi, dude. What do you mean? Yeah. Hello? Even the other Nazis knew not to openly be like, yeah, the Holocaust is fake. So they could go and become fucking NATO generals. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I can't believe it. This Nazi witnessed the Holocaust and denied it till the day she died. She could have just done what the rest of the leadership in Western Germany did, which was, okay, we won't like openly deny the Holocaust and openly deny the genocide. And then we can still run the country and even, you know, become active participants in America's imperialism by joining the ranks of NATO.
She saw what happened. She said, you know, they didn't mass murder these Jews. Like, I saw it. This didn't happen. They locked her in jail and they said, you can get out of jail if you just acknowledge that this happened. And she refused to do it. She literally died in jail. This is like a 90-year-old woman or whatever. And, you know, you look at like the people that acknowledged this and they were like, you know, they got confessions from these people via torture. They were like crushing their nuts. They're doing all these torture things. And those are the people that confessed to this crime. So, and this started becoming more apparent with what's going on in Israel. Like they said, people were, you know, made into lampshades and soap. And they acknowledged that was all lies. And then you look at what Israel said for October 7th, beheaded babies, babies in ovens. They come up with all this stuff that sounds really horrific. And it was all mass rapes.
Why is Bradley not pushing back at all? Because the average person has no understanding. Even an educated person is going to have a fucking hard time. That's why it's better to not talk to these motherfuckers at all. Do you not understand? Everybody thinks that they would, if they were to talk to an out and about, straightforward anti-Semite like this, they would pop off. Bradley is hard spec'd into weightlifting. He doesn't know shit about this. Exactly. He has no capacity to fucking deal with this shit, which is why I always say it's like flat earthers, man. Which is, you know, innocuous. It's not as like significant or severe as like straightforward denial of the Holocaust, which is like the maximalist anti-Semitic position. But like flat earthers have their own set of rules. They have their own set of standards. They have their own set of facts. You have to literally vigorously interrogate all of that, figure it out, learn it, know what the counters are to be able to have a normal conversation with a fucking flat earther. Okay? That's it. That's the problem. I'm using like a silly example so you understand, like even a silly thing, even a silly conspiracy, even if it's a silly ass fucking conspiracy, there is an entire world that they've crafted, an entire world of lies that they've crafted. Okay? So it's very difficult to parse through all of that and just and actively push back against this. Because as I've always said, it's relatively easy to just straight up lie, especially if you're confident. Okay? Very easy to lie. Very hard to dispel these lies. That's it.
All the stuff was all bullshit. And then so you start seeing it's like these people have such a pattern of lying. And then you look at the media. The media's lied to us, like during COVID. Like how many times we get lied to?
Yeah, and then he ties it to like something that Bradley also was like suspicious about. And boom, the circle is complete. Oh, well, you know, well, the media lies about COVID. And then you're like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I trust
you. COVID was the thing that originally made me be like, I don't know if I believe anything that the government's ever said about
Yeah, there you go. And the circle is complete. Is packaged, clipped, and fucking shipped. Oh, bro got his haircut in a GTA barbershop. I feel like Nazis and flat earthers are the easiest people to debate. My brother turned into a tanky anti-vax incel that is stressful. Wait, what? A tanky? What are you saying? If people are confused, go explain to a person obsessed with the drones that they're showing you a video of an airplane. Yeah. Every one of these theories is a set of facts that sounds really convincing if you don't understand it. If there was a flat earther speaking unchecked to your chat, at least some will fall for it. 100%. This is why it's better to just not offer any fucking platform to people like this. Straight up. I know people will say like, oh, well, you know, you're censorious, but it's like the ultimate goal of an anti-Semite, the ultimate goal of a Nazi is not actually to have a reasonable conversation and have their opinions be challenged. Their ultimate goal is to just sneak as many fucking anti-Semitic takes in there as possible with the hopes that they can get some members of your community or some people who are listening to be on board, to be cynical, to get on board with the things that they're advocating for. What's the statement? It's like they enjoy the lie, okay? They enjoy it. They enjoy the act of lying because maybe some of them know that they're lying and it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Motherfucker Fauci lied continuously on national TV and all the legacy news outlets did the exact same thing. It's possible to not trust the government while not believing it's a depopulation plot. What are you talking about? Like, what did Antonio Fauci deliberately lie to the American public? Or did epidemiologists of all different backgrounds universally tasked with like combating a novel pandemic, a novel virus that was ripping through every fucking developed country and also undeveloped nations as well. They were tasked with defending the public. And they were trying to do their very best. I personally think most people in positions of power like that have this delicate balance that they have to take. They can't just say, you know, this is not that big of a deal, because then people won't take it seriously and then more people will die, as they did in the United States of America. Okay? And the only times where like Antonio Fauci is saying, take me down, I can't take the heat. Okay. That's why you saw so many. What's crazy is so many of the things these conspiracies were so broad, so fucking widespread that you had people literally dying with a ventilator shoved down their fucking throats, who in their dying breath still thought COVID was fake, and it's just killing them. It sucks. But people basically were just of one mind, where they're like, no, this is an invisible thing. I don't believe it. I don't care. I will not take the necessary precautions. And no matter what happens, it happens. Okay? Anyway, here, this is when the camps were being liberated by the Soviet army. When I entered the barrack, I saw living skeletons lying on 3-tiered bunks. As in fog, I hear my soldiers saying, "You are free, comrades." I sense that they do not understand us and begin speaking to them in Russian, Polish, German, Ukrainian dialects. Unbuttoning my leather jacket, I show them my medals. Then I use Yiddish. Their reaction is unpredictable. They think I am provoking them. They begin to hide. And only when I say to them, "Do not be afraid. I am a colonel of the Soviet army and a Jew. We have come to liberate you." Finally, as if the barrier collapsed, they rushed towards us shouting, fell on their knees, kissed the flaps of our overcoats, and threw their arms around our legs. And we could not move, stood motionless, while unexpected tears ran down our cheeks. To the extent that we can access the Red Army's views, it is through memoirs and letters. Vasily Gromadsky, an officer of the 60th Army, offered this description. I realized that they were prisoners and not workers, so I called out, "You are free, come out." They began rushing towards us in a big crowd. They were weeping, embracing us, kissing us. I felt a grievance on behalf of mankind that these fascists had made such a mockery of us. It roused me and all the soldiers to go and quickly destroy them and send them to hell. Fake letters? Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, you're right. Millions of people encountered this. Like millions. Tens of millions of people have direct lineage that they can trace back to the camps. Like hundreds of millions of people were touched by this in some meaningful fashion. But it's all fake. You know? It's all fake. It's all made up. It's the greatest makeup of all time. Like, it's just like the dumbest argument of all time, man. It's the dumbest fucking argument of all time. It's so stupid. Everything is a lie mentality is so stupid. Yes, the government has lied in the past. They've also told the truth because the government is like a million different people and always conflicting and shifting interests. Yeah. And one of the things that I always said during the pandemic, especially with the vaccine rollout, was always that like the American government is not interested in all of the Americans dying, okay? They're interested in making sure that Americans, the ones that do work, can continue going back to work. They don't want to cripple they don't want to cripple their economy. This is precisely the reason why, much like cattle, they were very open to immediately supercharging vaccine rollout and getting everyone inoculated as fast as possible. Okay? Because they wanted you to get back to work. Also, all the wealthy people in positions of power literally skipped the line to get the vaccine before you. Why would they do that? Just because the government lies actively with regular frequency and the media always is there to offer validity to said lies doesn't mean that they're lying in every single individual instance. Okay? It's very frustrating. You didn't address this schizo chatter point of depopulation? What do you mean? What was the point of depopulation? What? Boo-hoo, lol? What do you mean? What insane thing did I not mention? Holocaust revisionism is why I didn't learn my extended family that didn't migrate was in the camps because Sephardi's weren't in the Holocaust, just Euro Jews. Meanwhile, somewhere my father has stacks of books on the Holocaust. Revisionism is so fucking deep. Oh, chatter said the government wants to do depopulation, you know, of white people. Yeah, that's really stupid. Why the fuck would the government want to depopulate its own labor force, man? What are you talking about? And why would they especially want to depopulate the most servile, the ones that like actually do, the ones that actually aren't cynical of these fake government narratives about how the vaccines are good for you? You know what I mean? It's so stupid. I mean, does the government lie about everything? They just tell the truth about communism? Yeah. Those people love when the government tells the truth about socialism, you know? That's why all the free thinkers happen to agree with basically like the overwhelming majority of prevailing narratives that come from the media about the dangers of socialism. It's great. Yeah. There's selective skepticism. Yeah, there's selective skeptics for sure. That's precisely the reason why they go, Bill Gates wants to microchip people to make them autistic and gay. But then they turn around and actually say they love Elon Musk, in spite of the fact that Elon Musk is literally the #1 billionaire on the planet, the wealthiest one, the most powerful, and is actively working to put a chip in your fucking brain. It's crazy. Anyway, Trump has attended the Army-Navy football game, but I don't really care about that much. Let's get back to the fucking drones, baby. Speaking of narratives, it's drone time, baby. But I guess, in terms of Israel, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump made it clear in private conversations the annexation of areas in the West Bank is off the table. People familiar with the matter indicated, yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll see about that. All right.
Calls for action about those reported drone sightings over the Northeast. New York's governor adding her voice after sightings forced a temporary shutdown at an international airport, saying this has gone too far. ABC's Phil Lipoff joins us now with more. Phil, good morning.
Hey, Wick, good morning. There are two real main problems here. First, the sightings continue daily. And then the federal government, according to many local politicians and a lot of residents, still hasn't defined who's flying these drones and why. More questions than answers this morning.
Look at it.
Frustration building with each new drone sighting across the Northeast.
And seems like there's multiple drones all over this airport tonight, man.
The FAA forced to slow traffic at Stewart International Airport Friday night north of New York City because of multiple reports of drone sightings in the area. Overnight, Mayor Eric Adams saying his team is taking the reports of drones in the region seriously.
We're going to have an immediate response. We're getting ready to check. We're getting ready to look into some new innovative ways of, if need be, to take down drones with the proper permission from the FAA.
And New York's Governor Kathy Hochul saying this has gone too far, demanding that the Biden administration step in by directing additional federal law enforcement to New York and the surrounding area. In Ocean County, New Jersey, the Sheriff's Department launching its own industrial drone after numerous reports of sightings in the area. One deputy reporting roughly 50 drones coming in over the ocean.
The facts are that they are very big objects in the sky. The fact is nobody, that's just concerning to us, is nobody has seen them land or take off.
Reports of drones flying near a naval weapons station in New Jersey as well.
And I did talk to the commander there. His men are seeing it right there at the base. Are you kidding me? A munitions depot of that caliber, and these drones are hovering in close proximity to it.
I really think is like the ones that are like near military bases, I think are just like regular people, regular Americans that are, you know, either podcast brained or whatever, and they're just trying to figure out what's going on in the military base, or just like people fucking around. That's what I think. Because, like, are you sure of that? Yes, I am. You want to know why? You want to know why I think that? I'm of the mindset that there are probably, like, drone swarms that were seen by regular citizens who lost their fucking minds that were most likely experimental technology. Okay? But then, outside of that, there are drones everywhere. Like, you could just buy drones. Like, I don't know how to explain this to people. Like, if you go to Best Buy, you could buy fucking drones, okay? And my assessment of the situation is that, like, there are plenty of people who will take those drones. There are plenty of people who take those drones and just, like, fly them around military bases or wherever they want to fly it around. Okay? And oftentimes the bases will take them down. Like, understandably. These aren't Best Buy drones. How are you? You're not. First of all, when you say that, I don't think we're having the same conversation because you don't know what we're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? How do you know? Especially when half the imagery that people are pointing to saying these are drones or aliens are just straight up regular fucking flights, commercial airliners, or delivery airliners. The best way to find out about other drones are using other drones. Hobbyists are probably having a field day wanting to figure out what these mysterious drones are, hence adding to more drones to the sky. Yeah. I think that there are a lot of people who are just like ripping their personal drones now, and that's freaking people out even more. And we've seen it over and over again. We've seen it in the news coverage of people being like, I'm a former policeman. I now have a podcast where I cover unexplained aerial phenomena. And, I put my drone out there the other night to investigate. And it's like, bro, you just freaked out 10 extra people. You know what I mean? When you did that.
So on a call with reporters, officials from a wide range of agencies, including the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the FAA, a Joint Chiefs of Staff official confirmed those drone sightings near the naval station that you just saw, but added that they do not believe they are from a foreign actor or have malicious intent. Still, so many have this question, Janae, as to how do you know that?
So many questions, Phil. I'm saying this with a smile. Phil, thanks to you, but Whit is going to be out digging more into this story to try to get some answers. He's going to be playing a little bit of Mulder and Scully. Right. But no, you are going to be
getting to the files.
Yes, because so many people are talking about it, so it's a big.
Something I'd like to point out, at least 12 people were arrested between August 2016 and September 2016, the height of the clown panic, that year for staging or reporting fake clown sightings. Yeah. Drones are, for the most part, unregulated. You're required to register some with the FAA, but not all. And laws vary between states. While some sightings are people misidentifying aircraft and helicopters, others are likely people exploiting the media panic for personal reasons. Or people that are a part of the panic, people that saw the media panic and whipped up themselves in a frenzy and now are investigating. That's what it is. Like, I think that there are a lot of people, like, and I am not saying that there aren't like experimental drones that people saw, okay, drone swarms or whatever that people saw that freaked them out. Okay? But I think while that might have been the inception point, for some people, this story has grown out of control. And now, because of the story becoming massively, massively popular, the way that Americans operate, they're now literally going, oh, dude, there's drones everywhere. Holy shit. There's something crazy going on. And then we take it one step further and people go, oh, it's a government psyop. It's got to be a government psyop. Even then, if you want to avoid going through a manufacturer for privacy reasons, assembling a drone isn't difficult. There are instructions for building DIY drones on YouTube, personal blogs, etc. Exactly. Panics like this are a good barometer to test out how rumors spread through the media. One of the misconceptions about Orson Welles' 1938 war, the world's broadcast, is that it created a nationwide panic for the night it was broadcast. There were localized panics in parts of New Jersey as people called local switchboards to verify the authenticity of the broadcast. Few people believed aliens were attacking, though a decent number thought it might be a news bulletin relaying info about a German attack. In the aftermath of the broadcast, newspapers inflated claims of a belief in the Mars attacks narrative because they were in competition with radio broadcasters. The panic was far bigger than anything that happened that night. It pointed towards the media as a vector of disinformation, something that has become all too common today. If you present a sensational claim, odds are many media outlets will credulously report it without bothering to do any due diligence. Put another way, everything you read, see, and hear is information warfare. Is the media colluding with law enforcement to distract people from the real events going on in the world? I don't think that there is a direct collaborative effort here to like shift your attention away in the way that this account, Robert Skvarla, is maybe even subtly hinting to. They do this. They certainly do this in times of need. Make no mistake. The media absolutely plays a role in justifying atrocities. The media actually plays a role in... Hasan, no shot, you actually tweeted that shit? What shit? The media actively plays a role in justifying certain atrocities. The media actively plays a role in legitimizing certain actions that the State Department is taking. But ultimately, I don't know, like, I don't think the Satanic Panic, for example, in the early 90s was born out of some psyop need. I think the Satanic Panic was organic. The media is obsessed with if it bleeds, it leads narratives, and this is one of those things. That's it. We're not... Stop. You're shaking the whole table. Well, you're the one who brought her over here. Kaya, place. Come on. Get up there. Yeah, or 1930s, I believe, the Orson Welles one. Anyway. Down. You're being a bad girl. Anyway. Is the camera shaking? Is it just me? No, Marat was just petting. Marat was just petting Kaya. Anyway. And now it seems like it's coming to Germany. Let's go. Unidentified drones spotted over U.S. airbase in Germany, report says. The problem with a lot of this, the problem with a lot of these stories is that, like, you know, people, it's monkey see, monkey do. Okay? So there's a likelihood that this could just be opportunists, or this could be foreign adversaries taking advantage of the chaos. But this happens all the time, for the record. Make no mistake. This has happened before. People have reported on this before. The issue is, now it's a massive story. It's becoming like it's bubbling up, and it's becoming like a real story. And when mainstream media starts reporting on it, then all of a sudden it turns into a valid claim. It's no longer something that like a bunch of random psychos are putting forward. Now it's a real valid thing that is occurring. Anyway, I don't think it's I don't think that this is like a significant conspiracy that like adversaries are actually doing drone swarms on U.S. soil. I think that my assessment of it is, I think it was because of the ready availability of drones, and because of how difficult it is for the normal human eye to figure out, especially in the night sky, what is a drone and what is actually a helicopter, or what is just like a commercial airliner, that there is mass chaos and confusion. And I think the inception point might have been like experimental drones that some defense contractors were working on. I think now the story is just instilling mass psychosis in Americans that are readily available to believe certain things. And that is creating even more drones that are flying in the air because there's opportunists who want to like freak people out. But more importantly, there are other people who are freaked out that have their own drones, and now they're flying their fucking drones. So given the ready availability of drones in general, I think that it's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible to say that this is like all, foreign adversaries or whatever. And no, I will not let Maras speak on it, chat. Come on.
On Saturday, the FBI and the
He can't publicly speculate on shit like this. What is wrong with you?
Department of Homeland Security reported on the early findings of their investigation into the slew of mysterious drone sightings in New Jersey and other states over the last couple of weeks. With residents and local officials...
I feel like you aren't a subject matter expert. Are you a subject matter expert? I'm not. I'm not a subject matter expert in most things. I'm just exercising critical thinking, okay? That's it. It's not like a superpower. It's just something that I try to instill in other people as well. With regular frequency. The problem here is, you know who else is not a subject matter expert? The random fucking cop that says, oh, I saw a drone and I got fearful. But the difference is, they treat him as though he is a subject matter expert in this situation. Do you understand? He has institutional authority. So you are predisposed to believing him because you think he has first-hand accounts, and because he's a cop, you think, oh, he probably knows what he's talking about. We forget that our institutions across the board are not infallible. Our institutions across the board are run by fucking dumbasses. Look at the Bellevue mayor. Look at the congressional hearings that took place and how mad the New Jersey congresspersons were. And then you have the other problem. You have the problem on the other side. People that don't believe experts anyway. People that don't believe official organs of authority, official organs of communication. They don't believe it. And immediately assume the contrarian position. If the government is saying this, it must be fake. And then you have people who think, oh, this is a distraction. This is a distraction for this and that. This is a distraction away from Gaza. It's a distraction. A deliberately crafted conspiracy to make people forget about Luigi Mangione or some shit. And no, I don't think it's that. Especially because Americans are so fucking stupid. And the way that the media cycle works, especially with TikTok and especially with social media now, is that there's already a finite amount of time that people can pay attention to a single news story anyway. They don't need to do anything to move on to the next thing. Sometimes it's kismet. Sometimes things just get together, okay? And our pattern recognition focused minds end up thinking that there is this broad, grand conspiracy. There must be some reason for why it's happening. When it just happens to be a perfect scenario. And I'll give you the best example, going back to the United Healthcare CEO killer, Luigi Mangione, 286. Okay, you're right, alleged. Moran said alleged. Alleged CEO killer. Okay, 286. The Bible verse for 286. The Pokemon that he had on his account was a 286 Pokemon. He was following 286 people. What does this mean? It must be a real conspiracy. And the thing is, the problem is like what you're doing is assigning value to a number and hyper focusing on that number. And you're basically, I mean, this is like early signs of schizophrenia, for the record. Like, this kind of numerical pattern recognition is yeah, Murat said, or becoming a Swiftie. Altoona is 286 miles from Midtown Manhattan. The denial code for insurance is 286. And sometimes it's just, you know, it just happened to be like that. Okay? Oh, this is the one, yeah. Ensure. You're believing a guy who wrote ensure denial code. A German guy. He's posted 286 times, bro. Altoona is 286 miles away from Midtown Manhattan. What does this mean? Yeah. Yeah, look, his cousin is following 286 people. If you don't see the connection, you are the insane one here. Yes, you're right. I am insane for not thinking that this is, not thinking that there's a pattern here. Everybody wants to be in on a secret. Everybody wants to be in on a secret that nobody else has been able to figure out. Everybody also wants to, like, have a neat little narrative that is perfectly wrapped with a bow that explains everything. Everyone wants to believe that there is, like, some grand conspiracy behind everything that's going on. And I think sometimes it makes people lose sight of, like, very simple pattern recognition that is unfolding right in front of their eyes. Okay? Better is the poor that walketh in his uprightness. That's the best part. With the Bible. Hit him with the Bible quote. Yeah, you lose sight of the forest because you're hyper-focused on the trees, dude. What is it? Bible verse 286. That's the first thing that comes up on Google as well, but it's not. Blessed you shall be when you come out. When you go out, the Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before they face. No, this is not the one. You wanted in on the secret about the Mexican wood elves? Yeah, I didn't believe that duendes are real, dude. What are you talking about? Proverbs 286. Better is the poor that walketh in his uprightness than that he is perverse in his ways, though he be rich. Better is the poor who walks in his integrity than he who is crooked, though he be rich. I'm scared. Not because we arrived at this, like, secret conspiracy. I'm scared that so many people are just, like, genuinely fucking looking at all this stuff and breaking their brains. They're looking too hard. Here, this is a great Nick Mullen bit
okay.
about conspiracies, okay? It's the best. It's so good.
It's funny. I think about it. That's probably where my conspiratorial thinking started. Was when I was a young boy at the public pool. Because you remember that? You remember going to the pool? There would always be like a teacher's pet kid that was like, you know, if you pee in the pool, there's a chemical in the water that turns your pee red, and the lifeguard will see it and they'll send you to jail, right? And then you're like, oh my God, no, I don't want to go to jail. I'm 6. I can't. I'll be raped. I can't be a 6-year-old in jail.
So you think there's nothing to this? I don't know. On the spectrum, too many coincidences for my taste. There is the answer. I think I get it now. There is no coincidence whatsoever. There we go. We lost another one. We lost another one. Even in the process of me dismissing these fucking idiotic claims, we lost another one. What do you think is more likely? That a dude who's at the age of 26, okay, fuck the 8, 2 and 6. Luigi Mangione is 26 years old. What happens when you're 26? You lose your parents' health care, okay? Dude has a fucking back surgery. It fucks his life up. He posts on Reddit all the goddamn time. He fucks off to Japan for a couple months. His friends don't know where the fuck he is. And he's actively radicalized by the recovery process. And in that process, he develops an understandable resentment that seemingly virtually every single American that is not like Jake Tapper or a CNN commentator or a New York Times op-ed writer understood immediately, only seconds after it took place. All people needed to know was the name of the victim or the profession of the victim. They knew that he was a CEO of a healthcare company, and everyone was like, oh, I know what happened here. I wonder why everyone so quickly understood exactly what the fuck was going on. That's it. That's it. It doesn't need to be that much more insane. Not just Americans, the entire Western world, like it's insane. I know. Bad take. I'm already digging up the silver bars in my backyard to buy 286 coin, and I'm going to the drone parade. Absolutely think there's nothing to 286, but him putting words on the bullet really does fuck with your head a little because it's so extra. I don't think it's that extra. Yeah, he wanted... Dude, this wasn't like a random guy that he killed. He very clearly had a hit in mind. He very clearly had a target in mind. A healthcare CEO. It seems like he was aware of the United Healthcare being one of the worst. One of the worst at denials. Okay, allegedly. Like, he very clearly had intention behind what he was doing. Maybe not the best writer. You know, I'm not here to fucking, I'm not here to criticize his prose, okay? But, like, very clearly he had a message in mind, okay? And people got the message very quickly.
I won't stand a chance. I don't know. Right, so you don't pee in the pool, right? And then everybody's getting fucking UTIs because of this one liar, this piece of shit fucking liar. And then halfway through the summer, there's like one brave summer day where you're like, okay, fuck it, I'm just going for it, right? And then you look down and it's fine, and you're like, dude, fuck the government, man. Yeah. 9/11 was an inside job. Now I know the truth. I'll march right up to Donald Rumsfeld and piss my pants in his face. I don't care. I got... What happened to the 9/11 guys? I guess they were just proven right. That's a... Now it's just common knowledge. You just go up to somebody's grandma, you're like, you know George Bush is a lizard? And they're like, yes, I know. They're all lizards, and they did 9/11. I'm fully aware, thank you. The 9/11 conspiracy guys, they had a weird trajectory, right? Because they kind of like, they really just like fell off hard and fast. You remember it was like the year after 9/11, they were producing like feature-length, beautiful documentaries on YouTube. That was the only thing on YouTube when it started. It was like child pornography and 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 then beautiful 9/11 documentary.
True.
And now it's the biggest company in the world. Yeah, they made these great documentaries, and then 3 years after that, a 9/11 conspiracy theorist who was just the dumbest guy you know, folding up a $20 bill, trying to show you, trying to show you an optical illusion. Do you know any guys like that? I had a friend that would do that. I'd be like, dude, you gotta see this. This is gonna blow your mind.
Dude, I think like Zeitgeist specifically was like Loose Change and Zeitgeist for my fucking like prepubescent mind was like lasers, okay? Oh my God, dude, it was fucking lasers. God damn, dude. It was unironically like it was so instructive in my development. If you were to ask me a single thing from any of those documentaries, I can't remember a goddamn thing. But at the time, it was like, oh. The fucking torrented Zeitgeist rip. And I think Zeitgeist wasn't as crazy as like Loose Change. I think was Zeitgeist the one that was like I can't remember what it was. One of them wasn't that bad. One of them was like low key not that bad. It was like it was, I mean, there's varying degrees. There's varying degrees of like psychotic shit. And I think if I'm not mistaken, Zeitgeist was the one that was like the normal one that was like, we should look into the Saudis. Yeah, and it's weird that that these guys were basically, one of them was anti-Semitic, the other one wasn't. That's how I remember it. And I can't remember if Zeitgeist was the one that was I mean, they both devolve into batshit crazy conspiratorial thinking. There's no way you can have just like, there's no way you can have like any normal 9/11 documentary. Okay, I guess unless it's like what's it called? The book, the one that isn't a conspiracy. It was the Burning Tower. What the fuck was it? Was it The Looming Tower? No. I think it was, yeah, The Looming Tower. The Looming Tower. Al-Qaeda on the road to 9/11. My English teacher made everyone in class watch Zeitgeist, and I was nearly brainwashed by it. He also made us make essays on it and nearly convinced us.
He spends all his time folding up a $20 bill. He shows it to me. He's like, doesn't it look like the tower's on fire? It's like, no, it looks like your parents should switch to direct deposit. I don't know why they're giving you cash to do this with. But that was always so funny to me because it's like, what do you think happened, right? Like the fucking CIA was like, okay, plan's ready to go. Ready to blow up the World Trade Center. There's only one step left. The clues. Yep. Yeah, it's clue time. It's time to get the clues out there, so we're going to have the Treasury team up with Mad Magazine to create a fold-in on the money.
He's such a boomer for making a Mad Magazine reference, but I mean, yes, this is a fantastic joke.
Tip off this unemployed man. He's going around, he's like, look, it's the Illuminati. And you're like, actually, it's origami. It's
yeah. The folding the $20 9/11 tower thing is a boomer reference. I know. Charlie talked about how he watched Zeitgeist when he was 14 and he thought it was so cool. He turned into a presentation for his 9th grade class. Yeah. I don't think it's that bad to have a little bit of conspiratorial thinking. It's just that you can't just like be at the mercy of that. Okay. Like if that is something that sparks a curiosity, a fascination in your mind, like a little bit of that is healthy where you're like, let me investigate this stuff further. But if you don't have any critical thinking associated with it, you can find yourself in the whims of like, the Jews did it so quickly. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah. Dipping your toes in those waters, at least for me, was helpful in the way that I viewed the world. Okay? It was a healthy curiosity and a healthy skepticism. But the issue is, I think, people mistake that healthy curiosity with unhealthy.
At this moment.
What is this? This was the Zoomer Zeitgeist, the lie we live. What is this? It received over 26 million views. However, a music company put a copyright claim. What is this? What the fuck is this about? I've never even encountered this before. Of course, Zeitgeist was like 8 fucking hours long, 3 different fucking documentaries, but then for the Zoomers, this has to be an 8-minute YouTube video. Great. And for Generation Alpha, it's going to be a TikTok. For Gen Alpha, it's going to be a TikTok. For the generation that comes after Gen Alpha, it's just going to be one word. An AI summary. What is this about? Zeitgeist 2 and 3 are actually legit. The second one talks about the monetary system, and the third one introduces me to systemic solutions for systemic problems and how structural violence is prevalent. It had Robert Sapolsky and Gabor Mate, the goats. What is this about?
You could be anywhere, doing anything. Instead, you sit alone before a screen. So what's stopping us from doing what we want, being where we want to be? Each day we wake up in the same room and follow the same path to live the same day as yesterday. Yet at one time, each day was a new adventure. Along the way, something changed. Before our days were timeless, now our days are scheduled. Is this what it means to be grown up? To be free? But are we really free? Food, water, land, the very elements we need to survive are owned by corporations. There's no food for us on trees, no fresh water in streams, no land to build a home. If you try and take what the earth provides, you'll be locked away. So we obey their rules. We discover the world through a textbook. For years we sit and regurgitate what we're told, tested and graded like subjects in a lab. Raised not to make a difference in this world, raised to be no different. Smart enough to do our job, but not to question why we do it. So we work and work, left with no time to live the life we work for. Until a day comes.
Dude, everything, this guy is literally, what's really sad about a lot of these conspiracies is that, like, there is one conspiracy, okay? And I don't mean like a conspiracy theory. I mean like people conspiring, okay? It's just capitalism. And because of an endless amount of Red Scare propaganda, these people will look at all of this stuff and get so fucking close to just being like, yeah, the system is basically designed to keep you servile, docile, work till the day you fucking die. And all of the natural resources that are bountiful and plenty are directly shut off from you. But instead of recognizing that it's just capitalism, they'll turn around and be like, and the solution is drinking raw milk and buying Iraqi dinar. Like, well, what do you... How? Like, how did you basically fucking describe everything correctly? And then just got it so fucking wrong. How is that possible? And yeah, the Iraqi dinar is a substitute, by the way. It can be, it's crypto now. All right? It's cryptocurrency, various different cryptocurrencies.
When we are too old to do our job, it is here we're left to die. Our children take our place in the game. To us, our path is unique, but together we are nothing more than fuel. The fuel that powers the elite who hide behind the logos of corporations. This is their world, and their most valuable resource is not in the ground. It is us. We build their cities. We run their machines. We fight their wars.
Bro, this is just Das Kapital. Like, reductive so far. It's like the one, like, there is no value without labor. You are labor. You are the labor force.
After all, money isn't what drives them. It's power. Money is simply the tool they use to control us. Worthless pieces of paper we depend on to feed us, move us, entertain us. They gave us money, and in return, we gave them the world. Where there are trees that cleaned our air, are now factories that poison it. Where there was water to drink is toxic waste that stinks. Where animals ran free are factory farms where they are born and slaughtered endlessly for our satisfaction. Over 1 billion people are starving, despite us having enough food for everybody. Where does it all go? 70% of the grain we grow is fed to the animals you eat for dinner. Why help the starving? You can't profit off them. We are like a plague sweeping the earth, tearing apart the very environment that allows us to live. We see everything as something to be sold, as an object to be owned. But what happens when we have polluted the last river, poisoned the last breath of air, have no oil for the trucks that bring us our food? When will we realize money can't be eaten, that it has no value? We aren't destroying the planet, we're destroying all life on it. Every year, thousands of species go extinct, and time is running out before we're next. If you live in America, there's a 41% chance you get cancer. Heart disease will kill 1 out of 3 Americans. We take prescription drugs to deal with these problems, but medical care is the 3rd leading cause of death, behind cancer and heart disease. We're told everything can be solved by throwing money at scientists so they can discover a pill to make our problems go away. But the drug companies and cancer societies...
Dog, this is not AI voiceover slop. It's from fucking 2017. Okay, calm down. Or from 2015. Oh my God. Okay, like, I don't know about medical care being the 3rd cause of death. I don't know what he means by that. But like every single thing that he's talking about is not incorrect. I just want to know what he's going to tie it back to.
Rely on our suffering to make a profit. We think we're running for a cure, but really we're running away from the cause. Our body is a product of what we consume, and the food we eat is designed purely for profit. We fill ourselves with toxic chemicals, the bodies of animals infested with drugs and diseases. But we don't see this. The small group of corporations that own the media don't want us to. Surrounding us with a fantasy we're told is reality. It's funny to think humans once thought the Earth was the center of the universe. But then again, now we see ourselves as the center of the planet. We point to our technology and say we're the smartest. But do our computers, cars, and factories really illustrate how intelligent we are? Or do they show how lazy we've become? We put this civilized mask on, but when you strip that away, what are we? How quickly we forget only within the past 100 years did we allow women to vote, allow blacks to live as equals. We act as if we're all-knowing beings, yet there's much we fail to see. We walk down the street ignoring the little things, the eyes who stare, the stories they share, seeing everything as a background to me. Perhaps we fear we're not alone, that we're a part of a much bigger picture. But we fail to make the connection. We're okay killing pigs, cows, chickens, strangers.
I think this guy is just a fucking vegan, dude. I don't have any. Okay, yes, he said blacks, chat. Fucking, I know. It's weird. Okay, I know. I know. God, okay, listen. So far, I want to know what he's going to tie all this shit back to. But so far, there's no, like, I don't have any issues with this at all, okay?
Just from foreign lands. But not our neighbors. Not our dogs or cats. Those we have come to love and understand.
Yeah, he's definitely a vegan, though. Holy shit, he talks so much about, like, animal welfare. It is crazy how much he's factored. How much he's, like, talked about animal welfare is, like, not that it's, you know, wrong. I don't think he's wrong at all. He is correct. But his hyper focus on animal welfare leads me to believe that he's just, like, you know, trying to fucking slam some vegan agitprop in here.
We call other creatures stupid, yet we point to them to justify our actions. But does killing simply because we can, because we always have, make it right? Or does it show how little we've learned, that we continue to act out of primal aggression, rather than thought and compassion?
Yeah, I mean, we don't act out of primal aggression when we're doing imperialism. Like, that's what I mean. This is why I'm saying, like, I don't think this guy is I don't think this person is a socialist at all. It's just like he's also, yeah, these guys are hunting. There's definitely a very good reason for them to be out there with spears. You know what I mean?
One day, the sensation we call life will
It's like Bush morphing into Obama is some devious work. I just like vegan anarcho-primitivist. I can see that.
We didn't get to this point by sitting on our asses. The human race survived not because we are the fastest or the strongest, but because we work together. We have mastered the act of killing. Now let's master the joy of living.
This is the most annoying dude at your service job. I mean, he's like, this is, and dudes that fucking get primed by this are so close. They just need the correct bow to tie it all together. They're close, yet so far away. Okay? Stuff like this, if left unchecked, arguments like this being made by your coworkers, this is the most coworker ass argument. Probably the wokest coworker that you have, and most likely the most annoying coworker you have. Okay? Is if not examined, if not led to its ultimate conclusion, will lead people so far down the craziest fucking rabbit holes. Okay. This is literally, I mean, people are saying this is 2016 Joe Roganism. You're 100% right. And look at 2024 Joe Rogan. Okay. I think one of the biggest mistakes that America engaged in, its biggest self-own, was completely dominating the communication sphere and shutting off every matter of like materialist analysis and socialist learning. Just like shutting off virtually every single American, virtually every single person in the Western world from ever developing an understanding. You don't have to be a card-carrying communist at all. But like the very fact that this was like not allowed, and not only was it not allowed, but also just actively discouraged, actively vilified, is the reason why people constantly find themselves like looking for answers to why everything is happening. They feel the anger, they feel the pain, they feel the monotony of daily existence, and then they have no solution for it. They have no way of understanding why things are happening. Okay? And while it's very beneficial, while it is very beneficial for capital owners to keep the masses sedated, away from recognizing like why they have so much frustration, anger, resentment, why they feel so much pain, it also ends up completely shutting them off from that solution, a materialist understanding of the world, and makes them seek out other answers. And when you seek out other answers, you are almost always going to go back to good-bad dynamics. Why is all this control happening? Because some people are bad. They're just intrinsically bad. They're irredeemably bad. They're ontologically evil. Okay? They're ontologically evil. Who is the they? And the they, for many conspiratorial-minded people, almost always goes back to the Jews. Now, in recent years, people have tried to move the they to more appropriate vectors of hate. Trans people, undocumented people, Muslims, right? But ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's not the appropriate. It's not the real problem. It's not those who are actually in control. Okay?
About saving the planet. The planet will be here.
When I say appropriate vectors of hate, I don't mean like it's actually appropriate to hate on these groups. I mean that society has deemed these marginalized groups to be appropriate to hate because it's not disruptive. It is not disruptive to those who control society, capital owners under capitalism. And they're not actually voluntarily behaving this way. They're not aware. I mean, there is a lot more class consciousness among those who own capital, for sure, than the average working class person. Having said that, however, I don't think that these people are like, I want to be evil, and that's why I want to be a CEO to do evil shit. Or, ooh, I can't wait for, this policy to be implemented, just so we can dominate the poors more. No, it's just like it's taught as though it's normal. The system that we exist under is perfectly normal and good. And there are no alternatives. And if there were any other alternatives, those alternatives would be scary and bad and evil, like socialism. Okay? So then, when you have no access to an alternative mode of thinking, and you are stuck within the confines of permissible pro-capitalist boundaries, You're inevitably going to look for villains. Yeah, billionaires aren't inherently evil. They're just mediums through which the flow of capital operates. Exactly.
Whether we are or not. Earth has been around for billions of years. Each of us will be lucky to last 80. We are a flash in time, but our impact is forever.
I often wish I lived in an age before computers, when we didn't have screens to distract us. But I realize there's one reason why this is the only time I want to be alive. Because here today we have an opportunity we never had before.
The internet gives us the power to share a message and unite millions around the world.
While we still can, we must use our screens to bring us closer together rather than farther apart.
For better or worse, our generation will determine the future of life on this planet. We can either continue to serve this system of destruction until no memory of our existence remains, or we can wake up, realize we aren't evolving upwards, but rather falling down. We just have screens in our faces, so we don't see where we're heading. This present moment is what every step, every breath, and every death has led to. We are the faces of all who came before us. And now it is our turn. You can choose to carve your own path, or follow the road.
Yeah, I mean, this is hyper-individualistic garbage at the end of it, okay? I wonder what COVID did to this guy. How much you want to bet he's pumping out content that is blaming Jews now?
What is the China language?
I'd be shocked if he... The stupidity of modern conspiracies. Conservatives need to evolve past religion. Culture war is a lie, before and after. How immigration ruined Canada. Feminist versus hate speech. How to spot a racist. Is your child trans? Satire. A trans story with a twist. This TED Talk will transform your life. How progressives defeat you. DEI, how companies hire people today. Feminism's secret mission revealed. The secret woke training film. Why vegans annoy me even though I'm vegan. He's a Canadian vegan conspiracy theorist who is now like firmly in the right-wing ecosystem. The white decline, where is it? He has a white decline video? Oh, the white decline. Black pride, white pride. Oh my God. He's an intactivist. Scroll down. Okay, that makes sense. That is the least shocking thing that I have. All his videos are something a 15-year-old realized for the first time and thinks he's a genius. Yeah. So anyway, we're not gonna watch the rest of this shit. We're not gonna watch the rest of his videos. My point is, yeah, at some point when he started questioning these grand conspiracies, these narratives, and the meaninglessness of existence. Okay, what's the urge to dunk on this leftist? Man, shut the fuck up. So far, you don't seem to have much on this guy. A guy who's anti-trans, who's hysterically fucking making 600 viewed YouTube videos about DEI. What a leftist this guy is. The entire point that I'm making is that that person could have turned out very differently. He isn't the zeitgeist guy. I never said he is the zeitgeist guy. Dude, what is happening in my chat today, man? Usually we're just all like, you understand what I'm presenting to you. Okay? You understand what I'm presenting to you. Right now, today, we got a bunch of people who are saying, oh, you said you don't like pancakes? You must mean you hate, or you must love waffles. Very fucking annoying. Sunday chatters is a different crowd, I know. There's hella people screaming you like waffles in the chat. Drone panic has brought in some of the silliest motherfuckers in here.
Frustrated by a lack of answers, the Fed saying, quote, many of the reported drone sightings are in fact manned aircraft being misidentified as drones. But information remains thin, leading to growing questions and theories about those objects in the sky. NBC's Sam Brock has more in our Sunday Focus.
This music is so funny.
What is that? The last time this many people had their eyes trained on the sky, they were watching April's solar eclipse. Now, something much more mysterious has their attention. Drones seemingly everywhere this week.
This is crazy how fast this thing's moving now.
With sightings reported in at least 5 states, New Jersey alone recording up to 180 per night.
How many would you say are above us right now?
Residents both curious and alarmed.
It was like a humming sound at first, and I was like, it sounded like a helicopter. I was like, it wasn't strong enough to be a helicopter.
Some lawmakers say they've been left in the dark.
I've been a little frustrated. There hasn't been enough transparency, letting people know what's happening. It's allowing a lot of potentially misinformation to spread, or at least fear.
And New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew making this claim.
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. These are from high sources. I don't say this lightly.
But the Pentagon has shot down that idea. For their part, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security say there is no national security threat and no evidence of foreign influence. But then, what is going on?
Coming right above my house.
One popular theory, the U.S. government is flying these drones as part of a top-secret program, something the Secret Service denies. Frank Fogluzzi served as Assistant Director for Counterintelligence at the FBI.
Is it the federal government that's testing something? Do you think there's any credence to that?
The public is going to jump to a conspiracy theory. And by the way, I understand that. If they're going to think, look, we're not getting all the facts. This can't be that the government doesn't have answers. It must be that they're covering up some secret testing program.
The FAA is the agency in charge of creating drone regulations, but they may not have all the tools they need for enforcement.
This is yet another example of technology getting out in front of us. And now we're wondering, who's in charge?
And some of those drones are reportedly quite large. A recreational drone is typically around 1 to 2 feet in diameter, but these mysterious drones are said to measure up to 6 feet, roughly the size of.
The other part of this is like, who measured them? Like, people just, the very same people that think these drones are 6 feet are the people that say these drones are definitely 6 feet. Are ironically the very same people that think planes are fucking drones. You know what I mean? I'm not so convinced that they've seen hella 6 feet drones. I have yet to see any of these fucking drones in broad daylight. And I don't understand, like, I don't understand where these flying fridges are. And yet they've yet to be captured by all of these. They've yet to be captured by these people. Math equations, maybe.
Of a refrigerator. Drone capabilities are also expanding. Police now use them for crowd control and to assist first responders. Soldiers deploy them on battlefields around the world. The worst case scenario, a terror strike.
Make no bones about it. When you get to a certain size and capacity to actually carry weaponry, you're talking about the potential for violent attack.
Yet another reason Fogluzzi says the time for Congress to act is right now, updating drone laws and coordinating federal response efforts. As these nighttime phantoms flying around neighborhoods continue to worry residents and spark more conversations about why they're there.
And Sam joins me now live from New Jersey. Sam, good morning. It's great to see you. As you know from talking to people there, many are not satisfied with this nothing to see here message from federal officials. So what else is being done to identify the drones or whatever they may be?
Sure, Willie. So first of all, the FBI says there is no timeline with regards to the investigation, but they clearly, Willie, have heard the calls for more information from people throughout this region. There was a conference call.
Why are you covering these drones so much? It's so inconsequential. Why do you feel the need to fucking constantly chirp at what I decide to cover? Why can't you just fucking enjoy the show? You know what I mean? Come on, you immediately disregard everything. Luigi or this. On the Spectrum 2005. Yeah, I didn't disregard Luigi. I just disregarded that, like, the 286 narrative has any sort of serious, like, that there's, like, any sort of serious thing happening.
Hey.
Oh, my God. Same chatter who's like, nah, I believe that Luigi actually was doing something with that 286 number.
Over the weekend that involved the FBI, the FAA, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security. Some really crucial nuggets coming out of that. Some of the highlights. They received about 5,000 tips to their national tip line. They say roughly 100 of them or less were actually actionable, which is to say fewer than 2% of all of the calls. There is also apparently a huge coinciding, Willie, between the reports that are coming in, the density of those reports, and the flight patterns for LaGuardia, Newark airports. So they're seeing potentially the narrative supported that people might be confusing manned aircraft for drones. You also have another sort of nugget here that was pretty crucial. There's no evidence of a connection between what's been seen in the greater New York, New Jersey area and other parts of the country. All of that to lead to the fact that the FBI says there might be a slight overreaction here, but there are...
About the 6 feet claim from a recent NBC article, eyewitness report, social media videos, officials confirm the drones are up to 6 feet in diameter, can quickly go from emitting eerie lights to no light at all and often avoid detection. Why do they emit any lights whatsoever if they're spying drones? 6-foot drone for sale. The Aurelia X8 Max, ready to fly. To turn off lights to hide from cop drones? What are you talking about? Why would they have the lights on to begin with then? Why? Why do they have the lights on to begin with if they're here to spy on us? Vloggers getting B-roll or government conspiracy? Probably aliens. When I'm sending drones to surveil highly sensitive sites, I like to use extremely bright beacon and strobe lights to make sure that every knuckle-dragging drooler in a 200-mile radius can spot them. Exactly. Like, why the fuck? Are you in on it too? Yeah, I'm in on it, dude. I'm in on it. I have the technological prowess of a goddamn caveman or an ape, but I'm secretly a part of this vast conspiracy of drones that are being unleashed upon American military bases. And perhaps more importantly, like Bellevue, New Jersey, and the important cultural landmarks that exist there, like the Wawa down the street. And I know that we have to hide the truth. We must hide the truth. We must shelter the American public from this secret conspiracy.
Real-world consequences. On Friday, about 90 minutes outside of New York City, an airport had to shut down one of its runways for roughly an hour because of drone sightings. The governor of the state, Kathy Hochul, saying that this now has gone too far, Willie.
Wow, it is so fascinating and still a lot of answers to be had here. We'll continue to stay on it. Sam, thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Let's bring in Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us.
this morning. Can you clear up the confusion here?
Absolutely, George, and thank you very much for having me. There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology.
It's so funny because this motherfucker operates drones along the border. Like, that's what the Department of Homeland Security does. Fuck you think they do? They have drones that operate all alongside the fucking border. The U.S.-Mexico border. They're engaging in mass surveillance in real time, all the time.
To assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings. Some of those drone sightings are, in fact, drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones. And we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted. Let me set the record straight here, George. There are thousands of drones flown every day in the United States. Recreational drones, commercial drones. That is the reality. And in September of 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, changed the rules so that drones could fly at night. And that may be one of the reasons why now people are...
I've yet to see one convincing video of like a 6-foot drone. I'm not even saying that there aren't any. And I'm not saying that there aren't probably like... what do you call it? I'm not saying that there aren't probably like fucking, you know, defense contractors just like testing out their new technology. Okay. Half of the UAP sightings from like Navy officers or whatever is usually just that. Okay. Half of the UFOs that they spot are basically just that. But the notion that like, the notion that there are vast swarms of like foreign adversaries that are sending drones to investigate the regular citizens of New Jersey seems insane.
Are seeing more drones.
Will you eat crow if you do end up being dead wrong? What dead wrong on what front? That this is like Chinese drones or Iranian drones to spy on unsuspecting Americans or aliens? Because those are the two conspiracies that I am not in agreement with. Like, what is your assessment? There are cinema-grade drones used to film. Here's one in action, exactly in the beginning. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
There you go. That's how big that fucking thing is, dude. Eyvallah baba. Yok, aldım, sipariş verdim. I feed the crank in me with coffee and cigarettes. I think these are just normal drones, and this kind of sighting pattern is normal. It's just that the media has been blowing this out of proportion to try to cover up the Luigi situation. I don't even think it's to cover up the Luigi situation necessarily. I think it's just because they love weird shit like this. Hayır, açık hala duyuyorum. Bak bir daha. Evet, duyuyorum çünkü buradan.
Than they did before, especially from dawn to dusk. And so that is the reality. But I want to assure the American public that we are on it. We are working in close coordination with state and local authorities. And it is critical, as we all have said for a number of years, that we need from Congress additional authorities to address the drone situation. Our authorities currently are limited, and they are set to expire. We need them extended and expanded.
What exactly do you need?
We want state and local authorities to also have the ability to counter drone activity under federal supervision. That is one important element that we have requested, and we've heard it echoed by the state and local officials themselves.
You know, President-elect Trump has put out a post on this. I want to put it up on the screen.
Never let a good conspiracy crisis go to waste, chap. Oh, man. I guess we have to get more police funding to combat the drones. I guess we have to expand the surveillance state to combat the drones. Anytime you guys will get whipped up into a fucking frenzy, anytime the average American gets whipped up into a frenzy, these motherfuckers will use it as an opportunity to expand the already vast surveillance state.
Screen right now. He says, mystery drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know and now, otherwise shoot them down. Your response?
Well, we are aware of the drone sightings, as I've said. I think there are more than 8,000 drones flown every day in the United States. With respect to the ability to incapacitate those drones, we are limited in our authorities. We have certain agencies within the Department of Homeland Security that can do that, and outside our department. But we need those authorities expanded as well.
Are there any legitimate national security concerns here? For example, have you seen any evidence at all, especially in these recent sightings in the Northeast, of any kind of foreign involvement?
We have not seen any foreign, we know of no foreign involvement with respect to the sightings in the Northeast, and we are vigilant in investigating this matter. The Department of Home.
He said that because there was a Chinese person that they caught in near a base with a drone that was surveilling an American spy satellite being launched. You know, when there are people who use drones, whether they are commercial drones or not, doesn't matter, actually spying on some real shit, they get caught.
Homeland Security with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the lead.
But there have been concerns in the past. In fact, a Chinese national was arrested in California this week, allegedly for flying a drone over Vandenberg Air Force Base. Last year, you had drone flights over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, over a nuclear facility in Nevada. So what is the national security concern right now?
Well, when a drone is flown over restricted airspace, we act very, very swiftly. And in fact, when an individual in California flew a drone over restricted airspace, that individual was identified, apprehended, and is being charged by federal authorities. And so we act as swiftly as possible when an individual does fly a drone over restricted airspace and violates the rules. You know, there are, George, more than 1 million drones.
You still grifting? Yes. Yes, I'm still grifting. Thank you for checking in.
Registered in the United States.
Fucking bot.
That's an awful lot, but bottom line, you're saying Americans have nothing to worry about?
Look, it is our job to be vigilant in the federal government with our state and local partners on behalf of the American public, and we can assure their safety by reason of that vigilance. We've deployed personnel, technology, and if there is any reason for concern, if we identify any foreign involvement or criminal activity, we will communicate with the American public accordingly. Right now, we are not aware of any. If we become aware of any, we will communicate accordingly and take appropriate action.
Secretary Mayorkas, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, George.
A couple of years ago, I made a video on this channel called My Plan to Quit Streaming. And in that video...
The fuck? You can only fly a drone 400 feet AGL, or you can only fly 400 feet above the ground the pilot is standing on. You are sidestepping, taking any big extremist viewpoints. I get it. They want us to focus on this. Another narrative. Look where the media puts its spotlight. I bet future POTUS will shoot them down, proving they are Russian. What? I don't know how to describe this, but yeah, let's do a drone light show over an American city and become their gods. Yeah, not in real life. I've only seen videos of it. It's sick. Yeah. Specifically suburban New Jersey. Are there any conspiracy theories you believe in? Maybe. I don't know. Quick update for Congressman JVD. IRGCC drone carrier mothership still at anchor off the coast of Bandar Abbas. IRIS forward operating base and drone launcher in port at Bandar Abbas. What are your thoughts on them using this for crowd control? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why'd you say, this doesn't... Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. I don't even think is a conspiracy. I don't consider it to be a conspiracy theory. I just know it to be true. So yeah. This is the first video about these drones. This has got me genuinely concerned, says Joe Rogan. Here we go.
Hey everyone. My name is John Ferguson. I'm the CEO of Saxon Aerospace here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not normally a TikTok kind of a guy. I like watching this stuff every once in a while. But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft, military grade unmanned aircraft, as you can see one of my systems here. There's all of these mysterious drones going on off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe. It's my own opinion, and I've not bounced this off of anybody. So, you know, if you think it's bullshit, whatever.
My friend was trying to get the video of one of the drones she saw during the day. Her camera app was just a black screen and she had to force close it. By the time she got it open again, it was too far away. All right.
That's cool. You know, I don't want to spread misinformation, as we know that there's a lot of that going around. But anyway, back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program, and there were, with Russia, there were countless nuclear missiles that were disarmed and disposed of. Well, there were over 80, I believe. There were over 80 nuclear warheads that were in Ukraine that came up missing. Okay. We don't know where they are. Maybe somebody does, but nobody really knows where these are. And
This is so funny because we have lost our own nukes. And if you want to understand the federal law enforcement agency's like opinion on that, let me tell you, okay? There's one in the middle of a fucking a farm that they just basically partitioned off. Okay? I don't think they give a shit. I don't think the federal government has ever been predisposed with, you know, trying to save people's lives because they're worried that there's like secret nukes out there. Might be wrong. Maybe they got woke this year under the Brandon regime. But I'll tell you what. This was not a concern throughout American history.
I speak with some pretty high-level government officials on this stuff, and it seems as though that is the case. So I spoke to a gentleman.
A defense contractor with any level of security clearance would never tell you the truth about any of this shit. The very fact that this guy is like openly talking about it means that like he probably no longer has active contracts with DOD. That's crazy. Like, I'd be shocked. If you have any level of clearance with the fucking Department of Defense at any point, and there are engineers in my chat that know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. There ain't no fucking way. There ain't no fucking way. Bro, defense contractors are the leakiest motherfuckers on the planet. Not with anyone that wants to keep their jobs. Okay? You can only do that if you're Elon Musk, and it doesn't really matter. Random fucking low-level engineers are not gonna, with any level of knowledge, are not going to risk their livelihood.
A few months ago, who was trying to raise an alarm to the highest levels of our government, which they had their ears closed, about this one particular nuclear warhead that he physically put his hands on. He physically touched this warhead that was left over from Ukraine. And he knew that that thing was headed towards the United States. Okay?
What?
That is a very serious deal. And everyone knows that the United States government, this administration, is pushing to get into a war with Russia. We all know that. We all feel it. We all see it. Okay? Well, back up a few years. Do y'all remember when those drones were mysteriously flying across the Interstate 70 corridor from Colorado up into Nebraska, down here into Kansas, and out into Missouri? Well, it was believed that those drones were looking for radioactive material because there had been some material that come up missing here in the United States, and they felt like it was high probability that the nuclear or the radioactive material would be taken along the Interstate 70 corridor heading east or west or south. So from what we understand, they were out there trying to find this radioactive material. Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night unless you're doing some type of ISR work, intelligence surveillance.
What? Dog, you literally build drones for the fucking government. I'm sure you're aware that there are a ton of recreational drone users out there, right? Drones can't fly at night. They're scared. Everybody knows. A drone has never flown at night. They're scared in the dark, unless they are my military drones that I make. I'm making with the special sauce. Wait, what? Why are you so against all subject matter experts on this, Hasan? You are the expert of all experts, however. Wait, what? I'm sorry, but the subject matter experts saying that their drones have no capacity to fly at night is going to cause a little bit of cynicism, a little bit of skepticism in me. I don't think that that's that weird. I mean, I think that statement in and of itself is kind of wild. Every drone expert has come on and said that these are not even similar to commercial drones. Has any of the drone experts actually seen these fucking drones? Have you? What are you talking about? Every drone expert has said that these aren't the drones you're looking for. Yeah. The very same people. This is a 5-month subscriber. There ain't no fucking way this guy is going to ever tell me that Elon Musk is a subject matter expert on any damn thing. But the moment that you got some fucking yokel over here being like, listen, I'll make drones for the military. And as a subject matter expert with high level security clearance, I'm here to tell you these drones are actually nuclear radiation tracking drones, because Ukraine is the enemy of America. They want us to go to war with Russia, and they're faking it. It's a psyop. They're going to nuke. They are going to nuke Wildwoods, New Jersey, America's most significant cultural artifact, in an effort to wage war against Russia. This is the start of something different. Meanwhile, America could have done the very same things that they have done in the past, which is send trainers out to Ukraine and have them get shot at if they wanted to do nuclear holocaust against a nuclear armed state like Russia. They could have just done the old Vietnam trick. They've done it in the past. Now, of course, Vietnam didn't have nuclear weapons at the time, now did they? You're acting like everybody's a fucking idiot except you. You're responding to shapes and sizes and my comedic approach to you know, whatever the fuck is happening here, instead of listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? I'm not saying I know what's going on, but I would question the validity of claims being made by a guy who has decided that this is like unexploded Ukrainian nuclear ordnance that's being trafficked into the United States of America so that they can explode them and then claim Russia did it to go to war with Russia. You literally said these were just airplanes yesterday? Yes, they are. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. Oh my God, you're doing an accent. I'm mad. Yeah, the overwhelming majority of the drone spottings are commercial airplanes, you dumb fuck, is true. And not only that, but also stars. Okay? Most people don't have the understanding. Even fucking subject matter experts are going to have a hard time figuring out whether what they're looking at is a drone or a fucking commercial airliner. You said all of them? That's not what I said. No, I didn't. You fucking heard like 10 seconds of my commentary and ran along with it. What am I doing right now? Why are there so many goddamn debate perverts in the chat today being like, no, you actually said every single one was a commercial airliner? No, every single one that we've seen has been either a commercial airliner or a fighter jet or some shit. Or Cessnas. Stop arguing with morons. I mean, 90% of what I do are fucking arguing with morons. The problem is, in the nighttime, when you look at the fucking sky, yeah, you're not gonna have the best visibility, and you're gonna be led astray. Especially if you're primed into thinking that what you're looking at is a fucking drone. Some of them are drones, but you're thinking that they're much larger and nefarious drones, rather than like the drones that your conspiracy-minded neighbor has tasked with finding out what's going on with these other drones. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but as far as this shit goes, I don't think this guy is on the money at all.
Surveillance reconnaissance, looking for bad guys, or looking for a victim, a search and rescue victim, or law enforcement, or some type of military project, right? There's no reason for a drone to be flying at night, really, okay? Because they don't see shit. So, unless you have thermal optics, drones really don't see stuff. You need to do mapping during the day. If you're going to do farming stuff, you mostly do it during the day. The only reason why you would ever fly an aircraft, an unmanned aircraft at night, is if you're looking for something, whether it be a person or trying to smell gas. We have methane gas detection systems that can detect gas leaks in pipelines. You really wouldn't use thermal optics for trying to find gas leaks, just simply because the only way you're actually going to find a gas leak with thermal optics is if the gas leak is aggressive enough that it has a difference in temperature. Because thermal imaging, it creates a digital image based off of the temperature variance. So whatever is different in temperature, it creates an image. Usually gas leaks so slow that it goes quickly into ambient.
Here's a third thing. Are you ready for it? That weirdly enough, he's not accounting for. It's called random people with their own fucking personal drones that are flying them. He makes it seem as though there's not like thousands of Americans that have drones that they fly recreationally and are definitely now flying them either because they want to freak people out or because they want to investigate these other drone sightings themselves with their fucking drones.
Before you can even see it. So we have special sensors that can detect gas leaks. We also have special sensors that can detect radioactive material. So with this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my guess, my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent. If they are, they are, but I doubt it. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground. That's it. There's no other reason for a drone to be flying in the air other than to piss a bunch of people off at night. That's it. So, my belief is they're trying to smell something on the ground. Gas leaks, radioactive material, whatever. So, and do I think that they're coming up out of the ocean? No, I don't think so. Drones that are multi-copter type drones, not the the fixed wing aircraft that look like regular airplanes, but the multi-copters, they only have so much battery life. They have hybrid versions that are gas powered with electric, but those can still only fly for a short period of time. There's no way in hell that any drone is going to go miles.
I can't tell when chatters are being sarcastic or if they're being genuinely fucking idiots about this. And I don't know because there have been far too many 5-month subscribers, 7-month subscribers that have been like, no, dude, you're a fucking asshole. You're an idiot for discounting all the subject matter expertise here. And the subject matter expertise is some random fucking guy who's like, yeah, I sell drones to the Border Patrol. I know a thing or two. I'm a CEO after all, who sells drones to the goddamn Border Patrol. Let me tell you, I got the best Mexican surveillance drones out there. And everybody knows no drones fly. Nobody has drones except for the people I sell my drones to. No, this is not the same chatter. That other chatter that said this guy's a subject matter expert, I banned.
Off the coast as a multi-copter.
Look, I'm not out here trying to push conspiracies, but you're showing a stunning lack of curiosity. Big guy, I'm not trying to push conspiracies, and you're doing a good job of being critical, but man, you are showing a lack of curiosity. Dude, I swear to God, it's just called critical thinking. Like, it literally, that's all this is. My starting point always is, what is the most reasonable solution? And yes, it comes across as no fun, but like, what is the most reasonable answer to this? That's it. I am curious about these prevailing narratives that are running wild all over the internet. Having said that, that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with them.
And fly into the interior of the United States and do a bunch of work and then turn around and fly back. It's just physics will not allow that to happen. So these drones, I believe, are launched from a location that nobody knows, but I do believe that they're flying low enough that they're just trying to sniff the ground and try to find something. So again, I hate to be a pessimist or a guy that thinks, directly to the negative. However, I know as a professional, I mean, we build professional stuff for.
My 60-year-old Republican mother would believe this guy over me on literally any topic. Yeah. Like, there are so many. One, the question is, how do you know that the drone is actually 6 feet and not fucking 4 feet? 2, are there no drones that are commercially available that are 6 feet? 3, FAA regulation aside, why the fuck do you think people actually follow FAA regulation when drones are readily available? Okay? Most people are stupid. There are regulations around guns. People still get them with illegal means. Sometimes they don't even know it's illegal. Okay? All of this combined leads me to believe that the very high likelihood is most likely other people who are curious and started flying their fucking drones on top of people looking up at the sky and assuming that there's like some mysterious drone invasion that is occurring and mistaking fucking stars, mistaking other regular ass planes as drones, and have whipped themselves into a frenzy. On top of that, I'm certain that there are, like, I'm sure that there's like I mean, do I think that the federal government, or not federal government, but like the defense contractors are not working with a shit ton of companies that are specifically tasked with procurement, specifically tasked with research and development in drone warfare? Of course. Of course that's happening. A lot of that stuff usually happens on in or around bases, and they're very far away from civilian eyes for the most part. I don't know if this is some new military technology that they utilized in New Jersey, and some people saw it. And then the chaos and confusion grew when the media started covering it seriously. And in that chaos, more people started operating drones and looking up at the sky and assuming that every fucking plane they see is a drone. I fear that all of this will lead to something very dangerous when someone inevitably shoots at a fucking commercial aircraft because they thought it was a goddamn drone.
For the military, I believe
planes don't look like drones at all. Yeah, tell that to the dumb fucking New Jerseyans who have very clearly pointed at planes, directly pointed lasers at planes, thinking that it's a fucking drone. You stupid moron. You absolute fucking troglodyte. You think the average American, half of which voted for Donald fucking Trump, are smart enough to make sense of what is an airplane and what is a fucking drone in the middle of the night, especially when they're panicked? Okay, I don't know about this video footage, okay? I don't know how real this is. Don't get
they're actually out there trying to smell something that's very important. So anyway, let me know what you think of this video. I'm not trying to gaslight. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just trying to let people know that this is a serious deal. It's only serious for what the potential could be, or for what the potential is. There's a lot of them out there. They're flying all over. They're flying low. They're flying at night. There's no reason for it other than to smell something. So anyway, God bless. I hope you all have a wonderful Merry Christmas. And let me know what you think of the video. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a nuclear waste coming from Ukraine. And this random guy in Kansas, this random CEO of a drone company in Kansas figured it out before anybody else did. And the American government is not taking these clear threats against American safety seriously.
Okay, so I'm picking up on the second video here. The FAA requires all unmanned aircraft to fly that are flying at night to have nav lights. These nav lights are standard nav lights like you would see on any other aircraft, right? It tells you if you can't see the
Yes, I know. Except not everyone abides by that. Especially when you have random people who can just like purchase a fucking drone. And when I say that, everybody immediately jumps at me and says, "Oh yeah? Random people can purchase $10,000 drones that are the size of refrigerators?" First of all, random people purchase jet skis. Okay? Just remember that. Secondly, you have no idea if the drones that people are seeing are 6 feet. Like actually 6 feet. The size of cars. Especially considering that drones with lights on them are readily available, and people purchase them and fly them recreationally. Especially considering that people on the ground, especially the panic people on the ground, they have no heat signature somehow. You don't know that. You don't know that. You're making that up. You made it up. You did not put a fucking thermal camera up at this alien, okay, that you think is a fucking alien. You're just making it up. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. All of you need to be institutionalized. Half of chat needs to immediately check themselves into a mental health care facility. I haven't seen a single point of authority, a single fucking person be like, we put an IR camera on it. We put a fucking, an IR lens on the fucking drones, and they had no heat pattern. Bro, UFOs are real. You're just mad. Hasan's going to be real embarrassed. I respect your work, but it's definitely aliens. Oh my God.
The orientation of the aircraft, then you can see the nav lights, and you can determine your orientation of the aircraft by watching these nav lights. But again, the fact that these unmanned systems are using nav lights means that they're complying with FAA regulations, right? So I'll show you what these nav lights look like. But again, they're complying with FAA regulations. They seem to be flying no higher than, say, 400 feet, which the FAA requires.
Like, notice how there's Alicia and many others who are like, okay, I've moved on from the drones. What about the orbs? Like, these people they're crazy, man. They're crazy. They just, and many chatters in here are just as crazy. What about the orbs? It's like, dude, you saw someone dupe you with a fucking AI footage. I think it's biased to push towards mundane explanations and also wild explanations. I don't know where he has to take a fucking bias to self-soothe against the real weirdness that is happening. I'm not. I think the real fucking scary thing is how many people have primed themselves into believing that there is something significantly wrong happening. And how quickly narratives like this can dupe the average person. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying for the future of American society.
Any unmanned aircraft with a standard authorization to fly no higher than 400 feet. That's the law. Those are the rules. And if you violate that, then you pretty much stand the risk of getting your license taken away. All drone operators commercially have to have an FAA Part 107. It's very simple to get. You can go on YouTube and type in FAA 107 study course, and you can go get your go to pay $150 and get your drone license, and you can do this in less than a week, right? So again, they seem to be following the FAA regulations. Okay, so I'm gonna take this aircraft here.
This dumb motherfucker thinks we just lose nuclear warheads. We have. So he's not dumb for thinking we can lose nuclear warheads. We've lost 6. I think he's dumb for thinking that the American federal agencies are like scouring through the American heartland to find a nuclear warhead. In the past, when we lost nuclear warheads, we were just like, oops. It is what it is, I guess.
That I showed you earlier.
Why don't you wait for the evidence before jumping to conclusions? What? Can you tell me what evidence exists right now that I have cast aside? Like, what verifiable evidence exists so far on this narrative that I've simply cast aside? Real quick, before I ban you. I'm the one saying wait for more evidence before jumping to fucking conclusions, not you, dumb fuck. You're the one who assumes that you know exactly what's going on. I'm saying here are the most likely scenarios. Okay? Please, please, quick. Don't ban. Only a mini troll. It's weekend. Please, I beg.
I'm going to put the battery in it. So you can see here that we have standard drone lights, right? Those are the nav lights, and if you're going to fly at night, you have to see those aircraft. You have to see those lights fly, or you have to see those lights from roughly 3 miles. So now we're going to go to the communication system. The communication system is very complex. I don't believe that they're flying from vessels offshore, because there's only a few things that you can do with your communications. With a standard radio link, which is C2 and video, command and control and video link, your antennas are only going to allow you to fly so far. Okay? So I'm going to draw a line. I'm going to try to do this here. But I'm going to draw a line here. And here you are. Okay? Now, this area here is where your drone's going to fly. And that's with a standard antenna that is kind of directional, moving this way. The other thing we have is a dipole antenna. And that's just a straight up antenna. It kind of just looks like this. You probably have seen them. But they send out a signal like this. And we're using about 1 watt of power. Okay? So with 1 watt of power, with a dipole antenna that sends out a signal of 360 degrees, with 1 watt of power, you may only get, maybe 1,000 yards, or maybe 2,000 yards, So you're not going to get very far.
Well, he's not wrong. He's just describing how drones work. Everything he said so far about FAA regulations and shit, they're all correct. Like, literally everything he's talked about so far is completely correct. The problem is, there are moments where he has this, lapse in judgment. Which is when he says stuff like, oh, this can't be, there's no one will ever fly a fucking drone at nighttime unless they're trying to sniff out something. Plenty of people do.
But if you go with a directional antenna and you look at like a pie, like this is half of the pie, and your drone's flying out here, okay, you're taking that 1 watt of power and you're sending it out this way. You may be able to fly here, and that will give you maybe a mile, maybe more than a mile. Okay, so
what? Yep, just like me. I fly around car-sized drones at night just for fun. Have you seen a car-sized drone? Have you seen one? Have you seen a car-sized drone yet? Not saying that they don't exist, but have you seen? Oh, you have. Please link it. Mods will give you permissions to link this truthful drone. Now, if it is actually a plane sighting, yes, I told you I just fly them at night. Man, don't do that. Don't try to be like, oh, I'm just joking. You're saying that for a specific reason. Why are you backing down from your statement? Why are you backing down from your OG statement? You were being sarcastic. Oh, everybody loves. You were being a fucking smartass. I picked up on it. Now you're trying to act like, no, I'm kidding. I'm actually saying that sincerely. How do you explain the government hearings? I mean, it's easy. They do government hearings on a number of different idiotic shit. It's make work. Well, why are you this tight? Because this story and the interpretation from people in this community is exactly what I fucking despise. It's a microcosm of a much larger problem where people just don't want to look at things with a lens of skepticism. People do not want to apply critical thinking. And I fear that when people don't apply critical thinking to silly, innocuous, dumb stories like this, they're also not going to do that for much more significant prevailing narratives that are born out of social conditioning, like white supremacy, okay, queer phobia, misogyny, capitalism. That's what I get very upset about. It's the stupidity of it all that frustrates me, okay? And I'm not saying I know exactly what is going on. I'm not saying that at all. But it is unimaginably annoying to me when people come in and they're just like, nah, dog, you just don't get it. It's fucking aliens, and I know it. I worry about it.
So having the vessel or the drones flying off miles off the coast is not feasible. The second thing is you have to look at your flight time. You have drones that have gas, like the
I think you're greatly overstating that these are consumer drones. The majority of these are just real airplanes that people think are drones. Yes, that too. I know. Possible drone spotted. Large drone sightings have been reported flying over multiple states in the mid-Atlantic region in recent weeks. Now we're in fucking Pennsylvania. Where is it? It's unclear if the objects were drones or another form of aircraft. I don't even know if that's a plane. It just looks like a fucking quad rotor drone. The one we were talking about. But see, it's difficult to discern. That's car size, dog. You're fucking stupid. You can't make it out. It can be far away in the distance. That's the problem with fucking nighttime. No, I don't think it's a plane. It looks like a drone. I get why people think that it looks like a drone, because it does. Oh. I'm very tempted to go buy a drone from Best Buy and fly them over elderly neighbors' homes. Any vids of people saying they're aliens, probably good content? No, it's not. You want to know why? Because there's hella fucking people in the chat that do legitimately think it's real and it's actually aliens. And I'm afraid of how stupid my fucking chat is that I'm going to accidentally end up alien pilling half of them. Oh. It's unclear if the objects were drones or another form of aircraft. According to the Associated Press, Homeland Security officials met with state and local lawmakers. Drones are legal in Pennsylvania for recreational and commercial use, but they're encouraged to follow FAA administration regulations and flight restrictions. There's no evidence at this time connecting the objects seen in York County and other drone sightings across the region. I'm talking about the testimonies of Navy pilots that see these things and almost hit them on a daily basis. Yeah, that's crank shit, dude. I don't fuck around with any of that UAP stuff. Sorry. I think it's awfully convenient timing that all of a sudden the federal government started acknowledging UFOs, changed the designation to UAPs to make it more serious and give it an air of legitimacy right after, a couple years after we'd started our Space Force. Yeah. This is the beauty about skeptics and cranks. They literally hate government narratives while never really questioning what the government motivation might be. Yeah, no, it's the secret that they've kept for years and years that they're finally releasing to the public to make you schizophrenic. Okay? Also, the idea that like Navy pilots are also these people who are incapable of like, I don't know, missing their mark, seeing something like a light flashing and then interpreting it differently, or you know, some kind of like optical illusion that they see in their sights that they film. You know? It's just crazy because like the idea that all powerful aliens would somehow be able to travel all the way to the United States of America to go to fucking New Jersey, but also have their FAA regulation lights on, like while they're flying around. Like what kind of fucking idiotic American individualism is this? There's a lot of GRE adjacent minds popping off in here. Yeah. I'm more inclined to believe that it's like, I am more inclined to believe that this is a Don Da Don season finale promo than anything else, okay? That's how stupid those other ideas are. Anyway, this is Ethan Klein of the Rise of Liberal Islamophobia.
Figure out ways to prevent this stuff. Like, the stabbing was happening for a few months, and now it doesn't really happen so much. And I don't even know how,
Yeah,
but they have like their secret ways.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000 tuition on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I personally think it's so ironic. It's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
What we're seeing now at Columbia
and I don't use this word lightly, we're not seeing ideological war. We're not seeing support for terrorism. We are seeing terrorism.
When I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. So should we not have a wall?
Since the events of October 7 and the ongoing disproportionate retaliation by the Israeli state, both Islamophobia as well as anti-Semitism have been on the rise in the United States.
And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Do we have that
one?
I don't understand why left-leaning media, which is mostly Jewish, are calling people white supremacists, dude.
Jewish? Did you just say that?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Left-wing media is mostly Jewish? In order for Israel to maintain their system of apartheid and to justify their inhumane actions in Gaza, Islamophobia is quite obviously ingrained in Israeli society and Israeli politics. However, by associating itself and its actions with the religion of Judaism, falsely claiming to be acting on the wishes of the Jewish diaspora, Israel, ironically, is also perpetuating anti-Semitism. And that is 100% by design.
They are vehemently against not only Israel, not only the Jewish students. Anti-Semitism is unquestionably a problem at the universities, but it goes significantly beyond that. These are protesters who are being influenced by outside organizations. The Islamic Republic of Iran is thanking them for their work. They are giving permission.
I mean, how can chat literally laugh at this person who is also unflinchingly presenting an insane conspiracy in the same breath as they fucking yell at me over my assessment that is probably not fucking aliens that are invading Wildwoods, New Jersey? That, to me, is no different than QAnon. You understand? That's why I'm so mad about all this shit. I can't stand the stupidity, regardless of whatever ulterior purpose it serves, okay? I can't stand it.
Mission to these terrorists.
Overnight, the U.S. House passed a bill 32291, and a group of representatives say they want to protect their Jewish constituents. And the bill would essentially make.
You're not really denying the aliens as much as you're trying to dismiss there being actual drones, though? No, you're too stupid to understand that I'm not saying that there aren't any fucking drones. I'm simply stating that these are it's very unlikely that these are nefarious drones that are coming from an Iranian mothership or Chinese drones. The large majority of the drones that you see are not drones. They're just aircraft that you think are drones. There is definitely also a lot of commercial drones that people are flying around, especially now because there's more interest, there's more intrigue. And those are the people who are trying to figure out what's going on with the drones, so they fly their own drones. The average person doesn't have the understanding of what is a drone and what is a fucking commercial aircraft. That's it. I'm not discounting the idea that there might be actual fucking testing being conducted on drones that like Amazon and Walmart will use for shipment, or drones that might be deployed on a civilian population by some defense contractors. I'm not discounting that at all. I'm simply stating that there are less likely narratives here, and that is that there is a fucking alien mothership or an Iranian mothership, and that these are drone swarms happening to fucking, I don't know, do something. No one says what they're trying to do. The closest we've arrived at a tangible conspiracy theory that actually says they're trying to do something was the one guy that we just watched, the CEO, who said, oh, they're fucking bomb-sniffing drones. They're nuclear radiation sniffing drones, actually. And they're doing that because there's a nuclear warhead that my friend saw that was trafficked from Ukraine to the United States of America so they can do a fucking false flag operation and go to war with Russia. That sounds insane. That sounds far-fetched, especially because if America wanted, and I detailed this already, if America wanted to use a false flag operation to go to war with a nuclear country, they would just send trainers over to Ukraine and then fucking pepper them around, Eastern Ukraine So then inevitably when they got shot, they would say, oh my God, you shot our military members. Now we have to defend our military members. We have to go to war with Russia. They won't do that because Russia has nukes. And so does America. That would be literally nuclear holocaust. They wouldn't have to do some false flag shit here in the United States of America. That's my argument. Okay? The real deterrence here in America not going to war with Russia is that they have nukes, and so do we. It's not because, like, America just doesn't have the right cause for it. Oh. You say you don't fuck with the topic of the UAP and it shows. I love you, dude, but do some more research. Tic Tac incident is very well recorded by multiple sensors. Yes, I've seen the Tic Tac incident. I don't know what it is, okay? And I don't think it's fucking aliens. But it's okay. If you want to believe it's aliens, that's fine, okay? I've decided it's fine. You're right. That TikTok was an alien pod. The alien perk. Yeah. It's a perk 40, dude. But for aliens.
Make it easier for the Department of Education to enforce anti-discrimination laws at public institutions.
So this bill would require the Department of Education to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor.
Anti-Semitism is an ancient form of bigotry, but since the creation of Israel for the past 80 years or so, it's been used as a tool for the growth and continuation of Israel's existence. And no, this isn't some conspiracy theory. Israel quite obviously wants more anti-Semitism in the world in order to justify its Zionist project. And by continuing their atrocious actions in Gaza and the West Bank, while wearing symbols representative of Judaism and claiming to be acting on the basis of Judaism, they guarantee the continuation, if not escalation, of global anti-Semitism.
The anti-Semitic decision of the International Court in The Hague is a modern Dreyfus trial, and it will end the same way. The decision to issue an arrest warrant against me, the democratically elected Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and our former defense minister, was made by a rogue prosecutor who's trying to extricate himself from sexual harassment charges, and by biased judges who are motivated by anti-Semitic sentiments against the one and only Jewish state.
Sleek and stylish in this wool blend, Najiba is hot, hot, hot. It's a look that screams, look out world, I'm a woman of the 12th century.
Islamophobia is also an ancient form of bigotry, and although its existence in the United States was prominent before, Islamophobia's use as a tool for manufactured consent reached its cultural climax more recently, specifically after 9/11.
You're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing, that if you're critical of something...
Well, it's not a real thing when we do it.
Right.
Well, no, it really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people, and that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
why are you so hostile about this concept?
It's gross. It's racist.
We have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
of course we do. No liberal doesn't want.
Dude, Sam Harris is so funny. Look at this tweet. The problem of anti-Semitism in Europe is mostly coming from the Muslim community and the far left. It's still a fringe phenomenon in the US, though that could change. And it's so funny because this is like the European style. He's doing the European method. That is fucking delusional, dog. These are the people that did the Holocaust. And you're like, yeah, the people who are direct descendants of those who carried out the atrocities of the Holocaust have no nascent, unexamined anti-Semitic tendencies whatsoever. It's actually the fucking Muslims that are importing anti-Semitism to these countries. It's also ridiculous to say it's a fringe phenomenon in the US. There is a lot of unexamined anti-Semitism in the US as well.
It's gross. It's racist.
We have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
Of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad
But
ideas.
Islam
But
at
why
this moment is the motherlode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have
9/11 was a major turning point in the United States. The 90s were almost seen as the end of America's global fight against evil. The USSR was far behind us, and the United States didn't have a major adversary that they could villainize for their own self-interest. So in August of 2001, when George Bush was briefed by the CIA about credible threats of plane hijackings, it was the perfect opportunity for manufacturing consent. And that opportunity became reality on September 11th.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
For the next 2 decades and counting, the United States would use this day to not only justify their actions in Iraq, but to justify any sort of potential war crimes inflicted on an Arab or Muslim population.
The 9/11 attacks were carried out by Al-Qaeda, an organization headed by Osama bin Laden, which had openly declared war on the United States and was committed to killing innocents in our country and around the globe. And so we went to war against Al-Qaeda to protect our citizens, our friends, and our allies.
And 9/11 was only the catalyst. Growing up in the United States post 9/11, I was surrounded by subtle yet quite obvious in retrospect anti-Arab propaganda. 2013 saw the release of World War Z, a zombie apocalypse movie, where at the movie's climax, we see a mob of zombies scaling the walls surrounding Jerusalem and attacking the civilians taking refuge. And who's on the other side of that wall in real life? Palestinians. This movie literally illustrates Palestinians as blood-hungry zombies. 2014 saw the release of American Sniper, a film following U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle and his deployment in Iraq and then New Orleans.
He then later said that when he got back home, that he was on top of the Superdome and he
Dude, that's like, dude, fuck Chris Kyle. Oh my God, fuck Chris Kyle. Motherfuck Chris Kyle. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's such a fucking racist, lying piece of shit, dude. Fuck him. %100 annem mi aldı? Emin misin? Annemin aldığına eminsin. Sordun mu? Sipariş ettin. My dad has ordered the fattest cannolis I've ever seen. After I told him, please don't buy any more desserts and treats. I keep eating them. I can't stop myself. Okay. Yeah. Chris Kyle is a liar, a fraud, a racist. He's just an awful dude.
Shot over 30.
And the irony is, the one time he was trying to do right by his fellow veterans, he got killed by a fellow veteran who he was trying to help with his PTSD. The irony is, the one time he was trying to not be a fucking asshole and, like, you know, try to help out a fellow veteran, he killed him. He just popped him when they went to the gun range together. It's fucking nutty.
Looters during Hurricane Katrina.
I mean, maybe it wasn't the best idea to take a fucking PTSD-riddled veteran to the gun range, but I'm just saying, like, his intentions seemingly were good in that instance.
What a preposterous lie. How stupid are you if you believe that?
Throughout the film, he's seen as both a hero of America's freedom, as well as a victim of our own actions, almost making it seem like we had to be in Iraq, but it was still a sad situation. God, I love neoliberalism. And what was happening during the release of this movie? The United States was propping up and funding rebel groups in the Syrian civil war to overthrow President Bashar al-Assad. And whoops, we just created ISIS. We also grew up with master works like Captain Phillips, where Somali pirates are given zero humanization or explanation for why they're hijacking ships, the only explanation being they're just a bunch of crazy Arabs. Or the beautifully innocent movies of Sacha Baron Cohen, a British man who's made an entire career off of perpetuating dehumanizing anti-Arab stereotypes.
In my country, we have KFC, Kazakh fried cat.
These associations in our media create an anti-Arab bias in the minds of its audience. But where those biases are confirmed is when these victims of American imperialism reach a point of retaliation, like the events of October 7th.
Today, the people of Israel are under attack. In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere, the United States stands with Israel. I got up this morning and started this at 7:30, 8 o'clock, my calls. Hamas terrorists crossing in Israel, killing not only Israeli soldiers, but Israeli civilians. Entire families taken hostage by Hamas. Just days after Israel marked the holiest of days in the Jewish calendar. It's unconscionable.
For the past year, ever since October 7, 2023, Islamophobia has seen a resurgence in American media. Palestinians are described as terrorists who have a hidden desire to unalive Jewish people from a young age.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Like Kamala.
The other one.
I could add it.
And those who support the people of Palestine are labeled anti-Semites or even terrorists themselves.
What we're seeing now at Colombia, and I don't use this word lightly, we're not seeing ideological war. We're not seeing support for terrorism. We are seeing terrorism.
And what it was literally a vigil for terrorists. Now, I was on the University of Washington campus last week when they had this big rally.
Not my shy Davide.
This big march for Hamas, when they were literally chanting, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And they mean free of Jews. They want all Jews out of the land. I had people literally tell me to my face that they were celebrating the fact that babies had their heads cut off.
There's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal.
Anti-Semitism, however, has also been on the rise since October 7th, thanks to Israel's undying ability to associate its war crimes with the religion of Judaism. A religion, by the way, that is fundamentally built on peace and the idea of loving thy neighbor as thyself.
My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Now, the reason I've...
Yeah, that was Ethan talking about me, saying that I have a radical fringe, pro-Russia, pro-China, anti-American views that must be eliminated. Or at the very least, why are there no brave voices to address and criticize?
Decided to make this video is not simply to analyze the growth of both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. The way politics is today, political analysis becomes significantly more interesting and easier to understand when discussed in the context of internet drama. In fact, this OG YouTuber has built an empire, a dying empire, off of internet drama. This OG YouTuber, famous for his appearances in blackface, brownface, whiteface, and poopface, has more recently become famous for spewing, on the daily, both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Fresh criticism for Hasan, who is an outright supporter of terrorism, quite literally. He is a champion for terrorism and a supporter of terrorism. And if you don't believe me, watch the video.
Now, there's a lot of deep...
If you stand up against it, go on debates, just team tag you and call you anti-Semitic again. What? Yeah, as you guys know, I'm a big fan. Do you sometimes feel like we're feeding into Hasbro and making it more effective by addressing every single point over and over and over and over again? No. I think it's worthy. There are moments where it's like silly to do that. And then there are moments where you need to make sure that people understand There are moments where we need to make sure that people understand where you stand. Especially because there are obviously, like, there are people who say anti-Israel shit, and they do that to launder anti-Semitic narratives. There's an Arabic phrase that means repetition teaches the donkey. It seems anti-Semitic. Just because you said it's an Arabic phrase, which automatically means it must be anti-Semitic. It's silly to continuously condemn Hamas every time. It's not silly to break down Hasbara lies. Yeah, for sure. I also don't want to I want to weed out people who get duped, or rather believe the people who just like will cynically sneak and launder anti-Semitic messages into criticisms of the state of Israel. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that people understand that there's no space for that. Now, a lot of fucking dumbasses will also cynically say, oh, he's doing this to hide from all of the attacks. Okay? He's doing this, except I've been doing this for years and years and years prior, because it's something that I do believe. Like, I don't think that there's any space for anti-Semitism, nor is there any space for Islamophobia.
Details I could get into regarding Ethan's racist crash out, but I'll save that for a future video. What I really want to focus on today is this tweet, and the context of this tweet by Hasan Piker.
My former podcast co-host misunderstood me when I said in America that anti-Semitism is institutionally unacceptable, but Islamophobia is permitted if not encouraged. Yesterday, he proved my point.
Ethan has a long history of Islamophobia, stretching all the way back to his time in Israel. Go figure. Like when Ethan and Hila visited an Arab village, and Ethan was afraid of the call to prayer.
Hila, are you sure we're going the right way? Hila, are we going the right way?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, no. I don't know, we just need to find the water.
You know what they say? Follow the Allah Akbars.
Or when Ethan said Arab Muslims have an inclination towards committing acts of violence.
I do, on the other hand, acknowledge that, like, I think per capita, a lot of the weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit, I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community. Yeah. Or Arab Muslims, to be more specific.
Or when Hila said the wall between Israel and the West Bank had to be built and was proven effective.
They built a wall, and Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. There's still a lot of other ways. There's tunnels and, you know.
Yeah. Rockets.
Yeah.
When Hila was a kid.
It's just, it's an epigenetic. It's just like genetically predetermined that if you're Arab, you hate Jewish people and you want to kill them. It's just how it is. That's why we need a wall. Yeah. It's just natural. I want people to understand that, like, reasonable people or good people can also be duped by these narratives as well. Okay? Especially because there has never been a fascist movement throughout history that hasn't justified its fascist nature by creating a healthy dose of propaganda and laundering it over and over and over again. It's not like, while we all understand what the Nazis did were horrifying, right? Like, they also spent a good deal of time early on laundering anti-Semitic sentiment in order to justify what was to come later down the line. It's not like they were just like, yeah, we want to do the Holocaust because we're evil. Okay. They didn't say that. They didn't just like magically one day decide like, yeah, let's just put all the Jewish people in concentration camps and kill them because we're bad guys. And then that's how they communicated that to the public. And then the public was like, well, we're also evil too. Thank God. I love doing evil. Like, it's not how that goes. Okay. It's not like Jim Crow or the apartheid in South Africa was presented to the population as, we just actually want to do bad things. We want to do bad things to black people. No, it was a century of justification for chattel slavery that was repackaged throughout time as society evolved. And every step of the way, those who wanted to reinstate the racial pecking order would make arguments over and over again to justify why this must exist, why Jim Crow must exist, why apartheid must exist. That's it. And I don't think people understand that. Like when they have this like unexamined, resilient, Islamophobic attitudes that they've grown up believing, that they've been socially conditioned into taking as truth, and they hear something like that, they go, yeah, that tracks. This argument tracks. The self-defense argument is something that I can understand. That's why Israel, even to this day, will always bring forth the self-defense narratives. The expansion of the Golan Heights, which is annexed Syrian territory that the Trump administration acknowledged as permanent Israeli territory in direct contravention of international law. There is now a further expansion of the Golan Heights, according to the Israeli government. The reason why what is this? Ethan Klein H3 68 videos. What does this have to do with anything? Using check your privilege to excuse away fascist policy is a super crazy spin. Shit like, yeah, it's easy for you to call for civil rights for black people from a cushy big city university. We're fighting them daily. Yeah. What is this person saying?
There's
a lot of weird ass motherfuckers in the
Israel
chat
that
today.
blocked out the West Bank and Gaza. And it was like, I remember in the newspaper when you were growing up, almost daily, right?
Not
Suicide
daily,
bombs
but it was
weekly
happening a lot, and it was terrifying. Yeah.
in cafes, shopping malls, and buses.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like a slaughter. It was just a slaughter. And so they're like, oh, let's build a fucking wall then. And lo and behold,
Ethan has less followers than you. Dude, what are you talking about? Ethan has one of the largest YouTube accounts out there. Ethan is OG YouTuber. He has multiple YouTube properties that are significantly larger than myself, including the H3H3 podcast. The H3H3 podcast is significantly larger than any property I have on YouTube. It's got 2.79 million subs. Their video numbers, I mean, their analytics don't look as great now as they once did, but they're still fairly popular.
no more suicide bombs. And my whole time there.
Also, it doesn't even matter. Nick Fuentes has way less motion than myself, but I still see him as a serious threat. It's so weird. Like, just because someone is like far less consequential doesn't change. Like, if they're saying something, if they're trying to normalize certain ways of thinking.
My whole 5 years living there, there was one failed, shitty attempt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the list goes on.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them. to like a terrorist city.
But these clips are all quite old, and for a while there, Ethan was able to hide any of his own Islamophobia. Yet when October 7 took place, Ethan Klein's Islamophobic tendencies came to the forefront.
I find it incredible that people think that Hamas is going to take over all of Israel and happily coexist with Israelis. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time...
What do you mean everybody? Like, does he mean Palestinians? Yeah, how terrifying. Palestinians have been purposely cast out from their homeland. Will want to come back. Like, we cannot coexist with them. It's terrifying. Like, this right here is this is it. This is just like... It is considered appropriate to be able to say these things. If you were to say this about black people, like, everyone would understand what the fuck you're talking about. Say it about Arabs, though. Say it about Palestinians, and everyone's like, well, maybe he has a point. And the worst part about it is that, like, Ethan himself does not give a shit. I know he, at least when I talked to him, I don't think he gave a shit about the demographic concerns of the state of Israel. Why the fuck should he care? He's from California. Like, ridiculous, right? And it feels like this is a relaundering of a certain point of propaganda that has worked on him as well. Do you understand?
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically...
Like, this is just great replacement. You understand that, right? I'm sure Ethan would understand that. When people say this in America, that's why I always point out, we here in the United States of America, the royal we, have demographic concerns. But when someone says that to you in the United States of America, virtually everybody understands what the fuck's going on. Okay? Especially those who are well-read, or especially those who are at least somewhat liberal-minded, very quickly understand when a person says, we have demographic concerns in the United States of America. What does that mean? Ne? Dış kapı açık. Kimse yok ama dışarı. Başka bir şeyler daha mı order ettin? Kafayı yiyeceğim ama. They keep ordering food. That sounds like what why racist people would say pre-desegregation. No, that's exactly what it is. Demographic concerns by the demographic in-group is inherently a racist concept. It has historically always been at the forefront of fascist ideology. People say that now, though, too. What do y'all mean? No, I know. And we always know what that means when people say that, don't we? I know what that means. You know what that means. Okay? Yeah, exactly. The people that say white people are losing the majority argument from like 2 years ago is a fucking racist-ass argument. Everybody here understands that. That is a racist-ass argument. The question always is, what are you talking about? So what if there aren't a majority of white people? What is whiteness? What is the solution to that? It's a fucking Nazi argument that is portrayed as a defensive posture, as though there is a valid claim here that America must be a white nation. Why? What does that even mean? What do you mean when you say it must be a white nation? Who is supposed to be white? Who is considered white? Throughout history, if you go back far enough in time, you will get back all the way to Benjamin Franklin, who considered Germans to be swarthy and not white. Only WASPs were considered white. Whiteness is a concept that's evolved throughout time. And in many instances, it has nothing to do with just the color of your skin. After all, many people don't consider me white, even though I say I'm white all the time. I am white. I look white. I'm pale as fuck. And yet people say, Hasan, you're not white. How could you be white? You're fucking, you know, you're Muslim. Your name is Hasan. And a big chunk of why people are no longer, are no longer as white as they once were is because miscegenation is no longer illegal. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna make it so that it's illegal to fucking race mix? It's ridiculous. Anyway, let's continue.
Anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Oh, it's going to be a secular country? You mean Hamas, the Islamic fundamentalist group?
Wait, I don't understand. No one is saying that Israel needs to be a Islamic caliphate. Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, no, when people say it must be a secular country, that's what they mean. It's not like a secret way of, I haven't seen this video. What the fuck is this? I don't even know where this is from, but this is a ridiculous video. Yeah, no, secular means secular. As in, people can practice religion in the safety of their own homes. But it doesn't mean that they can use religious doctrine to dictate what people can and can't do. I'm fairly certain that Ethan would agree with that, especially when it's fundamentalists of a Jewish nature, like the Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world, that get to dictate what happens in Israel, that dominate the lives of secular Jews in Israel.
Is it going to come out and do a secular country? What the f are you talking about? I feel like people are so deluded. They'll look at something like From the River to the Sea and be like, oh no, that doesn't mean that they want to, they just want to create a secular state and peacefully live with Israelis. By the way, segregation is not real. There's 20% of the population in Israel is Palestinian, full citizens, integrated in all levels of work.
I'm beginning to realize that I just didn't see a lot of Ethan's commentary after the leftovers fallout, which led me to assume that he wasn't doing straightforward pro-Israel propaganda. Because this right here is just straight up Hasbara. Oh, there's Palestinian citizens of Israel. 20% of society, 20%. I'm sure it'll be funny if he mentions the Arab Supreme Court. The Arab Supreme Court justice was the one who actually threw the former Israeli prime minister in prison. I've heard it a million times over. Ridiculous. And you banned us for calling that out? Yeah, I did. You want to know why? Because at the time, I was more focused on covering things that actually mattered rather than getting myself involved with my former podcast co-host. And I stand by that decision to this day. I know this is petty, but the similarities are... Okay, dude, stop. He would literally talk about how he believes in apartheid state, but then would go away and say shit like this. He's so insincere. I think the problem here is that he took advantage of a lot of your charitability and still enjoys the benefits of you believing he might understand what's wrong. He's fooled a lot of us. He does use the Supreme Justice talking point.
And over time, he played victim, claiming that people calling him a Zionist are being anti-Semitic. Ironically, an anti-Semitic statement in and of itself. But I'll get to that in a bit.
That's my problem, is that people, they're watching with the expectation, they're looking for any...
I think his past open criticism of Israel and advocacy for Palestinians carries so much weight until October 7. Yeah, it carried a lot of weight for me too. Don't double down. You didn't do research about your co-host. Take the L and move on. Token Yemeni. Yeah, my bad, dude. I should have spent a what did Ethan say hour every day instead of covering the slaughtered children that Israel was killing at the time. You're right. My bad. Sub for years, I was fooled too by him. Yeah, that's what I should have done. I should have centered... I should have centered the the conversation around like petty drama between me and my podcast co-host, so that like all these other fucking parasitic drama farmers could like attach themselves to that conversation as well. You know, make money for everybody, and every single day not talk about issues that actually mattered. You know? And you're doing it right now, dude. You're the one claiming he was a friend. At least admit to it and say you're sorry. Aw, does it hurt your feelings? Does it hurt your feelings that I didn't know the full scope of his commentary? Oh, I'm sorry. Talk to me when he spends, I don't know, a month and a half actively trying to get you deplatformed, okay? Are you the real victim here? Are you the real victim here, chatter? Do you feel so, are your feelings hurt? Are your feelings hurt that I covered genocide instead of whatever the fuck Ethan was talking about? My bad. Well, you banned people for calling him out before? Yeah, I did, because it was irrelevant at the time. And I was right to do so, and I still stand by that, okay? I'm so sorry that your feelings were hurt. Yeah. Do you not hear what I'm saying? Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? At the time, covering Ethan would have been irrelevant, regardless of whatever kind of fucking Hasbara that he was churning out. That's what I'm saying. Would you rather have me cover your personal anger and resentment that you had, the personal frustrations that you had with a podcast host that you had a parasocial relationship with, or cover the act of genocide that was ongoing? Oh my God, there's another fucking... Okay, this is out of control. Baba! Baba! Bir tane daha geldi. They ordered even more people. You say you don't care about drama shit while covering more important stuff like open genocide. Chatter still send links after that and got the hammer. It's their fault, not yours. Yes, exactly. Anyway,
little nugget to get indignant over and to call me a Zionist. If you call me a Zionist, you're anti-Semite. You know why? Because I'm not a fucking Zionist, and I've made that exactly profoundly, deeply clear. So when you see someone on Twitter, when you see someone in the audience calling me a Zionist, what they're calling me is a fucking Jew.
And this whole Zionism thing is just so fucked up. It's basically a purity test on Jews. You got to be, are you a good Jew or a bad Jew?
It's so crazy because, like, there are hella Jewish people, many of which I collaborate with, many Jewish people that are on this platform that simply don't agree with Ethan. And yeah, if someone is an anti-Zionist, actually, okay, and Jewish, and then someone turns around and goes, oh, you're a Zionist, okay, yeah, I would assume that that person is anti-Semitic. But it seems like Ethan has given enough. It seems that Ethan has given enough information to people who are passing by or people who are actively tuned into his podcast, like large chunks of his progressive fan base that don't agree with him on this issue and have made up their own conclusions. Segregation is not real, y'all. The Palestinians' land day does not commemorate the Nakba or 67. Is 1976 during Yitzhak Rabin's first government. 20,000 dunams of land were expropriated from Palestinian citizens in Saknin to build Jewish towns. As a part of the Judaization of the Galilee, the Palestinian protested with a general strike. The military shot and killed 6 unarmed protesters. Since the 1948, over 700 Jewish towns have been built on Israel, 0 for Palestinian citizens. Yeah, Ethan, also in the conversation that I had with him at the time when I thought he was, pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine in general. At that time, when I did give him a lot more bandwidth to speak his mind, when he said the Jewish voice for peace could be akin to to capos. I personally thought that was an insane thing to say, and if you go back and watch, like, so much of my back and forth with Ethan could be demystified. If you go back and watch that last conversation that me and him had, it's on my YouTube page. You can go watch it. Okay? You can go watch it and you will see a lot of the conversation, a lot of the back and forth we had, we covered a broad swath of issues. Okay? And in that moment, I genuinely were like, Hasan just said that you're having Jewish people make a distinction that you're anti-Semite. Wait, what? He's right. They have a machine that's trying to separate. What the fuck? What are you saying? I walk through public hallways of that's right. Surely another existential crisis. See, I love Gabor Mate. Is one of my favorite Jewish people. And then, what? When he was bombarded by people that broke my heart. You're in your own cloud. People notice that there's no way people can know how bad the problem is now. They just have to check in with Jewish people to see they're going to get a horror story. He's right. They have a machine that's trying to separate the two of us all the time in public. You're an anti-Semite, is Hasan saying. Hasan just said you're having Jewish people make a distinction that you're an anti-Semite. Wait, what? Yeah, but you're that guy who watches streamer buddies acting like terrorists and you laugh only to come back to Holocaust and genocide back to back. Think of a mental gymnastics is unreal. What the fuck? What year did you start not liking Jewish people? 1955? This is a schism here? What the fuck is this person saying? He called Matt Lieb anti-Semitic. Matt Lieb did Birthright. Eaton said on the YMH podcast that Birthright was brainwashing by rich Zionist Europeans. I don't know what the fuck this guy's saying, but I think it's great that he's in here. He should say it.
So, in what world is that normal? To be like, sorry, no Zionists, death to Zionists. So, you know, you go to all these campuses, no Zionists allowed. So they're saying, are you a good Jew? Or are you a...
Yeah, it's funny that he says this. And if he were to actually critically examine the situation, or at least talk to a singular organizer on campus, he would very quickly recognize that most of those campus protests were organized by Jewish groups, like Jewish Voice for Peace, Students for Justice in Palestine. They were incredibly diverse. And there were many Jewish anti-Zionists that were leading these protests. And that's not tokenizing them or using them as a fucking defense mechanism in the way that people cynically claim it is. It's because they also were upset with what Israel was doing. They also understand Zionism in the same way that we do, which is that at its bones, Zionism, in its current inception, in its modern iteration, in the way that it works, and some might even say certain variants of Zionism initially, are a fascist ideology. That's it. It has the same exact in-group, out-group dynamic. It is built around uplifting an ethno-religious supremacist ideology and dominating the indigenous population that Israel has sovereignty over. It's so crazy. It's not shocking that there are plenty of Holocaust survivors that have initially started off thinking, oh, sick, a homeland. This is going to be awesome. And then very quickly realize what the fuck is up. Albert Einstein is one of the most prominent examples of this. This is actually what I talked about extensively, not only on the Cambridge speech, but I focused on this a lot more on the Oxford Union speech. And I'm very excited for it to come out. Hopefully it will eventually. But I talked about the dangers of falsely conflating the actions of Israel with Judaism. To be fair, Einstein's view when it came to Israel was way more complicated. Yeah, but as someone who fucking fled Nazi Germany, he very quickly understood and warned the inception of the Israeli state as something that was of a fascist nature. This person says, if I write crazy shit, would you read my history of Pose? And this person responds, nah, he just ban you and get chat to turn on you. Meanwhile, he got banned last time for spamming gooner.
bad Jew. That's the conversation. And again, I emphasize this because I don't think people appreciate it, but 90% of the world's Jews would be considered Zionist.
For the most part, Ethan didn't mention Hasan once, or vice versa, for the past year. And although Ethan decided to end leftovers, and thus end any discussion regarding Israel-Palestine, the topic did still make its way into an episode here and there. And it was still quite clear that
Guy is just resegmenting his audience to that very specific left-hating online liberal audience. Long-term, his specific pitch can't work with neocons or more anti-imperialist progressives. Maybe he pivots harder, right, in a year or two if it doesn't yield. No idea if it's thought out or organic. I think it's organic. I think people just desperately look for validation online. And I think it was a big schism when the progressive audience that he had organically cultivated from having a genuine change of heart did not agree with him at all. So he was like desperately looking for validation on the one hand, which Destiny's community gave him full throated support, love bombing his ass. So he started frequenting those that Reddit more and more. But then also he just couldn't comprehend how so many people in his audience were like against them. So he thought, oh, it must be because Hasan primed them. It must be because Hasan is the reason. These people could not have organically come to this conclusion. And because he's a very stubborn guy overall and hyper fixates on certain things and just like never gives up, I think that's my assessment. I can't know what someone's what is happening in someone's mind, but my assessment of the situation is that he just like needed to find someone that was responsible because it can't be him. At no step in this process could it be his own personal communication on the situation, making people arrive at this conclusion that he was defending Israel. Okay? Out of respect, you even now show charity. I would be so mad. There's no reason to be mad. There's nothing you can do about these sorts of situations, you know? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, he was always this like massive pro-Israel guy or whatever. Defending Israel from what exactly? Criticism? Yeah, no, I think look, for a lot of Jewish people especially, like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising. And if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people assuming that all people who criticize Israel are just like him, they're like fucking Holocaust deniers or whatever, yeah, you're going to freak the fuck out. He's got Jewish children, you know what I mean? He doesn't want them to grow up in a fucking anti-Semitic country. And in his mind, there's a very real problem that like, that is specifically happening on the boundaries of the Israeli conversation. Okay? For many other people, Jewish anti-Zionist and non-Jewish anti-Zionist alike, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, that's real. But also, you know what else is real? Real bombs falling on people's heads. And I think that's where this conquest begins.
Ethan and Hila had some difficulty with the topic, but it wasn't until the day of our Holy Lord, September 11th, 2024, when Ethan Klein decided to go on a full-on spite-driven and seemingly Islamophobic crusade against Hasan and anyone associated with Hasan, more often than not people who are pro-Palestine. Why did he all of a sudden decide to go on this deplatforming campaign against pro-Palestinian streamers, many of whom are Arab themselves? Simple. They were promoting terrorism and simping for Osama bin Laden.
My friends, it's so good to see you again. Happy Friday to all of my...
Happy Friday!
To all of my beloved audience members, to my crew, to my beautiful wife, to my dogs. TGIF. I want to talk about my beef with Bin Laden.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I made the brave assertion on Instagram, and again, this stems from these TikTok people who are like being like simping for Bin.
They think you orchestrate every YouTube and Reddit comment. That's really funny because like I actively have avoided talking about Ethan, like even in moments, especially leading up to the election when he was like really, really, really trying to get my attention and trying to get me deplatformed. I still was like, I don't, I have more important shit to cover.
Bin Laden because he was anti-American and failed to read the rest of his manifesto.
Yeah, no, I love the holy warrior paving the path to peace. The holy anti-Soviet warrior Osama bin Laden paving a path to peace.
In which he said specifically, the reason I did this attack is because you're all gay Jews who aren't Muslim, it's doing Sharia law, and also you give loans. I saw this tweet, and it had, and this moment, it got even more, but I had 100.
This is the funniest thing because like, Wow Mao is correct. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or do they believe he hated that they can vote or something? And like, it's a combination of the fact that, yes, Osama bin Laden absolutely was resentful towards the United States of America, was anti-Semitic as well, and, definitely didn't, in his personal life, I suspect, enjoy, well, he was a hentai watcher, but he didn't enjoy, he had a Salafist approach or a fundamentalist approach. Okay, all that stuff is correct. But a big part of this concept of blowback revolves around arming and beefing up certain Saudi assets alongside the Mujahideen, only to have them continuously watch Western imperialism happen in their area and go, okay, well, fuck you. I'm going to now use the training and the weapons and the access that I got being a CIA asset, and I'm going to turn it on you. Like, that's it. That's the whole entire principle behind what I was saying when I said America deserved what it deserved, okay? Fundamentalist approach to hentai. Can't speak on his gooning habits. Just know that he had hentai in his, I believe he had hentai in his hard drive. Yeah. The irony, of course, is that the pivotal moment of my 821 America Deserved conversation quite literally stemmed from Daniel Jebediah Crenshaw, okay, Texas 2nd District Congressperson, unironically telling Joe Rogan, yeah, you don't understand, Joe. They hate us because they ain't us. That's what he said. That's what fucking tilted me into having that heated gaping moment. Okay? That was what was, and Ethan knew all of that. I've had conversations with him about that. So I'm shocked that he's taken a very different approach here. He was much more understanding of what I was saying back then.
160,000 likes, 9 million views. So there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, yeah, this is...
He did quite literally hate America because they could vote and hate our freedoms.
This guy's onto something. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or do they believe he hated that they can vote or something? And what's interesting to me is that when I actually read his writings and learned about it, it occurred to me that, like, holy shit, that is kind of why he hates us. He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country, or the world, frankly. Please read his writings before regurgitating.
Osama bin Laden did it because of burger. He was like, no burger. You put bacon in that? That is big haram. You eat burger with bacon, big haram. We must do 9/11 now. No. Yeah. Yeah, no. He hated Americans because they could vote. Okay. I don't want to dive into the weeds of this, But I think he's misunderstanding what he was talking about in terms of Americans being able to vote. I think he was, I don't recall what he wrote in the letter to America or whatever, but I'm pretty sure the thing he wasn't saying was that the Americans have the concept of voting, and I hate that. It was more so who they were voting for that he hated. I'm not saying it's correct, and I don't agree with Osama bin Laden, but it is pretty funny. Like he read it. I'm imagining in my mind that Ethan angrily reading Osama bin Laden's letter and just seeing the words voting and going, oh, he hates the concept of democracy. That's why he did 9/11. Like he is a principled monarchist and just hates the mere act of voting. Oh, Jesus. This is unironically regurgitating the they hate us because our freedoms attitude that many Americans displayed at the time. The problem now is that it's 2024, which is a wild time to regurgitate this propaganda. Like, just wait for a false flag operation or something so you can just fucking push this out. Oh.
Tinky talking points and running defense.
Yeah, he used that they were voting to justify their murder. He said that Americans deserve 9/11 because they voted the president in. Yes.
For a mass murdering, homophobic, anti-Semitic piece of shit. Fuck Bin Laden. Anyone trying to rewrite history.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to extend a little bit of grace to some of these people that, you know, I'm assuming have not actually taken the time to fully read his manifesto or his writings or whatever. You know, there are parts of it where he's critiquing, you know, U.S. imperialism and messing with countries in the Middle East, like you said, and it can come across as like, okay, he's making some points here, but like,
yeah, I mean, that is like he's not a good guy, okay, but yeah, why else would an American asset do this? Why else would a former American asset do this? As a part of it, that doesn't mean he's right to do it. I certainly don't think so. But it's like ridiculous to go, oh, he hates America because of the freedoms that America has. He's just like, he's not even jealous of the freedoms. He just like hates that those freedoms exist.
You have to read on. Like,
yes.
You can't just read like you can't read the back cover on this one. Like you should.
No one is saying he wasn't insane. You have to delve a little bit deeper, like you said, and consider why he was insane. Why are Americans so afraid of this analysis? It just like breaks Americans' brains immediately. That's why.
You should delve a little bit deeper because the further you read, the more it's like, oh, he's fucking insane. Okay.
Coming to the conclusion that bin Laden hated us because we could vote and had some level of freedom of expression, that is the...
Responding to Bush saying that they hate our freedom, he said, if so, then let him explain to us why we don't strike, for example, Sweden. Ew. Osama bin Laden was a debate lord. Ew. Oh, add that onto the list of why I don't fuck with the guy. Ew. Osama bin debating. Oh God. Why are we not attacking Sweden then? They are a free nation. Osama bin Laden be like, that's a straw man argument. Oh God. Debate lord, hentai gooner, literally never shaves, lives in a fucking cave. Osama bin Laden is a Redditor. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's a fucking Redditor. Doesn't fuck with women. Okay, I'll add another one. Osama bin Laden, if he were alive today, would 100% hate female depictions. Okay? Loves hentai, hates women in video games. Oh my God, welcome back, Osman Gold. Oh, dude. Okay.
The dumbest, most white supremacist argument you can make, and is an obvious example of Islamophobia.
So the first thing I saw was this dude named Comrade Casey. Comrade Casey says, Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis. And I'm thinking, like, we can analyze it all we want. That's his literal words. Like, he's just like, I hate Jewish people and I want to kill people who have freedoms, who aren't following Sharia law all the time. And they're like, well, what did he really mean by that? It's obnoxious, but this isn't actually the most obnoxious. Then comes everybody's favorite, Frogan. So here I am saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God.
I mean,
he really showed Frogan. He really showed Frogan. He definitely did not prove her point.
you could shut up yourself.
It was this collection of leftists on Twitter giving a correct analysis for what transpired 23 years earlier that officially marked the beginning.
Okay, to be fair, people didn't even offer any analysis. It's just like the first account is Wow Mao making a joke. And then it's like Ethan being like, no, you don't understand. They hate us for our freedoms. And then other people dunking on that take. Like, this isn't a serious back and forth. This isn't like real discourse. This is just like people getting mad. By the way, you also criticized those TikToks at the time, but Esau Hasan TikTok editor in bio and went crazy on Zoomer Wow Mao. Yeah, Zoomer Wow Mao, my worst editor of all time, literally never edited a single goddamn fucking video for me. Okay? I have never mentioned Frogan's ethnic or religious identity, but I'm always reduced to Zionist. I'm the one being racist, this festering bigotry. Let me also say I give zero fucks about Frogan's crocodile tears. She has inserted herself in the middle of my convos. She didn't even insert herself into this convo. There is no convo happening. Like, what is the convo?
Of Ethan Klein's public hatred for socialists. Someone who a year earlier described himself as a socialist, or at least socialist adjacent, had now reached a point where he hates most socialists and thinks of them all as terrorism, simping anti-Semites.
So anyway, here's what I said.
No, I think more importantly than that, also anti-America. I do want to go back to that original point because that's the most Steven Crowder-esque take that I've ever heard from Ethan when he was like, why is nobody leaving? Why is nobody left on Twitch to contest Hasan's pro-Russia, pro-China, anti-America, terror-loving statements? And that to me is like, that is Steven Crowder shit. Like, straight up. Straight up. That's just literally Steven Crowder shit. Like the notion that, you know, I'm like anti-America. I'm just unconditionally anti-America. For the crime of what? Saying that like America has awesome power and could use it for good, but instead uses it for evil and unequal exchange and extraction of natural resources from the global south. Like, that's not, you know, I want fucking healthcare, man. I don't care about 800 military bases all around the planet. You know, I don't care about justifying that. Like permanent war, permanent occupation. You clearly don't watch Steven, lol, strawman, Steven Crowder. We have Steven Crowder defenders in here. Why did you block that guy? I need to see what he had to say. Saying that I'm anti-America, like saying anyone who criticizes American imperialism is like anti-America is just straight up, like, it's not even just Steven Crowder. It's most right-wing reactionaries. That's the way they operate. I know this better than anyone else because guess what? I've been in their crosshairs a million times over. It's crazy to openly admit that you're a Steven Crowder fan this far into his demise, by the way. So respect. Unless I think this might be like a DDG guy who got lost in the sauce and thinks I'm talking about Destiny. I assume. Conrad Casey, Hasan, it's me, Mr. Parasocial Hope. All is well. Yeah, all is good. Good video. Why don't you go on Tim Pool? I don't care about any of you guys, lol. What? Why would I? Wait, what? You think you think I'm doing a straw man on Steven Crowder? Like, this actually is a Steven Crowder fan. What the fuck? This is awesome. He's a Tim Pool fan as well. What am I going to go and talk to Tim Pool about as he dances around the issue of Israel over and over again? And then says what? Ukraine is the greatest enemy of the world. America must apologize to Russia.
Why I hate most socialists. Let's take a look at Deprogram, one of the most popular socialist subreddits, and a show frequented by Hasan. These are the guys who said all Israelis are valid military targets, including babies, just by the nature of existing and being born there. So let's see what they're up to on election day.
Ethan Klein was quite public about his hatred for woke socialists, but whenever mentioning this, made sure to include that he doesn't feel that way about Hasan.
I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as fucking. I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing. And it seems to have like a neutral title, but I think everybody noticed as they were watching through it, even Hasan, I think, commented on it, that this video is a little fucking weird.
Yeah.
You mentioned you had watched it.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. It is biased towards Hasan, right? It's all about how you kind of screwed everything up.
Hutch, why still do the settler babies line when he knows the context? He was there. You were telling it to him originally. Who, Hutch does the settler babies line? Or are you saying Ethan still does the settler babies line? It's weird that he would like defend that a year ago, but now he's like using it. That's why I think he would most likely do the Hasan is a fucking rich socialist that owns a house, and that's like I suspect that he'll like inevitably move to that point as well, because I think he was doing like the Hasan is pro-Russia shit as well. So he's just like slowly going down the fuck Hasan pipe. Like, I assume that, yeah, he just wait and see what the Reddit is saying. Just wait and see what Reddit is saying. I don't fucking care.
And pretty much the core of the video is that you became like a debate pervert who then challenged Hasan and lost.
Even Hasan was getting like frustrated watching it, and he was confused, and he's like, "This is fucking weird."
No, I was frustrated with my chat because I feel like most of this subject devolves back to personal parasocial dynamics and doesn't stay on message and doesn't stay on the issue at hand. Okay? And to be fair to people in my chat at the time, I did not know the entire scope of Ethan's commentary on the issue of Israel. He hired a Ukrainian woman and brought her on stream 3 times to talk about how anti-Ukraine you are. She said you should watch Willie Mack and David Burns videos. What? I think one of the funniest things that I found out in the original Willie Mack video was that he literally in terms of my in terms of like how he was presenting me as a pro-Russia guy, he used a clip where I was actually criticizing Russia invading Ukraine and implied that I was actually saying it in a pro-Russia manner. It's just wrong. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're actively and desperately looking for any sort of clip or any sort of video that says like is good, that says like fuck Hasan, and you need like some additional moral justifications for it, then yeah, go ahead. But it's just sad for me to see this as a Jew because Zionism's narrative omits any Jewish figure that dared to act outside its framework. Think of influential figures like Gershom Scholem, Martin Buber, Yehuda Magnus, Arthur Rupin, R. Binyamin. Think of organizations like Brit Shalom, Ehud, and Matzpen. If you have heard more than one of these, that's the point. It's art. Tina, decades of carefully crafted stories to tell everyone the most progressive of us that there is no alternative. Okay, I don't know any of these people. I'm gonna be honest.
Weird.
Yeah, Hasan didn't like the video at all, from what I recall. He thought it was weird, and the more it went on, the more he kind of like disliked it.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta finish. I'll finish this tomorrow. I gotta do the podcast. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast. We watched a YouTube video that was really good, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's by Comrade Casey in the chat, also known as, I believe, North Star Radio. Is that what it is? Is that what his YouTube name is? I forget.
It seems to me that this guy is the exact sort of awful person Ethan was talking about that is within Hasan's community. And again, I'll say Hasan's video didn't have really any nasty comments, so I am definitely talking about people like this who are not in his comment section, though.
But
people get so crazy going on the fuck Hasan rabbit hole. I've been a subscriber for 2 years now, and it literally seems like sickness or something that people get infected with. It makes sense, man. Virtually every subject matter I cover and the perspective that I offer is either something that most people have not heard of or directly hate. They've been conditioned. They've been trained into fucking hating these naysayers. Think about it from the perspective of something that most people would agree to. Socialized medicine. There are still a shit ton of people who think it's bad because it's socialist, it's bad, it's communist, it's socialist, it's terrifying, it's too disruptive. Okay? And when someone comes out and is like, yeah, actually, I think we should have socialized medicine, they go, oh, fuck you. That's it. Like, a lot of people are trained to despise those who say, here are some of society's problems, we got to fix them.
Ethan could only keep that lie for so long.
Anyway, you are so smart and so brave. No, I mean, I'm not like looking for fucking flowers here. I don't know why people cynically say dumb shit like this. Like, you don't come across as intelligent when you say something like this sarcastically in the chat. You come across as like smarmy and annoying. That's not what I was saying at all. Okay? Calm down. We still got SNL. We got sad news from Ludwig, and then we'll do another side problem. I just graduated nursing school and cannot dig myself out of debt because I'm in it. My account is negative because my mom took all my money. Yeah, that's why socialized medicine also has to accompany free college education as well. An upcoming NSR video will be deep dive into Hasan's skills or lack of thereof in the game of basketball. Looking forward to it. Okay, bro, chill. These are people who are unsure of Hassan's take on
That's
Russia.
not the case. Putin is not a good person. He's a horrible monster, okay? And so is America. The people of Ukraine are stuck between two fucking forces. And there are plenty of countries that have been able to successfully neutralize, like Finland. But the ultimate goal here is neutralization, to have a buffer zone that is not even, that's not directly a part of NATO. Because
God, I was so fat. Damn, this is right after the invasion. What the fuck? None of the edits nor the skip sections of the stream were made in relevant context. The edits were made to enhance the streamlining of the video. Putin has made his most aggressive actions yet. Do you miss your headrest? No, this is a new chair. I spoke too soon. I was wrong. Finland has been NATOized. They said Finlandization of NATO. But I did the NATOization of Finland. All right. Let's do this.
I talked about how I started a company called Off Brand with the idea of making events for not just myself, but other creators. And that company is mostly made up of former Beyond the Summit employees. Unfortunately, yesterday we had to announce that we are closing down the production side of Off Brand. We released a statement that I'm going to read verbatim because it's pretty well written. When we started Off Brand, our plan was to help creators bring their ideas to life. For many creators,
fucking MAGA mail, bro. Immediately covering the untimely demise of a cooperative corporation. You see this? Classic right-wing guy.
We did that, and we're proud of everything we helped create. Our people worked hard, and we made amazing content, but we failed to make the events business sustainable. And as a result, we made the difficult decision to shut down that side of the business. Off-Brand Games isn't going anywhere, and I'm going to keep making events through Mogul Moves. But we want to thank everyone who supported and watched the events we helped produce. If you're looking for talent to fill...
For the record, this has nothing to do with it being a cooperative corporation, and everything to do with how unsustainable it is to try and do a production company in the Twitch streaming sphere. There's a couple different reasons for this, okay? And I'll give you examples. Number one, if you notice, like, OTK has had a fairly difficult time with the content production side of things as well. And I think the largest reason rather, is because advertisement dollars have not actually moved into the streaming space in the same way that they've moved into the podcasting space. This is something that I talked about. This is something that I talked about a while ago as well. Executives, money holders, people with, motion, people who have the capacity to say dollars are going to go here, are oftentimes much older. And they're not tapped in to the latest and greatest of technology in general, and certainly not tapped into the latest and greatest in the world of streaming. This is precisely the reason why right now, while podcasts, dare I say, have no longer the relevance that they used to hold at its peak in the gold rush period of podcasting, the era of time from, I would say, the early 2010s, all the way into, 2020, the podcast sphere is now massive, right? It's valid. It's legitimate. People understand when you say you have a podcast, okay? But at the time, when they were first blowing up, there wasn't a lot of money being dumped into the podcasting sphere in the way that it's being dumped into podcasts now. And the example I will use is Scott Galloway. I saw Scott Galloway is seemingly selling his podcast. Is talking about selling his podcast. And he claims that the 3 podcasts he operates will generate $10 million in 2025. Okay? We employ 5 producers, 2 analysts, and a technical director, sound engineer. A few businesses garner $1 million plus per employee. He also says that Pivot, the Vox Media podcast he co-hosts with Kara Swisher, will generate even more revenue. Now, I don't know if this is just Scott Galloway trying to desperately pump up his own personal stocks, okay? But I do know that, for example, BuzzFeed, and I didn't know that BuzzFeed owned this, used to own Hot Ones. YouTube is another sphere for this, where people know that YouTube is big. People understand it. These old executives now understand YouTube is a big deal. They understand podcasts are a big deal. That's why there's $100 million deals for the likes of Joe Rogan or even Call Her Daddy, right? Hot Ones was sold for $86 million. Kara Swisher and Scott Galloway are shopping around for a potential new deal for Pivot and other podcasts. The deal would likely hit 8 figures. CNN is in the mix of possible suitors. Okay? Now, as someone who has a very successful podcast, and as someone who is also on the other side, on the sphere of the cutting edge of content, which is Twitch streaming, okay? Maybe TikTok has even lapped Twitch in terms of being the cutting edge of content, but that's even hard to contend with as well. I don't think that Scott Galloway is bringing in that much revenue. I think he's just trying to fucking greatly hype up his own stock because he's trying to sell it. But the very fact that he can still say that this podcast is bringing in 10 million in revenue means that it's somewhere around that. It means that it's actually, doing tremendously well, right? It's got to be in that range at least. He can't be exaggerating that much. Now, that implies that even someone like Scott Galloway can retain advertising dollars from blue chip companies. Someone in the chat said he has Salesforce and Audi sponsors. Okay? That means that these big dollars, these big advertising dollars have moved into the podcasting sphere because they usually are a decade late to the game. They are going to be a decade late to Twitch streaming. They're going to be a decade late to YouTube live streaming and live events. And this is why someone like Ludwig, even if he has an earnest intention to, make cool content, hire his friends, and create a production shop, was always destined to fail because he was too early. That's it. If he actually was doing this 5 years in the future, he could have a $100 million product in his hands. Unfortunately, he's not 5 years in the future. He's right now. He's living right now. So the most cutting edge in terms of advertising are dick pills and offshore gambling. You think Scott Galloway is getting dick pills and offshore gambling sponsors? No, I'm saying that when you're at the cutting edge, of a media environment, okay, and executives notice that, they will literally give you fucking insane amounts of money for no reason. Okay? Scott Galloway is not sponsored by dick pills. Scott Galloway is a brand that old executives recognize. Scott Galloway gets Audi sponsorships. Comtown gets dick pill sponsorships or got dick pill sponsorships. Nandre says, just want you to know you're my anti-Semite of the year in my heart. Thank you, Nandre. I tried real hard.
Folks in production, please check out. We have a sheet that has a lot of the people listed. I've already had a lot of people personally reach out interested. So if you're hiring, reach out fast.
Also, your puppy is very cute, Nandre.
I would love if you did that. Now, this video is absolutely not to garner sympathy in any way, shape, or form, but it is more so to answer questions about how we got to this point, and then some just general misinformation I've seen, to respond all of it in a one-stop shop, as opposed to talking about it on stream every day. Now, the first thing I see a lot of people talk about is somehow connecting this to the structure of the company and it being a co-op. The most annoying people in the world are going to blame this on Ludwig turning off-brand into a workers' co-op. I've seen a lot more people worried about these type of people than those type of people actually existing.
Yeah, cooperative corporations have significantly longer bandwidth. The failure rate, in my opinion, of regular corporations, obviously there's significantly more regular corporations than cooperatives, but the failure rate is much higher with regular corporations than cooperative corporations.
But I mean, simply put, this is almost completely irrelevant to the structure of the business. The structure of the business, in fact, is also still in place, right? Off-brand games is still a co-op, and it would only ever change if all the employees wanted to change that. But the real issue was the business model. Now, the business model wasn't working, wasn't making money. And the main difference, if you have like a traditional S corporation as opposed to a worker co-op, is it's easier to get outside investment. But I don't think outside investment would help a failing business model. And we know that because it happens all the time, like esports. They have a bunch of outside investment, but when that VC money dries up, it shows that the underlying business model isn't working and they have to change their business model. We did that without the outside investment. And of course, outside investment can help like with an initial runway because, you know, most businesses don't make money in the first year. But instead of finding that money from the outside, I personally invested. I used my own money. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The next thing I see being asked a lot, God, that sucks, but they got to do what they got to do. They put on amazing stuff. I wonder what German's going to be up to. A lot of people are curious what German's going to be up to. And German's talked a bit about this on his stream, but about 6 months ago, I think, maybe a little more, German stepped back from off-brand productions to just deal with some stuff in his personal life. He was an irreplaceable part of off-brand. Like, he adds a creativity that I think is one-on-one. I don't think I've ever seen it in another human.
Lovick spoke about it on stream last night. They shut down because Aiden found out the books were cooked unbeknownst to them, and they ended up having minus $3 million from sponsor revenue. No one stole the money. It was just in float to inflate the numbers. This also meant that they hadn't paid tax in 3 years. The business model was unsustainable. If they didn't shut down off-brand, Lud would have also had to shut down Mogul Moves by March.
Human. You don't get Doug Shovelthon without the mind of Jeremy. You don't get like unpaid intern without the mind of Jeremy. He's a super talented guy. But as far as like, you know, does this mean he's a full-time streamer or whatever? That is for Jeremy to speak to. But it shouldn't functionally change how his life was operating. This
is the fact that's important. This is UK.coop. Co-ops are resilient. In the UK, 72% of co-ops survive the first 5 years of business compared to 43% of regular companies.
The coming 6 months based off like the past 6 months when he initially stepped back to like have some more time for himself. Hope that makes sense. Next thing I'm seeing a bit of, is this because the YouTube contract is over? Kind of the same answer as the worker co-op versus the S Corp. The YouTube contract allowed me to have a lot more money to like invest in places, right? And invested in various things, whatever. So I don't have a big sum of money to, you know, keep it rolling for a year, 2 years, whatever. But even if I did, you know, whenever that money runs out, again, underlying business model was not making money. So let's talk about why it wasn't making money. Now, a lot of people are hypothesizing that it's because events don't make money. But that's not actually true, right? They don't necessarily sometimes make money for me as the creator directly. You know, if I spend like, I guess a good example, $1.5 million on chess boxing, but I only personally make $1.25 million back, you might think of that as a $250,000 loss for me. And like, oh, why is Loading running events? That's bad for him. But you can, or at least I can maybe safely assume that, hey, I might make $250,000 of extra value as a creator because I have grown as a result of doing this event, right? This is the biggest event I've ever done. It has the most eyeballs. And
don't co-ops end up being regular business in the long term? You will hire outsiders sooner or later. A lot of cooperatives actually end up utilizing contracted employees in areas of need, for sure. I mean, virtually every cooperative does that. It's understandable. There is no, there isn't additional cooperatives that you can rely on when you need extra help. What are you supposed to do? Yeah. Like, here's an example. Let's say March is not around. Normally, there's a substitute person we can use. But let's say we don't have a substitute person that we can use. What are we supposed to do? Just not shoot the fucking episode? You know what I mean? No, there is going to be a moment where you hire a contractor to help out. Does that make sense? For us, it's like, it's impossible for you to, like, you're not going to hire another full-time person and then split revenues with the full-time person in that circumstance. What'd you do to Marge? I mean, yeah, Marge is taking, let's say, his 100th vacation to Japan. Do you like Ludwig? I love Ludwig. He's a great dude. Why are you asking me that? Did you not pay enough to win anti-Semi this year? Is Ludwig a genuine guy? Yes, I think he's a genuine guy.
Over the course of the next 5 years, that $250,000 will come back through like the extra.
So you can't really hire people in this new model? I always wonder if that was an issue. No, absolutely not. If, for example, the podcast got to a point where it was so fucking vast that we needed to expand, then yes, you would hire a new person. Yeah. What do you mean? And the process there would be democratically organized. Like you would ask other people, like, should we hire a new person? What kind of revenue split should we engage with this person? Because at the end of the day, it would take away from everyone else's revenue. Yeah, most co-ops use contractors for temporary use. Corporations use contractors for permanent use. That's what contract work was designed for, not the way Uber abuses it. Exactly.
Growth that created. So I don't mind that loss. And the production company doesn't have that loss, right? They are a production company that itemizes the amount of costs that they had to bear, including employee time, and then covers that cost sometimes with an additional service fee.
For the record, I just want to point out that the overwhelming majority of co-ops that currently exist in the United States of America and the UK and all around the world are not comprised by card-carrying communists, but instead by regular-ass people who genuinely understand the benefits of a cooperative corporation, but don't even think about it beyond that point. There is no ideological purpose for a cooperative. There's no ideological imperative for a cooperative. It's just, it makes sense if you want to have a resilient, long-standing business. The major setback for co-ops, the major reasons for why there aren't more cooperative corporations, Ocean Spray is a co-op, yes. The reason why there aren't more cooperative corporations out there is specifically because the early capital necessary is virtually impossible to come by when you're trying to build a fucking new company. Because the current way that we do business in the United States of America is you need upfront capital to start a business. In order to have upfront capital to start a business, one person is assuming risk. Okay? Banks will lend to a person that has money that they can leverage. They won't utilize they won't lend money to a group of people that are like, let's do it. Let's do a cooperative corporation. And our labor is the leverage. They can't do that.
So they are not losing money. In fact, those are the best months is when there are huge events like Streamer Awards or a HS Boxing. The issue isn't the events. It is the time between events. So if we had a Streamer Games, a Streamer Awards, a Sea Dog charity auction every single month, or even 2 a month, that's what the team is capable of handling and would also need to handle to be able to sustain itself. So the issue was less that events don't make money, but more so that the appetite from creators for events of that scale at the cadence it would need to be would not allow people to be employed full time. It only really makes sense for contract work. And you can kind of see that the appetite isn't there if you just look at the biggest streamers in the world over the past year on Twitch. This is the top 15 creators on Twitch. And you can see here.
Who dat? Kai Cenat, Jinxie, Kadro, Keizo. Who the fuck is that, bro? Hey, yo. Who the fuck is that right there on the 5th slot? Self-glaze. That's your streamer, HasnAbi Piker, baby.
Nobody except for Kai on this list is doing big events. I guess Tarek is doing Ludwig Tarek 3 and a few other things to his credit. And, Hasan did that show with Twitch. But for the most part, most of these people are just in their bedroom every day. And their costs are like what it costs to keep the lights on and have internet running through their computer. That's about it. There are very few creators who are interested in, spending $250,000, $500,000 to do some random cool shit that at least, some big event or whatever. They'd rather do it from home. And who can blame them? I think they're doing that because that's a reflection of what the audience wants as well. All right. If you look at the best streamed event nominees for 2024, it's a lot different than it was a few years ago. You know, it doesn't mean it's worse.
So basketball tournament is not happening. Yeah, I think now that Ludwig doesn't have mogul, what was it? Mogul moves off brand. Sorry. Now that he doesn't have off brand, we might just do it the way my manager wanted to do it originally, which is like hire out our own production company.
It's just different. Like the road trip to TwitchCon, that was a fucking banger stream. But the reality is NMP set up all the tech for that. And it's like feeling like you are a part of this road trip with these people with maximum chat interaction, as opposed to something like Streamer Games, which is like, you know, kind of like a fun knockoff Olympics with a bunch of creators, but you don't get that interaction that I think a lot of people vie for when they're watching streams. And so I think there's like a general shift that creators are doing that is a reflection of their audience's appetite. Now, we were able to make a lot of cool shit happen in the 2 years that we existed, starting from Mogul Money Live, which is kind of like the first event that then started the snowball of off-brand. And we did Juice, Chess Boxing, Germa's Christmas Special, like 3 Ludwig Tarek's, Pog Champs. But you'll notice a lot of these are just my events. That's just the fact. A lot of them are my events. And
this is something I've noticed with the English Twitch space has way less events than Spanish or French Twitch. I really think that Lud had a good idea, just not the right time and space he's in. I think another problem with that is that, dude, the French content creation space that serves the French-speaking audience is tiny. The audience is massive, but the number of content creators are tiny in comparison to the global audience that you have when you're English speaking. So that is, and the same for an even larger Spanish speaking audience, but yet still smaller than the English speaking audience, like the global audience. So when you have a market, when you have a massive market that you can capture the attention of like that, the way that you get the entirety of the French-speaking audiences to watch is just by throwing these massive events. When iBuy does massive events, virtually everyone in Spanish-speaking audiences tune in to watch. When Ludwig is doing a massive event, there's still, you know, I'm still streaming. A number of different massive content creators are still streaming. There's just like too much market competition. It's all over the place. Eyeballs are all over the place. And I think because of that, I think there's a lot of cross-pollination. There's a lot of people who like tap into these audiences as well. There's other Spanish-speaking content creators that participate, so many more. But then also on top of that, and this is the most significant part of this, not only are they getting like 3 million people to tune in, they also have ginormous, massive content sponsors. They have like iBuy's events are, am I saying his name right? I feel like I'm fucking it up. They're sponsored by like fucking Volkswagen. Yeah, they're sponsored by these omega large corporations. eBay. So they have like real celebrities attending that shit. You know what I mean? It's like a whole event. It's a whole event that basically can compete with television. Bro, they literally have Football League in Spain sponsors these huge banks. Yeah, exactly. These guys are straightforward mainstream celebrities, okay? They are mainstream celebrities. They get constant news coverage. Can you imagine like Ludwig's chess boxing getting, you know, front page on CNN in the same way that like eBuy's content that he puts together gets like mainstream coverage in these countries? It's not going to happen. I know a person who literally puts them together. I'm planning on participating. You know him as Squeezy. He does a F4 thing. He does like a whole, like they shut down an entire city to do Formula 4. Squeezy is the largest content creator in France. And that's massive. Where you're raising, I'm not saying anything. I just said I plan on participating in some way, shape, or form. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna show support to my boy. But like, remember, like that's massive. It literally it literally, they shut down an entire city to film this and do an IRL stream around this. Millions of people tune in. Okay? That's it.
Unfortunately, although I wish I could be, am not a big enough creator to be able to sustain all of those full-time employees. I'm just not. I tried, man. I tried to do every big event I possibly could, and every cool thing. I worked as hard as I ever have this past year, but like maybe only Kai is big enough to be able to do that, and has the appetite to also do that. And we didn't have enough outside streamers to be able to fill all those gaps between the large events that we did do. All right, I hope.
To be fair, if there were more Kais out there, also the impact of Kai would soften too. Does that make sense? If there were like 10 Kai Sanats, then there wouldn't be one Kai Sanat. Like there wouldn't be a Kai Sanat size content creator either. That's the other part of this. Like if the environment, if we all of a sudden saw like a massive amount of money pouring in to Twitch and Twitch content creators, and everyone was putting these like ginormous events together that were, month long and whatnot, then then it just would not be as big. Like Kai would not be as big. At the end of the day, it is a little bit of a zero-sum game for sure.
Hope that makes sense. That's the general issue. Now, again, Off-Brand Games isn't going anywhere. Okay, Off-Brand Games is going amazing, honestly. Like Rivals of Ether 2 has been a blast to publish and promote and like play. Although at times it's been sad because I dropped down to silver. But I enjoyed it a lot. And that part of the business, we are going to keep going. All right. We have a lot of people still on that team. It's just the production side, which is changing. So for me personally, it's going to be switching to more contract work and also switching, I think, the style of events that I do. For example, I did 2 events in the past month. One is World's Greatest Gamer, where I got all the greatest gamers in the world. I flew them out. They drove out.
Excuse me, lil bro, I was not invited. So no, I don't think you did ask all the best gamers in the world. So I don't know why you're fucking lying to your audience.
20 people, put them up in hotels. It was a 2-day event, streamed it, and Void eventually won. It was sick. That peaked at about 30,000 viewers. It was a lot of fun to do. The other event I did was League Week. It was in this exact room. We had a pretty...
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that discounts to ever Kai puts into his streams, money being important into Twitch wouldn't be the answer, but finding a streamer who want to put on good streams like Kai does. Dude, what are you talking about? You think fucking other streamers don't want to put on good streams? What do you mean? There's a tremendous amount of planning that goes into it to put forth the insane long, month-long like banger streams that Kai puts together. Okay? But that is a shit ton of production costs associated with that. That's a shit ton of risk as well. Kai, have you not seen the background of Kai's production? It looks like a reality TV show. He has a whole fucking massive number of producers.
Pretty cool set. Me and Connor played League for 100 hours straight. I won as many games as I lost, and we peaked at like 38,000 viewers on just my stream. I think 50 across both streams, which is crazy, right? It's crazy because the cost of League Week is 20 times lower, but I think reflects what audiences want, which is like maximum engagement with their streamer. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing events because I still really like doing things like streamer games. You know, for me,
I think the thing is Kai is able to also seamlessly merge real-time interaction with his audience, which is something that this space needs, okay? You can't do big events where you don't constantly fucking give that feedback back to your audience. That's the reason why they watch Twitch. Kai is able to do that and also pair that up with all of these like explosive, eye-catching, crazy collaborations and twists and turns. You know what I mean? Yeah, he brings celebrities in, but he makes celebrities also fucking participate in the parasocial nature of this content. I think Ludwig's events, or just events in general, are not conducive to that. I wanted to factor that into Debate Lords as well when I was thinking about ways of doing Debate Lords. But even then, it was difficult. Like, we had audience participation, but that was very limited. It's not the same as like real-time feedback. You know? Collabs among streamer circles isn't going to bring a lot when a lot of the same viewers watch or know both. It's not bringing new people in. Yes. That is also true. Twitch's market penetration in and of itself is not that significant. Okay? It's a minuscule percentage of the overall like watchers, online content consumers. But I'm saying in order for Twitch to improve its market penetration, these massive, big, explosive content, like these explosive events that get news coverage, that get media coverage, they get people to like pay attention to Twitch, have to happen. However, in order for that to happen, there needs to be money that's coming in, because you can't put on a big event like that unless there are massive sponsors that recognize the value of a Twitch audience. The value of a Twitch audience is incredible. It's insurmountable. I'm not saying that because I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? I don't give a fuck. As you guys know, I don't really take on a lot of advertisers. I say no to advertisers very famously, very openly, okay? But Twitch audiences are so tapped in. Like, the click-through rate of a Twitch sponsorship is incredible. I've seen it in my own personal journey. When I grew my hair out, there were motherfuckers in the chat that would come to the meetups that also started painting their nails and grew their hair out. Okay? There is an incredible amount of emotional and personal investment that people put to a guy that just sits there and talks to them for 8 hours a day. Okay? Advertisers have no idea. Advertisers have no fucking clue how powerful that is. They have no idea how powerful that is. And why should they? That's why, despite the fact that Kai Cenat is the largest content creator on the live streaming side, and perhaps one of the largest content creators in general, one of the most famous people for people under the age of 20, fucking Van Jones is like calling him Kai Cent when he talks about him at a New York Times deal book seminar. Like, think about that. He called him Kai Cent. Every day there's a new post about what your glasses are on Reddit. It's crazy. I know. So my point is, advertisers are slow to move into these places, and when they do move into these places, usually late. They're late to the game. And the real tastemakers have moved on to the next thing. Twitch and live streaming in general and TikTok is that right now. Okay? It has a tremendous amount of value, but advertisers don't understand it. They don't recognize it. They don't know it exists for the most part. By the time they do and big dollars start rolling in, it probably will be too late. It's too late for off-brand now.
Me, that's like fucking winter vacation when you're in school. It's like that's the shit that I do look forward to doing. So still want to do things like streamer games. We'll still try to do that next year. And other events have already switched to being done by contractors. If you have a keen eye, you might have noticed the most recent Ludwig Tarek wasn't produced by Off-Brand. Neither was the LACS Rivals event. That was also not produced by Off-Brand. There were some Off-Brand employees working on it, but those events are still going to happen. This doesn't mean that like, no, I'm not doing any more Smash events or any more stream. That's not at all what this means. And at some point, I might talk a little bit more about how this happened so suddenly, but it's because the cost mounted quite quickly. All right, simply put. It got to a basically unsustainable point. And I've seen some people give shit for like the timing of this, right? Like before the holidays, whatever, which is fair criticism. We are doing like a good severance package. We are paying people out for the next 2 months. But the reality is if we were to have kept this business going until March, I would not only have enough money, I would not only not have enough money to keep Off-Brand going, but I'd also have to shut down Mogul Moves at that point. It was beginning to impact both businesses with just the burden of costs of the production side, if that makes sense. So it's something we had to act quickly on. And if we were to delay breaking the news to the employees, you know, maybe you could announce this after the holiday break and sit on it, then they would just have less time to find work. So obviously the timing is not ideal, but we did it and we acted the moment we found out the information that, hey, by March, if we don't do something, everything is going to shit. Okay, so it was really an act now or act never situation. But anyway, that's it. Again, I'm gonna link the staff spreadsheet in the description. If you are hiring, please check it out. And if there are any questions, you can throw them in the comments. Maybe I'll make a follow-up video or talk about it a little bit on stream. But that's the main deal. Sad day, but tis life. Tis life, and you know what you do? Keep moving, because that's what the globe does. All right.
Yeah. This is part of the reason why, I'm very limited in my growth. Like, if you think that I don't know how to like build a network or whatever, go to advertisers or no, go to fucking VCs, pitch them and use the popularity that I currently have with at least like tastemakers and shit in mainstream media to my advantage to immediately expand with the hopes of having a dramatic exit like Shane Smith from Vice after selling off the fucking company for quintillions of dollars. I understand how to do that. I know how to do that. I don't want to do that. Does that make sense? So for a lot of people, wait, what? Your agent should do that? Your VCs would hate you? You're wrong. Dude, what are you talking about? You're fucking wrong. You have no idea. Okay? It's the same principle behind like me not taking advertisers unnecessarily. Advertisers that I don't need, advertisers that I don't want. I told you guys before, the 501c4 that I work with Rashida Tlaib wanted to pay me. I told them not to pay me. They wanted to pay me a lot of fucking money to have Rashida Tlaib on. And I was like, I would love to have this conversation with Rashida Tlaib anyway. And I refused their payment. Like, what are you talking about? There is a tremendous amount of money, tremendous amount of revenue that I could generate more off of what I'm doing. And I'm not doing it because like, oh, I'm so real. I'm the realest one out here. Okay. Yeah. I told them they should send it to a charity instead. Yes. I was like, I don't want the money. You should give it to a charity instead. Now, 2 months is not grace severance law when the rich guy talks about how much money he passes on. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Seriously. Adjust the expectations to the amount of money you make and how much free money someone would give you for doing the same exact thing that you know and love to do. Okay? Like, if someone were to come up to you and be like, hey, with the amount of money that you make right now, let's say someone came up to you and we're like, we're going to give you $10,000. Okay? But you have to do a sponsorship of Walmart and you don't have to do anything else, anything different, anything new. You would take that money. Okay? Adjusted to the revenue I'm generating. Yeah, I am saying no to quite a lot of money. The fuck are you talking about? Polymarket wanted to give me $1 million. How much money do you think I make for literally 1 day of streaming as a starting point of the negotiations? Which means they were willing to go up higher as well. For 1 fucking day, I said no. $1 million. Do you know how much money that is? Do you understand? Do you think I make fucking like 10x that, 20x that? The fuck's wrong with you? So stupid. Also, off-brand was a co-op, meaning this decision was probably made collectively. Yeah. Anyway. My point is that there are plenty of opportunities. Like, it's not that I don't know how to make money. I know how to make money. But there are plenty of opportunities where I don't take it because I don't agree with it. Okay? And even then, the reason why I don't want to fucking grow, the reason why I don't want to grow and expand dramatically is because there are a lot of risks. All of a sudden, you're placing other people's lives at risk. Okay? And I don't want to do that. That's it.
I see people
Now let's talk about Twitch versus YouTube streaming revenue from Moist Critical.
debate a lot what's better to stream on YouTube or Twitch, and it's a question I get asked a lot because I'm like Constantine the man.
Yeah, exactly. Who gives a fuck about the money when you're rich as fuck? You sounded like a liberal. I ain't about this capitalist ass take. Oh, I want to die. I should never fucking bring up anything. Congratulations. You are woke of the day, chatter. You got it. You won it. Young, dumb suck. You win woke of the day. 29 month subscriber. Stop being brain dead for a second. At least try. Okay. I think other people want it too. Rashida Tlaib pays money for appearances? No. It wasn't Rashida Tlaib that was paying. No, it was a 501c4 for protecting undocumented migrants that like have a marketing budget, which is understandable. Like they want to fucking spread their They want to spread their word around.
Man who walks between worlds here because I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I multi-stream. I am the future. I'm the chimera. There's pros and cons to each platform, but if you do both of them at the same...
It is pretty funny that, yes, the guy that's been paying me for 29 months is complaining that I have money. Like, no, it wasn't raises. No.
Same time, you create the perfect stew. It's the chemical X to streaming. I have said since switching to multi-streaming, every single person should be multi-streaming. Contracts don't exist anymore except for on Kick, and even that I think is gone. There are no Twitch contracts. There are no YouTube contracts. They've gone extinct, like the saber-toothed tiger. You know, like they have wiped their ass with contracts to creators. So I think you are making a big mistake if you just marry yourself to one of those platforms instead of just doing both, because you can. When people talk about this subject, they only give like the basic rundown, like the nutsack summary of pros and cons. I haven't seen anyone really go over numbers. I'm gonna go over.
Speaking of fucking subscriptions, by the way, the amount of money that you spend for the amount of hours that I fucking stream comes down to like 2 cents. Okay, you're giving me 2 cents for a month for every hour that I stream. Just so you remember that. Less than 2 cents. So shut the fuck up. And many of you don't do that, and that's fine. Some do purely for the fucking purpose of supporting and funding what I do. You don't even get to skip ads anymore because I don't serve ads anymore because I don't have a contract anymore.
Numbers. And I really think that the numbers here tell a very complete story of why multi-streaming should be the norm.
I'm sorry, I'm a poor third worlder. Bitch, I never said you have to give me money. Calm down, okay? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to those who chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp.
For streamers, it's in their best interest, and for viewers too, because then viewers have a choice on, do they want to watch it on Twitch where they're going to have a much more interactive chat experience, or do they want to watch it on YouTube where they don't care about the chat experience because it's a lot more dog shitty there. It's basically non-existent chat culture on YouTube streaming, but the playback.
Writing on the drama, losing revenue, can't debate like a proper political content creator, gets canceled by everyone outside his own parasocial bubble of friends that he checks on every 2 minutes to text to later calling them out. You really are in shambles. Yes, you're right. This is very real. Hey, Nate Simply, thank you for the 5 gifted. Corso, or Area 51's Escape, thank you for the 5 gifted. S Squared Forever, thank you for the 50 bones. Yeah, I've fallen off so hard that I reached a new peak. I've fallen off so hard that in the process of you and your favorite content creators communities, like, active participation in trying to fucking cancel me, even though they're supposed to be so free speech that they love debating and hand-holding and maybe doing more to open neo-Nazis. In that process, not only did I actually reach a new peak viewership record on election night and was the only leftist progressive content creator on a sea of right-wing content creators, botted and not botted alike in the top 10 lists. I also got to deliver a speech at Oxford Union, Cambridge Union, got positive coverage from virtually every fucking mainstream media outlet out there in that process. One day, I hope that your favorite content creator will fall on to my lowest moment of my fall off. There he goes, the twist to his own propaganda. This is not propaganda, you fucking idiot. It's just what the truth is. What do you mean? This is a poop sock. Yep. Okay. There you go. Take a week off. You're so invested in your hug box, in your own personal echo chamber, that you literally think me accurately telling you what has happened since this failed initiative to get me fucking banned off this platform is considered propaganda and a twisting of the truth. It's not a twisting of the truth. It's just the truth. But hey, have fun. Kind of ironic that you of all people talk about the truth. I know. I'm going to watch Okay Buddy after. Okay, calm down. 98 days. He's not a bitter ex-gaming viewer. He's a Destiny fan who has been in here for a very long time. Obviously used to be a fucking fan back in the day and is no longer a fan and has lost his damn mind that he thinks that, like, I'm the one who's hug boxed and not him. I'm the one who's fucking hug boxed and not the guy who's literally like, why won't anybody cancel this guy? Oh, I'm so mad. See you, mister. I'm gonna watch Poe. I don't care. Okay, sick, man. You're actually correct. On streaming space, I was like, why does everyone hate Hasan? But outside of the streamer bubble, people are actually neutral to agree to like you for the most part. Yes. But good luck explaining that when there's a sea of fuck Hasan nonsense on YouTube from the filthiest drama peddlers out there.
Is a lot smoother, a lot higher quality, and you can rewind it, which is a nice quality of life change. Also, it's a lot better on mobile. Twitch on mobile has been a fucking disaster for me for as long as I've tried to watch Twitch on my phone. Also, the ads on Twitch, they're getting outrageous. YouTube streaming doesn't have nearly as many ads, which is a nice breath of fresh air. Like, there are real pros and cons to both, but these are just the basics. And these talking points have been worn out more than my bussy after eating anything with spice in it. So I'm not just going to be baby bird vomiting the same talking points you've heard a million times. Instead, I want to show you the numbers. I want to bring up my biggest, most profitable stream I ever did on Twitch and then break it down a little bit. It was in 2022 when Moist Esports won the Rocket League Major, the Spring Major, still one of the best moments I've ever had streaming. I peaked at 75,000 live viewers. It was a very long stream that I did, and it took home 11.7K for that whole stream. Roughly 2,000 subs, but most of it came through ads, and most of those subs were primes. Subbing on Twitch is far more common than members joining on YouTube. Membership on YouTube is the equivalent of a Twitch sub where someone on YouTube pays $1. So like a tier 1 sub on YouTube for my channel is $1. On Twitch the minimum's $5, but it's the same concept. You pay money and it's a subscription basically. And that is so much more common on Twitch. So 2,000 subs on that Twitch stream is more than I've ever got through a YouTube live stream by a large margin. And 11.7K is the most profitable stream I ever had in my entire 7 years on Twitch. I actually streamed on Justin TV before it became Twitch. I used to do like World at War Zombies on there and shit, but then I took like a long hiatus and then came back in like 2016. But this was the biggest stream I've ever done. I then switched to multi-streaming last year. And what I've learned is Twitch is much higher potential to earn money while live than YouTube. And
yep, that's precisely the reason why people still choose to stream on Twitch. I told you this already. The moment that you see an exodus of content creators organically moving to YouTube because they can generate more revenue on YouTube rather than organically move to Twitch when their YouTube contracts are up, that's when you know Twitch is over. Okay? I've said this for fucking years. People will go to places where they have more visibility, TikTok. People will go to places where they have where they generate more revenue, Twitch.
It's because of things like the Twitch Primes, which have become a pretty integral part of the Twitch ecosystem, and ads.
Problem with the YouTube is that YouTube, from a viewer experience, is probably better because you can just like, if you have premium, you can just literally watch while not, having the video open. You can scroll back, you can scroll forward. There's a lot of functionality on YouTube that is better. I say this as someone who primarily consumes live streams on YouTube. Okay? Having said that, however, YouTube does not have the same community fostering tools. This is why I was very interested in Ludwig going to YouTube originally, where I thought if YouTube actually is smart enough to listen to Ludwig, that they could potentially make some serious quality of life changes and actually focus on community building on YouTube and therefore make a better environment for live streaming. They would also have to obviously tweak the in my opinion, they would have to tweak like the visibility as well. But YouTube focused on in the other direction. Instead of long form content, YouTube focused on shorter form content, specifically TikTok. YouTube wanted to make a TikTok competitor by making YouTube shorts. And I think that that is the, YouTube's lack of interest in like fixing live streaming made it so that people would then inevitably turn to Twitch again, especially when their contracts are over.
Actually has more ads than YouTube, and thus, since more ads are playing, that's more money being generated from those ads to the streamers. There's so fucking many ads on Twitch. They pump ads out the wazoo, and they are so intrusive. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of years Twitch integrates a system into their player that has like eye tracking capability, so if a viewer looks away during an ad break, it'll pause the ad till their eyes are glued right back to it to finish the ad. It's brutal, but it does have higher earning potential while live for those streamers that have all of these ad breaks that are going on. So Twitch has a higher earning potential through live content.
Charlie giving fucking Twitch CEO new ideas, bro. Chill the fuck out, dog. Yo, calm down, Charlie.
And the VODs on Twitch don't make any money. Like, they just don't. I don't even know if they're fucking monetized. And if they are, I don't know if streamers even see a penny of that. Like, not a single one of those fucking clams makes it to a streamer's pockets through the VODs. But on YouTube, it's a totally different story. My most successful stream on YouTube isn't the one I just had at the Game Awards with over 110,000 live viewers, which is my biggest stream by viewer metrics. The most profitable stream I've ever done, the most profitable anything I've ever done, is this stream right here, my Starfield stream. During the stream, I had 31,000 average viewers with a peak of 38K, which is a big stream. That is a big stream for me. It's actually more average viewers than the Rocket League one, but the Rocket League stream not only was a longer stream, but had a higher peak, and thus you would expect make more money because of the ads and the subs that came through. Well, what if I told you that's not the fucking case when it comes to YouTube streaming? Because this Starfield video actually made $84,000.
Wait, in real time? Or after the fact? That's insane, by the way. Holy fuck! God damn! God damn! But I feel like it's the replay functionality. In 1 year. Look, in real time, the revenue he generated was probably comparable to what the Twitch revenue was. Look at this. Look at this little baby blip on the day of. Probably around 10K, which is around what he said his Twitch VOD generated.
84,000 doubloons for a 4-hour stream just playing mid-poop ass Starfield. The actual, like,
bro, his CPMs are $17. I'm done. I'm done with politics, bro. Oh my God, I need to become a right-wing grifter. I'm done. Right-wing grifting, only gaming, okay? Not Moist isn't even a right-wing grifter. I'm just saying that I'm gonna amplify it. I'm going to amplify it. $17.7 CPMs is crazy work, dude. A political commentator CPM is like, where do I even fucking, I don't know how any of this shit works, by the way. I'm so bad at my job. Jesus fucking Christ. I never look at any of this fucking dumb shit. Let me see what my fucking CPM is. Let me see what my God, where do I see my CPM? Is it on earning? No. Content. Revenue. Bro! Chat, what do you think my CPMs are? Chat, what do you think my CPMs are? Okay, it's not $1. Calm down. It's $5.40. fucking... That's not bad. Please don't let this cause fear and to have ads. I can barely handle it right now with ads every 2 minutes every episode. Smells like broken here. Shut up! That's awful. You should be ashamed. Charlie is 20x your size. Dog. That's revenue for every 1,000 viewers. You're failing to comprehend something here. It has nothing to do with size. If Charlie had $5 CPMs instead of $17 CPMs, he would be making a third of the revenue of $84,000, which would still be a lot of money. CPM doesn't measure the amount of viewers. It simply measures in like what every 1,000, what kind of revenue every 1,000 viewer brings in.
This was like an insomnia, try not to fall asleep challenge, basically. $84,000. And it's not because the 31,000 viewers all of a sudden just started, buying memberships or donating tons and tons of money. This wasn't like the biggest documented case of credit card fraud and money laundering that the internet's ever seen. In fact, the live stream itself made 1.6K on ads, and the other $78,000 came from the VOD. And the
oh my, what? He only made $1,600 in revenue when he was live streaming? Holy fuck. By the way, his streams are more likely monetized than yours since he does just gaming and you do news coverage. Yeah, I know. That's fucking nuts. 1/10 of the revenue that he generated from his peak live stream.
The ads that played during a VOD.
To be fair, let me take it back. This is a 3-hour stream versus an 11-hour stream that he's comparing it to. And I feel like that's, or how many hours was it? Was it 4 hours, 3 hours? Whereas the original video that he was looking at was, this is a 4-hour stream. He did a 4-hour total stream. The original video that he was talking about, however, was 13 hours. So 13 hours, let's say it's, 14 hours, right? 14 hours versus 4 hours. That's 3.5. That's 3.5 times more. I mean, it's still, Twitch still makes more money, like twice the amount of revenue in the same time frame. But it's not like 10x the revenue.
YouTube algorithm. Out like rare mutation here, like a fucking X, basically. $84,000. And it's not because the 31,000 viewers all of a sudden just started, buying memberships or donating tons and tons of money. This wasn't like the biggest document.
And that's why you take your streams and cut them into YouTube videos? No, that's not what I don't do that. And not only do I not do that, I literally release it for free for fans to fucking generate revenue off of. What are you talking about? The reason why I cut YouTube videos off of my stream is because I want more people to watch them. Okay? I know this is a very unique approach. You are the most psychopathic person on the internet. I mean, I don't know why you're saying that, but especially in the process of me explaining how I don't give a shit about money and more so care about like people hearing the message, which is why the barriers of entry to the type of content that I make is not only virtually non-existent, but I literally also allow you to make money off of it if you want to. Unless you're saying like that's psychotic, where is your interest in the profit motive? You're a bit mistaken.
Documented case of credit card fraud and money laundering that the internet's ever seen. In fact, the live stream itself made 1.6K on ads, And the other,
which is why you have a Porsche and live like every other spoiled streamer. What? Dude, I don't think you understand. Do you know what streamers of my size? Like, I'm one of the largest Twitch streamers for the past fucking 5 years. Dumbass. Do you know how many fucking... What are you talking about? You're mad? You're ass pained about a fucking dentist car that I leased? Like, really? You think I live like all the other spoiled streamers? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? There are content creators a tenth of my size that have like fucking multiple Ferraris. Like, what are you talking about? And there's nothing wrong with them. If they like it, they can buy it. I don't give a shit. What a fucking idiot. There's content creators out there that are not even a fucking tenth of my size that like literally crash their McLarens live and shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's funny because, like, even if I did live like a fucking spoiled streamer, it wouldn't even change the dynamic at all. You have no way of addressing the fucking points that I'm making. So you just go, you live like a spoiled streamer. Okay, got it, dude. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm a capitalist. What are you going to do? Like, what changed? Okay, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I love money. What changed in the dynamic here? Did anything change? The point, this is why I always say, if I'd never actually openly admitted to being anti-capitalist, dude, people would probably treat me like a fucking god. Like, think about all the content creators who many people speculate about, like, their political ideology. Every now and then, they'll just sneak in. They'll just be like, yeah, I don't think we should be mean to black people. I think we should fix the police. And everyone goes, that's a fucking brave hero. Hasan, why can't you be like that fucking guy? You know what I mean? Like, if I literally never say, if I said I'm a capitalist, I love capitalism, and said the exact same thing that I say every single fucking day, what would you have? What would you have? As an argument, what would you have? It's just the baggage that you associate with socialism that you just keep repeating over and over again, which is why I always say, okay, I love capitalism. I'm a capitalist. What are you going to do? All right. Do you have an argument now? You have no counter. You literally have no counter arguments now. You're cooked. What do? You would have been, yeah, people would have been more charitable if I had done that. That's what I'm saying. It's one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest cell phones in my entire existence, in my entire media career, I would say. So many people have resentment. It's not even so many people, but like a lot of people feel like they have this resentment. They've been primed into fucking hating and they don't even know why. It's because they just think in their minds, they think that this is at odds. Like the way I live my life is at odds with like my political ideology. They want to be the only leftist. That person is not a leftist, dude. What are you talking about? Anyone that fucking comes in here and says like, anyone that comes in here and says like, you're had I, shoulda, woulda argument, bro, geek ass socialist. True. What are you eating? Oh, $
$78,000 came from the VOD and the ads that played during a VOD. Now the membership number there, the 2.4K, a lot of those memberships were just from people watching the VOD and then buying a membership, not them doing it while it was live. Also the supers and gifts, I'm pretty sure that is live. So you can add the 1.6K plus the 1.6K on the supers, so the 1.6K from the live ads plus the super chats. And let's just go ahead and be generous and say like the live stream while it was live made 4K. The other $80,000 came from the VOD. This isn't some like rare mutation here, like a fucking X-Men of analytics. This isn't some fringe outlier isolated case. This is the way that YouTube streaming is optimized. YouTube streaming is kind of just an afterthought for the platform. YouTube has always been about VODs, the videos itself. So when you finish a stream, it becomes a VOD, and that enters into the YouTube algorithm. And YouTube is extremely efficient at monetizing VODs. So finishing a 4-hour Starfield stream, it immediately saved as a VOD and made tons and tons of money through the VOD. Whereas on Twitch, I don't even think VODs are monetized. And if they are, it's not the creators making the money from the VODs, I don't think. YouTube is a totally different story. You don't make as much money while you are live from people buying memberships or donating money or anything like that. And their ads aren't that frequent on YouTube live streams, thank heavens. But what you miss in live revenue, you make up for with VOD revenue 10 times over. What I showed you with the Rocket League stream was my biggest, most profitable Twitch stream I ever did. So even when I was a daily streamer for like 6 to 8 hours a day for years, averaging between 10 to 20,000 viewers, fluctuating, I would usually be making between 4 to 6K a day. And that was like the norm, with the occasional
multi-stream, turn off YouTube comments, problem solved, easy billions. Nah, especially because I get clapped. Like, I would get clapped so fucking quick. Yo, you gotta stop, man. Stop fucking chirping about how long I stream and how I talk about politics all the time, love. I get DMCA'd.
Peak going up to like 8 or 9, and then that being the biggest at over 11. But right now, my viewership combined on YouTube and Twitch is higher than it ever was on just Twitch. On YouTube.
Oh, this person is glazing me. I have to fucking read it, okay? Everybody always complains I only read hater comments. I'm gonna read a positive glaze comment. Hasan, you are all their insecurities wrapped in the 164 king. You're rich. You are yourself online. You're hot. You're actually a decently hearted person. They fear you because they can never reach that level of emotional intelligence. They are so good at aiming their anger towards immigrants and people who have nothing to do with their shitty material conditions. They aren't in anyone else's chat crying over their purchases. Yes. Thank you.
YouTube, I average between 10 to 12K a stream, and on Twitch, it's between like 5 and 6K. It really just kind of depends on what I'm doing at the time. But on Twitch,
it's crazy because everybody always complains about how much I fucking read negative comments. And the one time I fucking read a positive comment, everyone is shitting on the chatter. Suck my dick, chat. You also quite literally demand this negative content.
You'll make more money while live and make nothing once the stream ends. On YouTube, you'll make less money while live and then could make 5 times as much from just the VOD. On Twitch, when the stream ends, it's basically forgotten. That's lost media at that point because no one's fucking watching Twitch VODs, it seems. On YouTube, when the stream ends, well, now the journey's just begun. Like, now, there's no telling what that can generate. Like, take this for example. This was a very normal, pretty low-key stream. I was just replaying Gears of War, one of the most important games in my life. This wasn't a brand new, hot release that would be, like, algorithmically successful. Like, it's not like something the algorithm will be salivating over, pushing out a Gears of War live stream. Gears of War is older than the hair on your grandma's titty nipple. Like, this is one of those streams where I do just because I really wanted to replay this game. And you can see my average viewers were 10,000, which is normal. That's a pretty normal stream for me on YouTube. But the VOD now has 1.6 million views and has made over $20,000. And of course I was multi-streaming, so I can pull the Twitch data as well here. This exact same stream made $1,400 on Twitch. The difference is substantial. Now you can see again here in the data, the live revenue, 802 while live here, plus again, memberships and supers aren't really indicative to what was live because some of those could have been from people watching the VOD and it calculates here post-VOD. But regardless, you can see that the live revenue was less on YouTube than it was Twitch, but the overall revenue is substantial.
Chat is a clap for what? YouTube terms and conditions are almost never enforced? No, but they enforce copyright. Every single one of my VODs would get taken down because of copyright. Like, even there's also false claims as well. There's like false copyright claims as well. There's like automatic copyright. One fucking blip in a YouTube video that I watch that features like copyrighted music, boom, it's over. is really bad on YouTube. It's one of the worst aspects of YouTube streaming. You can watch Fox and CNN live on here. You can't do that on YouTube. That's the other thing. Yeah. Certain content will be geolocked due to copyright. There's a lot more freedom. There's a lot more freedom on
substantially higher on YouTube because of the VODs, which is something Twitch just doesn't really have, which is why I think you should just do both. Your potential to earn while live is much higher on Twitch, but your potential to earn through VODs is astronomically higher on YouTube, so you're really doing yourself a disservice if you don't just do both. And again, it is a positive for viewers too, because they'll be able to choose the platform they want to watch on, as opposed to having to roll their eyes and be like, oh, my favorite streamer's on YouTube. I hate the fucking chat there, but whatever, I guess I'll watch. Or maybe I won't. I really hate YouTube streams. Or vice versa. Oh man, my favorite streamer's only on Twitch. He went from YouTube to Twitch, and I just don't like Twitch. I'm not a fan of it, and I guess I'm just not going to watch him anymore. I'll just wait for the VODs on YouTube when he posts the clips. Like, now they have the option of just being on what platform they want to watch the stream. And there's a lot of streamers that are making the switch to multi-streaming. I just really think this should just be common practice for anyone who streams, because there's
not copy pasta, please read. Charlie's wrong here. He makes that much money from his VOD streaming because he's an established entity on YouTube. He doesn't know that a smaller YouTuber switching from scripted content to streaming and then having VOD saved actually dings your analytics and takes you out of the YouTube algo. This is flawed logic. It doesn't work for smaller streamers or YouTubers. Oh, that's also something I didn't even think about. That's why a lot of even big YouTubers actually have their live streaming on a separate, they live stream on like a separate, they put their live stream VODs on a separate channel, I think, right? Or maybe they don't. They unlist them, don't they? Do viewers actually care that much? If the streamer is good, viewers will watch on either? No, streamers do care. I mean, viewers do care.
There's no reason not to. There is no exclusive contracts anymore. They're gone. Poof, they vanished. And that's great for streamers and viewers alike, honestly. I used to think contracts were the future for streams, but that was until I realized just how efficient.
Yeah, there's no contracts on Twitch anymore. That's why I don't have a contract right now. That's why I don't serve ads at the top of the hour like I used to. When I would tell you at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or you can get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah.
Multi-streaming is from both a streamer and viewer side. There are just endless examples I can give in my time multi-streaming. Like, here's another super normal one with me playing an indie game that I really like called Another Crab's Treasure. Fucking Crab Souls. Absolute.
Right, I feel like this is just fucking him just flexing how much money he makes now. God damn. The algorithm pushes Charlie extra. If I fall asleep watching Hasan or Lovagum on Roku YouTube, I wake up hours into Charlie's VODs from autoplay. The autoplay algorithm just loves him even more than Hasan videos. It wouldn't work for small. Yeah, I mean, Charlie is an established entity. He is not normal. Let's be real. Like, it's kind of like this. A lot of YouTubers do Let's Plays, right? And Jacksepticeye is the example I'm going to use here. There are a million YouTubers that do Let's Play content. Jacksepticeye, on the other hand, has 30 million subscribers. Now, his last video is unrelated, even though it is kind of related to a lot of things that have happened on this channel, at least. But look, his mouthwashing full game, 3.8 million views. This is a full gameplay VOD. Now, he didn't live stream this, okay? He didn't even live stream this. He just sets it up and he just fucking burns through it. Boom, 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 boom. And then he posts it
and he gets 4 million views. There is no other content creator who can do that. Markiplier can do that. Jacksepticeye can do that. Maybe a couple other content creators can do that. But look, Moist Critical is another content creator who can reach similar results. Mouthwashing lives up to the hype. 700,000 views for a 1 hour and 40 minute YouTube VOD. So there are a couple content creators who can get that to get that level, but like if I were to do that, my VOD would get like 10 views. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I were to do even in my largest on Twitch, if one day, and my Twitch VODs get like 500K minimum views, right? If I were to do that on Twitch, even then, it would probably get like a maximum 100K views, that VOD. Yeah, my Twitch VOD gets like 500K to 700K views. If I were to do that, if I were to start off playing a video game and just play it through the entire process, that VOD will get 100,000 views. So my point is, even if you're an established content creator and this is like outside of your specific field of interest, outside of what your audience is trained to watch, outside of what YouTube is trained to show you as, you will get punished for it.
Banger of a game, but it's not like this stream was doing crazy numbers, right? Like the movement on this stream wasn't anything, unfathomable. Average 13K viewers, but the VOD now has over 2 million views, and it's made over $30,000. And to show this same stream what it did on Twitch, the numbers that it put up over there, it did 1.3K during the live stream, and nothing from the VOD. I can go on and on with the crazy numbers that YouTube stream VODs are capable of putting up. Like, here's me just playing Liza P, fucking Pinocchio Souls, 16,000 average viewers, and the VOD has made over $51,000. I just don't think there's a very good argument to only streaming on one platform. There is no reason you shouldn't just multi-stream. Your viewers are going to pick the platform they most prefer, and I think that it's nice to at least give them the option of choosing that for themselves too. And again, the potential for the streamer is pretty huge. So yeah, anyway, hopefully this was helpful for anyone out there that's trying to decide what platform they should stream on. I think it should just be both. That's my advice, and to any streamers out there right now that are only streaming on either YouTube or only on Twitch, really think you should just come in the middle and hold hands with both platforms and just, like the commercial, why not both? I really think that it's probably a good idea. I do want to say though,
he's making a case for uploading VODs to YouTube, but no evidence showing multi-streams are worth it. Yeah, I don't think multi-streams are worth it, at least from where I'm standing. The reason why I don't think multi-streams are worth it is, and it's obviously worth it for Charlie, but for me, the reason why I don't think multi-streams are worth it is specifically because moderation is dog shit on YouTube chat. YouTube chat has no sense of community. I would not be able to actually pay attention to YouTube chat at all. I would not like splitting my audience that way. And also on top of that, I already have 10 fucking chats up, right? On just Twitch. To be able to see an endless sea of depravity that's coming in from chat. I have like a chat in every window, 2 chats in every window, basically. I would rather do a multi-stream on TikTok alongside Twitch than do a multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube. And I think the other part of the problem for YouTube in general is that my YouTube VODs would get cooked. Even if I disable chat on YouTube, my YouTube VOD would get cooked instantly. I don't know what it would do to the overall algorithm, but I do know that it would certainly get DMCA'd.
You know what I mean? There's no Twitch Roku app. Would love to have my fave streamers on my TV. I feel like what Charlie's ultimately saying is just upload vids and already be algorithmically popular. He didn't mention any benefit to streaming to YouTube rather than it auto makes a video from the VOD. Yeah. Worth it for audio only mobile frogs. I know. I would, for example, never be able to react to SNL ever again, which I'm not going to do right now anyway. What is this? Tim Kaz? Cenk Uygur says conservative influencers make way more money than leftist influencers. Is true. Conservatives tend to work for a living. The irony of Cenk saying this while his nephew makes enough money to afford a mansion in West Hollywood. What you don't understand is that Tim is supported by the party. They buy ads on a show. They pay for his stuff. They connect him with Russian money. Things like that. At his side loss in a huge way, he knows he can grow his viewership base by presenting him as a more reasonable person. As Trump is literally Hitler. What? Hasan, how many times are you going to tease me with SNL only to not watch? No, only to not react. Well, this is another time because after 98 days of drought, we are back, folks. We are back, and a lot of people want the OBH anthem, so I'm going to play it right now. 98 days of drought is finally over.
I'm an incel myself, so do you know what that incel is? Involuntary celibate. It's like a community of people on the internet who can't get laid, and some of them go out and like kill people, like Elliot Rodger. I'm not saying I'm cringing right now. I'll explain it later. The virgin is the incel, involuntarily celibate, who never gets laid. He's like unable to get laid. He's very nerdy. He has terrible posture, and that would be someone that would be considered a dad. Holy shit, dude.
This is a short ad break by Hassan Piker. I want you to redistribute the wealth to Mall Brawl by order of Communist Turkey. Follow his Twitch streams at Mall Brawl.
It's cool. There's like 8 sinks, so.
I love that.
Wait, what the heck?
Chat.
Bro, what this? What that?
Look at how big
What
this
is this?
fucking.
I said I would.
Look at how
slap
big
the
this is.
fucking Shit out of Ben Shapiro's ass cheeks, dude. Oh, that's terrible.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. 16. Just kidding.
Okay, bye.
Look at this fucking cannoli.
Holy shit, dude.
Welcome to Okay Buddy, ladies and gentlemen. The #1 subreddit on the planet that has been desperate for warranted attention. I couldn't let it happen for 100 days. I had to get back into it. Free him. I'll write the theory. I'll do the praxis. Guys, you have to stop. I saw. Oh, fuck. I'm not logged in. Aw. How the fuck do I log in? The only thing I will say about this meme is that they didn't even do that. They just fucking kept playing Candy Crush and walking around Central Park until some fucking McDonald's employee was like, yeah, that's the guy. They went for a swim. They were scuba diving, looking for the killer underwater.
status report. What the hell's happening?
Ma'am, OP just posted critical levels of thirst. These ratings are off the charts.
How much pussy does this motherfucker get?
We read 0 pussy, ma'am.
Dear God.
I'm fantasizing about a potential cock. That was messed up. A banger, I'm afraid. Didn't know he had an autobiography. A New America Awaits. Hasan D. Piker. A Turkish American Dream. What my girlfriend texted me today. I have to get sluttier. This is what HasnAbi thinks before every night before bed. Why is your girlfriend texting you and adding me? New version in the comments of this? Update. Thank you. This is literally true. I don't know why people are joking. I don't know how you get out of my head. Why do you know? Why do you know that this is what I do before I go to sleep? Yonner's mention?
Either way, Rocker, you're coming with us.
Why does he kind of look like Hasan?
Oh, come on.
He even has like the same head to shoulder ratio. Got a deal.
Deal. That it is.
I knew that shit was coming. Either the hairline. Either the hairline or the fucking shoulder width. You cannot tell me my streamer cannot cosplay this man. It's too perfect. In my opinion. We need this to become a reality. Anyone get him in contact with a professional cosplayer? Any suggestions for Victor? I could. And maybe I should. Yeah. There is someone who can do that. Her name is Emaru. Repost, not sure if seen this. Semi-toxic push for gaming frog rights.
Foul leftist, who claimeth lordship over the lands between, whilst teetering on the edge of insanity.
Come on. Dude, that's insane. That is 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 insane.
Emboldened by the flame of socialism and summon cheese.
If you use summons, you're a pussy.
No summons? Yeah, because I'm not a pussy.
Mods, ban the word mimic in the chat, please.
Reeling from the anguish of thy tumultuous past.
It's insane. Ah! Dude, what the fuck? No! All I'm saying is, I absolutely cumstered everyone in this community that claimed that I wasn't good enough.
Someone must extinguish thy flame. Let it be. Steve, Knight Steve, Sir Steve, just guarding this dungeon here. If you could just turn around and just leave, that would be great. Oi! Stop that! What are you doing, you knobhead? Stop hitting me!
No! Oh, God.
Boy, you really suck at this, don't you?
I'm gonna lose my mind. You both got the gyat! Sticking out my gyat for the Rizzler.
How do you do, fellow kids?
No, no, no! I can't time it. I can't time it. It's over. What? Double air blade? What? I feel like he's cheating. What? Double Dyson? You can't even blammo. See me, dumbass. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe you can. Chill. No! Bad design. Game sucks. Oh, what?
Wait, what? If it makes you feel any better, I started the DLC and beat this guy on my second try. Sick, dude. Chatter, how many women are in your whispers right now? You maidenless mother flammo. It doesn't work ever. Why do you keep trying it, dumb flammo? Why do you keep trying it?
Man, Hasan, you don't know how to play the From Software games. Hasan, do this. Hasan, do that.
After the 6th try, when I made it halfway to his health bar, it was over. I knew it was over. It's Kaya. I rolled into his mouth and he ate me. What did he do? What is he doing? Oh God! What is that? What is happening? Run! Oh, come on! No! 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 Oh my God, it took me literally like 100+ deaths. Dude, that was so hard. Oh, the boss is right here. She's Latina. Rihanna! Oh. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. No, 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 no. I'm done. Oh, that makes me so mad. It's true. Oh my God. Bros out here with Biden reaction speed. Shut the flammo up.
We finally beat
Rihanna. It's funny because you kept saying she's weak. I was right. She's weak. I'm just bad. Literally 821 all over again. Cheerleading for terrorism. Twitch star call for new 9/11. Dismiss the horror of October 7. It is 821. I had to drop Vice President-elect and couch lover JD Vance. Art by Dalton Vaughn. Mine lolly. Streamer shares this too much. Just trucks me. Both legs are in the air. And he just goes, not even for the ball at all. Just straight up for me, for the body. I felt the pain in my butt. On my ass. On my right ass cheek, basically. Okay, normally Park Jung actually clips shit out of context. And I hate to admit that he just like, obviously he just like clipped certain parts of it, but he's not. This is basically how I described getting hit while in the air when I was going up for a left-handed layup. As soon as I exploded, I felt like, oh, I got up and I was like, all right, I'm done. Park Jung, thank you for the 5 gifted, you piece of shit. New hair is popping off. So I went to the plan that makes you old. There is no such plan. You want to see it for yourself? Okay, I will be back 3 days later. I got old. That's messed up. That's fucking messed up. He is BB girl in this fit. Those pink leopard shorts and a sweater over the thumbs. It's giving first lesbian crush who would occasionally walk the mile with me. A red curb in the sky?
I'm sure you've seen like memes of it. It's like the like that.
Huh? None of you have Riz like that. Be for real. Be for real. Be for real. None of you have Red Book Riz. You don't. You don't. OTK basketball boy. Nice. Smooth transition preparation. Why is my head so tiny in this? Says the guy who doesn't know a woman was hitting on him. Excuse me, that's ableist, okay? We figured out why. I have 127 reasons as to why. You're being ableist. You're being ableist. And you're being ableist too for making fun of my head size. Everybody's being ableist. It's a level 2 hype train. Golden Kappa hype train. Right now in the chat, I think. Or is it Golden Kappa hype train? It's not. Maybe. I don't know. It just looks like it's gold. Fuck you guys. We checked. It's accurate. Bro, stop. Stop. Fuck you. Stop asking for gaming. Hasan was never meant to game. Years of streaming, yet no real world use found for watching Hasan be bad at games. Wanted to watch anyway for a laugh? We had a tool for that. It was called Watch Will Nev. Yes, please give me awful gaming. Please give me the worst gameplay ever. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Look at what Hasan has been demanding your respect for this time. With the platform and community we built for them. This is real gaming done by real Hasan. I played Japan's worst nightmare. I beat feminism. Elden Ring DLC got hands. Hello, I would like gaming, please. They have played us for absolute fools. This is not a meme. This is just a list. I mean, this is a leftist meme. LeBron or foreskin? Pick one. LeBron. LeBron would not be condemning Iran. He would say Iran has a right to defend itself. Rooting against LeBron. White supremacist attitude. Last night, I literally cracked open the Fab Top and I was just looking at my goat, LeBron. I don't like that I'm giving a lot of opportunities to Park Jung to make videos like this one where they don't even have to fucking lie. Like LeBron this video is skin, pick one. LeBron. LeBron would not be condemning Iran. Like this is crazy that this is basically what it. Like I have said that. I have actually said that. Haas as a bear and a drawing of him normally. I would be sick as a bear. Kaya, Anne, are you gonna walk her? Anne. Are you gonna walk her? Okay. Kaya, place. After spending all day picking at his I voted sticker, Hank Pecker reveals who he actually voted for. It's true, I did. I will vote 2024 HasnAbi.
24. 24. I will vote 2024. How does the bastion of the West democratically search out how to stay united as we churn out vitriol and bots and memes and try to work out how we can rebuild the trust and boost the turnout? Apathy, finger-pointing idle institutions, threats of retribution and a threatened constitution. Not so fast, see, our founding fathers brought the wisdom, listing ways to coexist with our election system. If you wanna keep America great,
24.
Vote for Trump.
In 24.
I vote for Trump.
It hasn't failed us yet, and no one feels contentious. It's the only free and fair arena for consensus. It's not perfection, but must come from our objection. We gotta focus in on this election.
Oh my God, I will vote.
You'll finally be medicated.
I'm speaking.
Donald Trump.
I can't believe it's fake news. All I did is the truth. Because we love our country.
We love it just like you.
Economy.
For Trump.
Life is good.
For Trump.
Because we love Part 3. We
love it just like you.
Migrantes, do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Purging eligible voters to old tricks, changing all of the requirements for voter ID. You could say it's common sense we're voting for. In 2020, women cost 10 million more. You say the law's destructive, I say it's reproductive. You say it's time to vote to let my message be instructive. I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's go.
For Donald Trump. Yes. Yes. That was a banger. Austin Ox is back from his hiatus with this banger. I didn't even realize that that was a video that he made on his alt account. Send that video to Trump if you want to be safe from his admin. I don't even need him to see it, honestly. Not subbed. It's his alt account. He literally, it has 800 subscribers. I didn't even know it existed. Kaya sits down with Joe to discuss her presidential election endorsement. She looks so fat here. It's so funny. And she's only gotten fatter. 1 month of waiting for you to play. Yeah, the Geico Frog gets interrupted by loud music.
This is actually under your budget. That's great. Yeah, and when you move in, Geico could help you save on renters and shit.
I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote
for Donald Trump. Dude, can you just stop, please? Oh my God, take a week off. I'm just week off banning like annoying spammers today. I'm just letting you know it's on site for you dumb fucks. What did you think of this video? Trump song English version. Life-changing, inspiring, useful, informative, heartwarming. Most brolic pod. It's true. We are the most brolic podcast. Fear Ann. Damn. No March mention. Even though he's a brolic brother as well. The gang goes on a ride.
All aboard, everybody.
back on the open sea.
You're going to love this.
I'm more nervous about my butt getting wet, because if my butt gets wet and then my period comes out, you know?
It's a double whammy.
When is it?
Yeah.
Oh, at the end. We go into a cave.
Whoa! Judy, is this scary?
No.
Oh!
Here we go. It might have. If you get scared, hold it to his hand.
It kind of smells like ass.
Yeah, it smells nasty.
We gotta grab it! I'm so scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm actually scared. Slow down! Hey, Karen! Wait, doesn't Maya want to fuck this one?
Whoa! Language!
Oh my God! Oh no! Aesthetically, this is brilliant. Look at this. Are you kidding me? You can't get that in other countries. You couldn't get this anywhere else. Oh my God. Unbelievable. They have Disney's in other countries also. Yeah, but it's American made. That's the point. It's just an insane example of American engineering and business. Oh my God, we're gonna race. Let's go!
Which direction we are going. There's no knowing where we're rolling, or which way the river's flowing. Is it raining? Is it snowing? Is a hurricane a-blowing? Don't get comfortable! Don't get comfortable! Not a speck of light showing, so the danger must be growing. Are the fires of hell a-glowing? Grizzly Reaper mowing? Yes! The danger must be growing. The roars keep on rolling. And they're certainly not showing.
I've never seen Willy Wonka.
Oh, fuck!
I've never seen Willy Wonka. Yeah. I'm here to admit the truth, okay? I have not seen Willy Wonka. I do not. Yeah. Movie reacts? Maybe one day. You need to watch that and My Cousin Vinny? Okay, it's too many movies to watch. You'll love it. They kill rich kids? Why would I love that? I hate that. I'm a capitalist, remember? Finally did something spooky for October. Yo, I'm not kidding when I say there is something very weird going on. There is like something demonic happening with the right. She looks like she's wearing a Tommy Lee Jones mask. There is something deeply concerning happening in the right. They straight up look like Resident Evil 7 villains, dude. Why are they like that?
You motherfuckers, I'm coming for you!
Tie it down. Fuck me up. Dude, I think Babyface Hasan's got play. Breaking Hank Pegger to testify to Congressional Committee on Streamer Affairs. 4 user streams in 3 minutes. VOD channel anniversary. 4 years of Hasan visibly aging throughout 1,500 streams. Oh my God, this shit is crazy. This is when I start getting pudgy. Oh my God, you can see I'm starting to get pudged up. God damn, my style was so ass. What was I fucking doing? Do you maintain your eyebrows? No. God. God damn. Nothing has changed. Bro, we look crazy. We told you every day and you yelled at us that it wasn't. Love that your W banner's been there for so long. I know. Is it because Aiden Ross stole it from me? My hair starts growing. There's some W collabs in there too. That's crazy. W collabs. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the Why does Stavros look like that, bro? Why does he look so tiny? I love that jersey. You guys look like porn executives? I mean, yeah. Dude, we got so many collabs out in 2021. I was doing some fun ass shit too. Felix in the building. And then everything falls apart. This is the moment. Okay? I know exactly what this is. I'm still happy here, okay? Without a care in the world, but a little bit fearful overall. Okay? Happy, but a little bit fearful. Why? Because I'm getting doxxed. At this point, my family's like, bro, you got to get a house. We can't all live together in this fucking 2-bedroom. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I'm going to get doxxed. I do it before I even move in. I get doxxed. Everybody starts talking about. socialist but makes money. And then you will notice that the smile left my face. The collabs improve. Some incredible collabs there. The visuals improve a little bit as well. It took a while. Now we're in 2022. Long hair era. I'm flourishing. Okay? Long hair era. We're now in 2022. I'm looking hurt. I'm looking pasty. I'm looking pale. Look at that. That's Marat making a fire inside of this building with the Mr. Beast cookies. The chocolate s'mores that Mr. Beast has sent us. Use the arrow keys to move back and forth. Yeah. Oh, another cancellation. Boom. HasnAbi went from HasnAbi to HasnAbi. How dare he? More W collabs. More W collabs. I've noticed I don't do a lot more. I don't do as many collabs anymore, I feel like. Or do I? Maybe it's in my head because this is like one snapshot from every single day. But I feel like I don't do as many collabs as I used to with other content creators. I think like part of it is because no, I don't do collabs with other content creators in this space, like with streamers. And I think partially it's because of the election season, the nature of election season and how it was. But also partially because hello? Ma'am? No. Get back over there. Fewer collabs because you no longer force them to watch Rogan? No. You've done way more politics as a percentage of your stream in the past 18 months? Yeah, I have a lot more guests on that I interview. But I don't necessarily have more like random collaborations with other content creators. Part of that is because like I think the streamer space is more segmented. But I think part of it is because I'm worried about like getting the fucking toxic weirdos that constantly try to attack me to attack my friends as well. I don't like that. That was Coachella. I'm crazy, bro. I live streamed Coachella. What a crazy thing. That was another cancellation. That was Shirtgate. HasnAbi. Gucci Mane. Boy. One of my best collabs of all time was Chelsea Manning, but that's not what I was looking for. She was great as well. I saw it for a brief moment. I had... Oh, there it is. Hold on. I'm using the thing. Yep, there it is. Pussy Riot and Grimes, dude. What a fucking legendary stream that was. What an insane stream that was. 2022. What a chaotic fucking stream that was. Pussy Riot brought a whip. Oh, the many different Europe streams, TwitchCon EU. That shit was a banger too. We had a lot of fun. This is when we launched Fear End, the rebrand. in 2022 when we launched Fear and the rebrand. Oh my God. That's when the Queen died. Hold on. New York, Todok. New York live stream. All right, I skipped that. I can't find it. Blacksmithing stream. Hair is still long. I've started to lose a little bit of the weight at this point. I'm like losing a decent amount of the weight, but I'm still pasty as shit. Oh my God, who is that? Rocking the fucking Teddy Fresh. Ethan Klein in the building. 2022 leftovers era. God damn. I think my style improved at this point as well. Except for the best. The best. The absolute best. Japan. Oh, how I yearn for you. Oh, how I yearn for thee. I lost these glasses. Not these. Not these. These are my favorite fucking pair. I think they were Muscat or something. I bought them in Japan. And I fucking love those glasses. And I lost them in Mexico. I can't wait to go back to Japan, dude. It's going to be sick. Can we acknowledge the commitment to this bit? Jesus fucking Christ's commitment? Oh, absolutely. This is fantastic. I can't believe this is 5 years in now. This is like early 2023 now. Like we've just started the year 2023 at this point. When I cooked Moist Critical in basketball. Kaya, FD Signifier, Japan, Part 2. And then back to Japan, baby. Also banger after banger. Otter Cafe. Oh. I can't wait. I can't wait. Learning the ways of samurai. Auctioning off ethnic Santa. That's when I lost the glasses. Mexico filter. Look at that. I've noticed that I don't wear as many hats anymore because I just get a haircut more frequently. I decided it's probably better. I decided it's better to just get a haircut more frequently, like once a month. And then I don't need to wear a hat to just like hide my shame. This is when we're shooting the nudie calendar. Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, look, 2023 onward, especially post October 7, way less collabs. Like, way less. Damn, that was a fit. That's the only Teddy Fresh shit that I actually really liked wearing. This was a lot of fun. Texas was so much fun. I had a great time. So you finally admit Moses is hideous? I'm not saying anything. Okay, I'm noticing that I'm no longer as happy. Maybe it's a screenshot thing, but I do feel like I'm no longer as happy in these screenshots as I was once. Yeah, what years and years of doing political commentary does to a motherfucker. Australia was a lot of fun though. Your beanies look like those pop-up toys you fuck with for 30 minutes and never use again. We got to bring back joy in 2025. I still see you as the same Hasan from 2019. It's crazy how much you are respected now. I guess. Yeah, I think covering an entire year of genocide nonstop kind of takes a lot out of you, huh? It's just like kind of breaks your will a little bit. Ooh, that was a good collab though. Is that Giannis Varoufakis? This was great. You deserve weekends too? Nah. Don't be crazy now. I've noticed that the closer we get to the moment, the sluttier I get. Significantly sluttier. Way less sleeves. Way more sleeveless shirts. I know it's in the middle of the summer, but goddamn. And the older you look, I don't think I look much older than I did here. Like, I definitely am older. Oh, God. Oh, ew. But I don't think I look significantly older. And that's in like 2019, dude. This is 2018. Chat. Yeah, money preserves youth. Yeah, I don't think there's any amount of money you can. First of all, you're not wrong. But what do you think I'm spending money on that has preserved my youth? Like, do you think I've been getting like plastic surgery done? Do you think I have an esthetician or something? Do you think I spend money on adrenochrome? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I agree with you. But like, people say personal trainer, except I was in better shape back here and I did not have that. Good food, exercise, good hygiene products. You are literally talking to a person who eats the same food every single day, virtually since 2018. You're talking to someone who eats the same food every day since 2018. You're talking to someone who literally has been taking finasteride since he was broke. Okay? You're talking to someone who hasn't done anything remotely different other than like washing his face. Not with body wash, but with face wash. Like here in 2018, the amount of money I was making and my lifestyle choices were not dramatically different. I hope you understand that. I need you to understand something. My lifestyle was not dramatically different here at all, as a matter of fact. My consumption was not dramatically different. The only thing I have done that is different now is that I have more financial freedom to be able to fly to places when I want to, so that I can still stream from the places that I go to. That's it. Think about that. Actually think about that for a second. It's kind of crazy, but since 2018, I have not stopped. Since 2018, I low-key have not stopped. I haven't changed anything in my regimen. Especially past 2020, past the point of 2020. I have not changed my regimen one bit. Which is kind of wild. I stream every single day, 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. What the fuck? It was a joke, brother. I love you. Wait, what? No, I'm not like complaining or anything. I'm just looking back in time. And it is kind of crazy. Like I have virtually done the exact same thing since 2018. Back then I had 2 jobs, which definitely was way worse for me. But like since then, my hairstyle has changed. I guess my style has improved for sure. But goddamn, it is fucking nuts. It is nuts. My food hasn't changed. What the fuck is wrong with me? I might be a freak, chat. I eat the same food. I stream the same hours. Even if I travel, I still stream for 8 to 10 hours every fucking day. I literally will stream one day, wake up in London the next, and stream from London. Is there something wrong with me? My mom is laughing in the other room. She says, yes, I think so. Is this my existential crisis moment? Virtually every single day for the past 6 years, I've eaten the same food at the same time. 7 days a fucking week. As I'm in the process of streaming at a minimum 8 hours a week. Someone said like a dog. It's true. Bro, you were rich, eat new food. Nah, it's fine. I eat what I eat because I like it. It's kind of crazy. Do you still eat ice cream sandwiches? Yes, every night. Literally every night I eat ice cream sandwiches. The only reason why we have HasnAbi or HasnAbi, sorry, where you know I eat ice cream sandwiches was because back in the day I used to stream late into the night because I had the Young Turks and then I would stream in the afternoons late into the night. And that was a part of my night routine where I would eat an ice cream sandwich every day. which I still do every day. To this day, every single day I have an ice cream sandwich at night. I switch it off. Sometimes it's an Oreo ice cream. Sometimes it's a Nestle ice cream cookie sandwich. It's crazy. Interesting, with this kind of disposition, if streaming did not exist, what would you be doing to be able to live this lifestyle? I don't know. I mean, I probably would be a very different person. I probably would be much less happier. I would not be as happy. Probably be stuck at TYT. And if it weren't for TYT, I don't know what I'd be doing. It's wild. I can't believe I went to the DNC, man. That's crazy. And the Russian government called me gay. That was awesome. Remember the time you game with e-girls, dog? I do. That shit was fire. Do you still think you'd stream on the side if you had a retail job or something? No, probably not. Wow, what a year. Yeah, like I said, the only thing I've noticed is that, like, one, Kai has gotten bigger. Two, my style has gotten better, significantly better. That is money, for sure. That's money, and also being able to lose weight. Losing weight allowed me to fit into clothes that I wanted to wear and fit better into the clothes that I currently owned. And money definitely plays a big role in that. And it's not because, like, I hired a stylist or some shit. I didn't. But I will say, the one thing I have noticed is that I don't smile as much. Nick here was amazing. And I don't have as many fun collabs, for sure. We don't talk about my days in VR chat. Someone in the chat said, out of the last 1,446 days, I've only missed 38 days total, 36 days total. That's time for it. We're going to do New Year's resolutions, but this was interesting. And one of those was October 7. Yeah, that's true. Never forget, I literally wasn't streaming on October 7. Which is crazy when you think about that. I straight up was not streaming on October 7. What do you think has fucked up your psyche more? COVID or the genocide? Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't know. Probably the genocide. Because even during COVID, there was still like moments. Early COVID was really bad. End of COVID was bad too, but it was like definitely a lot more manageable. Yeah, we'll do 2024 predictions and goals. $2.8 million, 2024 charity, 3 million. I think we hit that. Catch up on One Piece, I did that. Collab more podcast appearances, I did that. Did not collab more, but I did travel more. I did not stream even less. I did go to Australia. I didn't take the Aussies to China. I did go to Japan. Stretch goal, Muay Thai camp in Thailand with Will and Austin. Stop reading bait, or at least be funny and good natured about bait reactions. Be more easygoing, easy natured. Be kinder to just curious people. They might literally just be curious. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Today I yelled a bunch to like some random people in the chat, but I think I've actually achieved that as well. I think I've actually gotten. No, I think people say no, you yell more, but I think I've been so much better responding to fucking gray names. You have not? No, I ban less. I eat the bait less. No, man, I've been here for a while. You yell way more. What? No, I don't think so. I think I've gotten much nicer. You have? I'm very sensitive. No, you have gotten better. No, bro, I'm very sensitive. You got better. I tune in more. I think that chatter is testing me to see if I'll yell at them, but I'm not going to. No, the other chatter, not you. Yeah, this definitely more good faith, but you spend so much time yelling at great names. So yeah, I think this chatter is testing me, testing my patience. Bro, you got baited so hard while watching Michael Moore, you helped the Canadian chatter find private insurance, and this was recently. Yeah, but I wasn't yelling. Hire chef, 16% body fat by end of year. Did not hire a chef, and I did reach this. What do you mean? I literally reached this. I have dunked. I have not learned to do a handstand, and I have not learned how to dance on stream. Revitalize HasnAbi Clips Industrial Complex on TikTok. Check. Exclusive TikTok content short. Okay, I did do some exclusive TikTok content, but I did not do short, concise explainers. More community content. Meme review. Okay, definitely didn't do community content. Definitely didn't do meme review. Definitely didn't do frequent chat advice. Definitely didn't do PO box. Okay, I failed on every standard for community content. Fit checks, dating profile reviews, chatter setup reviews, Q&A. Didn't do any of that. Did rearrange the streaming room and make the setup better. New sub badges. Well, that's not on my end. It's been a crazy election year, and that's why. New banner for what? Like the W banner? I didn't get a new banner. I don't even care. Basketball against RDC, AMP, Your Rage, Yard, B-Ball Tourney event stream. We didn't actually do the B-Ball event tourney stream, but I did kind of do some of this. Your Rage keeps ducking me. There's nothing I can do. Jeff Nibbert collab did not happen. Texas OTK collab happened. Alvea streams happened. Cutie Disney happened. More Kaya related content did happen. Kaya every day. 2024 predictions. I'm not confident any of these. Don't be baited. Trump doesn't go to jail. Check. Mitch McConnell dies. Oh, so close. So close. We haven't even... He literally just got hit in the head the other day. Jimmy Carter dies. He didn't die, right? I think he's still alive, but it's crazy that he's still not dead. Bill Clinton did not die. Ukraine war gets one more final push, but in the absence of interest, ends with ceding ground the Russian annexation, causing major rift in Ukraine. Putin, Zelensky at odds with Zelensky. Polish-Ukrainian relationship rift over economy. This part was correct, but the second part did not happen. But I think it will happen this upcoming year. China doesn't annex Taiwan. Check. Irish unification. Ah, so close. A lot of these predictions are like right there. Right there. There's still time. Waiting for these people to die. Okay, dude, you have to calm down. Like, we're talking about like 700-year-old people. Like, come on. U.S. economy did reach a soft landing. Major Cybertruck recall did happen. COVID shutdown nostalgia. I still think this is a real thing, but it was definitely a thing. Like, it's still a thing. It's still going on. Climate change shifts seasons more. I mean, that's easy. That happens every year. Lighter new pandemic causing people to overreact. Even larger rift. This did happen, but it didn't actually happen to the degree that I thought it would. Like you had monkeypox, but it's not the same as like Nintendo console in 2024 Switch 2 did not. It was not. It didn't get revealed. A beloved celebrity gets invested in openly right-wing content that's extremely online in a shocking way. I can't even take credit for a beloved celebrity gets invested in this. Because I should have said every celebrity will get invested in openly right-wing content that's extremely online in a shocking way. This literally is like Russell Brand and virtually, I mean, so many fucking goddamn celebrities did this. We find out Kevin McCarthy does indeed fuck, like for real, for sure. Eric Adams' polyamory arc is revealed alongside his criminal case because he was using one of his concubines for his crimes. That's a half point on that one. Real PR year. MTG normal politician arc, or rather the party becomes more like her. Lobo is the opposite. That is a definite yes. Israel starts forcible relocations of Palestinians in Gaza to Sinai. Or other Muslim nations, including Turkey, take in refugees. That did not happen. Israel killed them instead. My cat thinks you're having an existential crisis and need moral support. Oh my God. What a cutie. Oh my God. Forget I responded like that. But yeah, as far as PR year goes, it did happen. Curseless, real PR year. Real PR year did happen. I was at the DNC, man. I was at the fucking DNC. I was on CNN. Virtually every liberal media outlet wrote about me positively. It doesn't get more PR year than that shit. You should get a cat for Kaya. What? So she can eat the cat? Let's finish this video. 4 years. 1,461 days. 1,506 thumbnails. 2,260 videos. 50 guidelines strikes over under. That's crazy. HasnAbi VOD's archive. Put this video out. Wait, why haven't they been uploading VODs? Maybe they retired? Do we have another? They have multiple accounts on YouTube. Do we have another VOD channel? There's VOD channels out there, right? They have 3 channels. They have it on another channel. They have like 4. Okay, good. The GOAT. No, there's definitely a bunch of... This is the main VOD channel? Okay, good one, dude. This bro, look at this. This is the main VOD channel. It might as well be. Look at this. 2 hours ago, Ethan Klein and the rise of liberal Islamophobia. The Lubbock situation is awful. Charlie leaks his Twitch versus YouTube revenue. Hasan reacts. This man does not stop, bro. Hasan loses to Candace Owens. 6 hours ago, 19,000 views. Americans are freaking out over drones flying over New Jersey. This is the current one. HasnAbi VOD 3. Nice. His bitch ass CPM is probably, yeah, you're right. His bitch ass CPM is probably higher than mine. You're right. You're not even wrong. Look at how many. Jesus Christ, there's a lot. HasnAbi industrial complex got monetarily boomed for a hot minute, to be fair. Yeah, I know. I'd rather have HasnAbi Productions post this shit than the Coomer bait shit that it used to post. %65% straight, 44% white, 83% male, 100% Coomer. Coomer bait is a throwback. All right. This is the last one I'm going to watch. I don't know how she found this, but this is the best gift I've gotten. For my birthday, I got this gift. This is on candle. She found it, and I got it shipped to Tanzania. It got held up in customs for days. That's fantastic. He never uploads gaming, but weirdly enough, uploaded when he played the Korean game. Check the damn views it got. HasnAbi Productions. What did it... The Goon Platoon champion, dude. Oh no, this is going to piss me off. Where is it? Hasan debates his Uncle Jang on election. Response to ordinary gamers. Those ones banged. Where is this? When did I play the fucking Goon game? I passed it? Wait. Hasan goes on a virtual date, 94,000 views. So bad at gaming, he lost the dating simulator. Ain't no way. Is this Riz? Am I rizzing? I think I rizzed her. Shakespeare could never. Coomer era HasnAbi Prod is back. That's crazy. That did better than the fucking gaming channel. Oh my God. The gaming channel's views are pretty good too, though. God damn. HasnAbi Gaming, rise up. I got to do more gaming. This is peak video gaming. 38K views. You won't last 30 seconds playing this video game. Damn. gaming editing team is going crazy with the. You know what? It's not bad. It's not bad that it's probably better. It's probably better to post them as like one big video rather than like clipped out in different. But I guess it's like I don't know. If we have access to the YouTube gaming channel, you can go live and Twitch. And then if you play, I don't have access to the YouTube gaming channel. I don't even know who does. Actually, like, I don't know who controls the HasnAbi gaming channel. It's technically under the official banner. I have no idea. Oh, you guys do? You guys get revenue for it? I mean, I want you to get revenue for it. Do you get the revenue for it? Is it even monetizable? You joking, right? No, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect. Great. I wonder if there's a way I can get access to it or stream to it when I play video games. That could be good. Hell yeah. All right. Trying to get those VOD dollars. Not for me, bitch. I don't give a fuck about the VOD dollars. Come on, chat. When will you learn? I don't give a fuck about that. I make enough from your subscriptions, okay? More than enough. Y'all are so stupid. I didn't even know I didn't even know the gaming channel made money until this very moment. Dummies. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. We got obvious news for tomorrow. I might be a little late. But yeah. Peace. Probably won't be. I'll probably be live at 11 on the dot. But love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DEC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.